Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Whirlpool Islands. Unplanned separation. Lugia not only flies steadily, but also flies as fast as the full-strength Pidgeot. Tetsua's photo-taking trip ended before it even began. A silver-white trace passed over the sky of the Whirlpool Islands, but the people below didn't notice it at all and continued to live their lives in full swing. One person and 3 elves soon landed on a remote small island. Woohoo, little Lugia couldn't wait to run into the sea. Pa Lugia gently flapped its wings, and it was pressed down and couldn't move. This location is not bad. Most people shouldn't run here for no reason. Tetsua looked around and commented. The place where Xiaoying appeared in the animation of the previous life was called Oki Island, but he really didn't know the exact location. After all, there are too many small islands in the Whirlpool Islands area, and even the map can't mark them all. What's more, the names of many islands are passed down by word of mouth by the residents of the island. Maybe 2 families have different names for a small island every 200 meters, so it is impossible to distinguish them at all. The small island they were on was sandwiched between Red Rock Island and Silver Rock Island, and the distance was not very close. Strictly speaking, this place could not even be considered as the range of the Whirlpool Islands. Further north, the extremely tall mountains were a natural protection for little Lugia. At least until the battle frontier was officially established, there would not be many trainers who would visit that mountain range. Lugia also nodded. With its supernatural attributes, it was naturally not a random place to choose, not to mention that it knew this place quite well. This island was one of the few areas that was not affected by my power at the time, so the people of Whirlpool Island were quite respectful of it and generally would not come up. In addition, I left a lot of power on Silver Rock Island, and I deliberately blocked the passage in the middle, so it was even more difficult to enter this island. I guess in this way, I should not have to worry too much about its safety, Lugia said. To put it bluntly, this place was a resting point it had reserved long ago. Although it didn't directly cover up the existence of the island like Sukyun, it was not realistic for ordinary people to come up. Trainers with Pokémon that can cross the sea and fly would not focus on such a barren island. Compared with the senior Wakaba town, the environment of this island is also enough for Lugia to play in its infancy. The eyes of the little Lugia pressed to the ground were shining. Great, this is great. It can't wait to have fun on the island. If you are caught by humans, I will take you with me. Lugia patted his child's head helplessly. Logically speaking, the character of their family should be more quiet and elegant. Why is the one it gave birth to so lively and active? Woo, little Lugia raised his head and chirped disdainfully. Its growth period is very long, but it doesn't mean it is weak. Compared with the quasi-gods, the strength of the Lugia family without evolutionary forms and pre-forms has always been online. In addition to the divine beast's natural ability to control energy and master skills, it can compete with some elite level elves at the current level, just reaching the ordinary level. This is talent, which cannot be envied. So, although Prince Bo wants to be the elder brother of little Lugia, in terms of strength, he is probably not a match for little Lugia. In other words, a second stage water elf wants to fight against the cub of the divine beast with the name of Sea God. It is really not on the same level. This is still a one-on-one situation. In fact, as a member of the Lugia clan, little Lugia can easily pull up a group of powerful elves to be his umbrella and thugs. In the vast ocean, there are some powerful water elves who want to follow little Lugia. However, in Lugia's words, those powerful elves have their own things to protect, and our Lugia clan exists to protect them. If we let them protect us in turn, it would be too sorry for the title of Sea God. It said this with a bit of arrogance, but ZHE was powerless to refute, because countless examples have proved that the Lugia family is a real guardian of the ocean. Apart from other things, a large part of the people rescued from shipwrecks every year are saved by Lugia. The meaning of the silver feather is much higher than that of the rainbow feather in all parts of the world. Go. Lugia no longer suppressed the little guy who was ready to move and waved his wings to fan it into the ocean. Little Lugia dived into the sea comfortably. Poga Prince Po glanced at Tetsuya, and without saying a word, he also jumped into the sea. The little guy is a little naughty. I'm really sorry, Tetsuya said to Lugia a little embarrassedly. Lugia chuckled. It's a good child. I look forward to it accepting my child as a younger brother. Is that right? The name you humans give is really interesting. The man and the beast chatted rarely. Maybe it was because it was the first time to be a parent. Lugia didn't know how to raise a child. In the past, you humans weren't everywhere like you are now. I easily grew to my current strength in the ocean, Lugia complained. I'm really sorry. ZHE also scratched his head. There are always some people with darker minds, and we are all very distressed. Lugia smiled and shook his head. I don't mean to blame. After all, from my point of view, the emergence of humans has indeed brought different vitality to the elves. This is a fact. However, problems are inevitable in the process of development, which is a very normal thing. In its long age, the development of humans only occupies a not too long part. From hostility to elves to now living in harmony with elves, Lugia has a good impression of humans. Otherwise, it would not have lived so openly under the eyes of humans. If the people of those two countries hadn't done too much, maybe it would still be active in front of humans now. Most of the mythical beasts actually have the same idea as Lugia. To put it bluntly, the reason why we can't see them appear now is mostly attributed to the fact that humans in ancient times were too cruel. They always use force control, and any intelligent individual would want to run away. The most important thing is that the ancients' brains were still very useful. They developed a lot of special props that can be effective against the mythical beasts. Even in modern times, there are still many prop manufacturing technologies that have not been cracked. Of course, it is also related to the Alliance's intentional downplaying of research in this area. Otherwise, it would not be a wonderful thing if a group of first-level gods got angry and came to cause trouble. Countless tragic cases are right in front of us, and those ruins buried deep underground are not for viewing. If little Lugia lives here, the range is actually still somewhat limited. Zay looked at the two elves making a fuss in the ocean, and sighed intentionally or unintentionally. He felt that from this point of view, being a cub of a mythical beast is not a good thing, and you have to be scared all day long. It's only 5 or 6 years. After 5 or 6 years, I can recover and keep it with me. By then, it will have to follow me and learn what the Lugia clan should do. For now, let it have fun. Lugia lay on the rock, looking at his child with tenderness in his eyes. By the way, can you tell me how many Lugia there are in the world? I won't think it's you next time I see you. Zaya picked up a stone and threw it at Prince Bo, but in return, he was hit in the face by a weak water gun. Lugia thought for a while. If you count my child, there should be 6, 5. 5? Zaya nodded. As for the one that the other party changed his name, it should be the Dark Lugia that he had only heard of in his previous life. I don't know how the Dark Lugia was born. It stands to reason that with the character of their clan, there shouldn't be such a tyrannical existence. Maybe it's another thing done by humans? Okay, I'm almost leaving too. Facing the setting sun, Lugia lazily flapped its wings. It's nice to chat with you. If there's a chance, see you next time. As it said that, it didn't care about ZHE's reaction, and rushed straight into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, ZHE's outstretched hand was stuck in the air. No, just leaving like that? What should he do? Poga Prince Po's panicked cry interrupted ZHE's thinking. He came back to his senses, and looked into the ocean. On the fiery Red Sea, Prince Po's body was wrapped in light blue light spots. Little Lugia was floating on the sea around it, turning in circles, and occasionally making mocking noises. Prince Po felt his body, and it seemed that there was no change. Then he jumped up in anger, and took the little Lugia to the bottom of the sea. The light blue light spot dissipated. ZHE looked at this scene thoughtfully. He had seen a similar record in an ancient book, Lugia's Blessing. No, to be more precise, the Blessing of the Ocean. On the panel displayed by Zero, Prince Bo's information did not change at all. But ZHE also knew that this should be only temporary. Prince Bo, who had not yet evolved to the Emperor Nabo form, could not absorb the effect of the ocean's blessing very well. It seems that I have to spend money to prepare a high quality water stone for the little guy as soon as possible. ZHE also sighed as he looked at the carefree Prince Bo. Otherwise, let it pull out a little Lugia's hair to exchange for money. In the ocean, the little Lugia who was playing with Prince Bo suddenly stiffened. It felt a malice descending on its head. Puff Poga Prince Bo took this opportunity to give little Lugia a water gun without hesitation. Whoa. Little Lugia immediately threw the malice behind his mind and roared at Prince Bo fiercely. Poga. Poga Prince Po floated on the water, stretched out a wing, and waved it at the little Lugia with disdain. Next, a huge wave of water gathered. Plucking hair for money is of course a joke. Although Tetsuya doesn't have much money now, the new share of the money will be automatically deposited into his bank account in more than a month. By then, it will not be a problem to buy a 95 quality water stone. The key is whether there is a channel. At worst, ask Daigo or Zaya Gang. The former's collection habit must have a lot of high quality evolution stones, and the latter can help him ask the Cerulean Gym if there are any. It just so happens that I can give Daigo the mysterious crystal I bought before to see if I can exchange it for something. If it weren't for this, Tetsuya would have almost forgotten about it. Prince Po, we are ready to go. After patting his butt and standing up, Tetsuya called to Prince Po on the sea. Since he had already reached the Whirlpool Islands, he couldn't go back across the entire area at night, so he naturally found a place to stay. King Iron Island, the gateway to the Whirlpool Islands, was a very good choice. The port city of Kyuga City there was quite prosperous. Poga hearing the trainer shout, Prince Po also raised his hand happily and greeted his new friend, then turned into a white line and swam to the shore. Woohoo little Lugia followed behind with some lingering thoughts. ZHE also walked in front of it and squatted, reaching out and touching its head. Don't worry, I will bring it to play with you later. Little Lugia looked straight at the human in front of him with pure eyes and nodded happily. Prince Po smiled and waved his wings at it. Woo. Haha, it seems that your little brother doesn't give you face. Zaya stabbed it in the heart again. Po gab. Prince Po slapped Zaya's body in exasperation. Okay, stop making trouble. Come back, Prince Po. Pidgeot, I leave it to you. Beep. In the night, two red lights flashed alternately, and a huge black shadow soared into the sky, spreading its wings towards the bright large island in the distance. Whirlpool Islands, King Iron Island, Kyuga City. Zaya walked out of the flying Pokémon docking point and raised his eyebrows at the brightly lit city. Has this Whirlpool Islands tournament not started yet? Hearing the topic discussed by the trainers passing by, Zaya was also a little surprised. The Whirlpool Islands tournament is held every 3 years, and this 3 years is actually a general term. 3 years and 1 day is 3 years, and 3 years and 364 days is also 3 years. When it will be held specifically depends entirely on how the priests of the Whirlpool Islands arrange it. According to the people around him, it seemed that the priest suddenly announced this afternoon that the Whirlpool Islands tournament could be held. Could it be because Lugia woke up? Tetsuya thought so. If he remembered correctly, the final winner of the Whirlpool Islands would be called the Hero of the Sea, and legend has it that he would be given the blessing of the Sea Soul. It is said that such trainers are particularly favored by water-type Pokémon. It is really hard for him not to associate with such a coincidence. Looking at the city decorated with lights and festivals, Tetsuya smiled and shook his head. Even if it is true, so what? It doesn't matter. He raised his legs and walked towards the more central location of the city, Kyuga City Pokémon Center. As always, he used the privilege of the illustrated book to obtain the qualification to live in a single Deluxe room. Tetsuya also asked Miss Joy at the front desk for the Whirlpool Islands tournament guide. The Whirlpool Islands tournament is another famous traditional event in the Johto area, and its reputation is no less than that of the Rising Dragon Trial. Due to the geographical environment, there are a large number of water-type Pokémon living around the Whirlpool Islands. Therefore, the competition organized by the residents here is naturally based on water-type Pokémon as the main participants. To put it simply, this is an alternative single attribute competition. However, compared with the simple and common single attribute competitions, the Whirlpool Islands competition is undoubtedly much more famous. This is a major event that most water-type Pokémon enthusiasts and trainers regard as absolutely not to be missed. Even for a small number of trainers who specialize in water-type Pokémon, the importance of the Whirlpool Islands competition is even higher than the regional conference. In the past many years, there have been cases where people gave up participating in the regional conference in order not to miss the Whirlpool Islands competition. Is the venue on Akagura Island? Looking at the specific information in the manual, ZHE also nodded in understanding. The specific competition process is also very simple. All registered trainers will compete in a single game elimination system until the top 64 are determined, and then there will be a 2v2 battle until the champion is determined. Compared with the regional conference, it is obviously much more direct. ZHE also has a good impression of this competition system. The only problem is, you seem to have only one water-type Pokémon in the room. On the other end of the video call, Ziogang calmly pointed out the number of water-type Pokémon in Tetsuya's team. Tetsuya covered his head with a headache. It seems so. He could get 2 Pokémon of other attributes, even dragon attributes, to participate in the competition, but water attributes were one of the few exceptions. Who made his team not have many water-type Pokémon suitable to fill in when it was first built. The water steel attribute Emperor Nabo and the water plus ground combination Swampert are nothing more than these two. Coincidentally, these two are not very common water type starter Pokémon. Forget it. If it doesn't work, just report Ice Vulpix. It can also be used as half a water type, right? Tetsuya gave up thinking fruitlessly. Anyway, he has to make it to the top 64 before he needs to report 2 Pokémon, and he will talk about it then. Maybe he will be eliminated early. After a short silence, Ziogang spoke up. So you mean, just continue to challenge the gym, and not come back? Zay nodded. Well, I'm now missing the 8 gym badges in Johto. Only Asagi and Azure, and these 2 are just on both sides, so I might as well challenge them directly. The round trip is a bit time consuming. I plan to go to Asagi and Misami to talk about the matter of the electric dragon after the Whirlpool Islands tournament, and then go to Azure to see Brother C. Is that so? Ziogang didn't say much. In that case, then I'm also going to go back to Nibi. It just so happens that my father has urged me several times, and my younger brothers and sisters seem to be in a bad state because of him and my mother. I have to go back to see them. According to the original plan of the two, they should return to the underground cave of Libo Mountain to train with Nobuhiko for a while after completing the commission of the Marine Research Institute. But now it seems that plans can't keep up with changes after all. Wait for 2 days. I'm worried that the Research Institute may be worried. You can help me watch for 2 days. They said to Ziogang. Okay, no problem. Ziogang had no objection. Speaking of which, researcher Cheng Mei here is a very beautiful and intellectual woman. It's a pity that you didn't get to know her. Doesn't that give you a chance? With me here, you still have a chance to pursue her? It's not that I look down on you, but you are not as experienced as I'm in pursuing girls. Chase. Are you sure you don't force yourself to get close to her? And the ones who got close to her are Joai and Junsha. The 2 of them were bickering with each other. For trainers on the road, separation is the norm of life, and everyone has their own things to do. However, after living together for nearly a month, the unexpected separation is always a bit unexpected. Silver Conference, do your best. Don't worry, I'm a man who wants to be the champion. It's just a Silver Conference. Watch me take the first place. They made a promise unscrupulously. Indeed, he has nothing to be afraid of. Reality is not anime, and there will be no guys like the Beast Man who shouldn't appear. Besides, what's wrong with the Beast Man? Just win it. Sleep. The next moment, Zay lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Before winning the regional conference, a good work and rest schedule must be guaranteed. Beep, beep. On the cabinet at the head of the bed, the watch is constantly making sounds. The head of a kind old man lights up frequently and many times. Click. A pair of fleshy paws pressed the watch, isolating it from moving. The next day, Zay woke up in a daze and grabbed the watch and took a look. What the hell? The 99 plus missed call sobered him up all of a sudden. The 4-character note Professor Oak also reminded him of what happened last night. Oh no, oh no. Tetsuya hurriedly dialed the phone. Hello, Professor Oak Tetsuya. That's a big discovery. How did you take the photo? Professor Oak's tired but excited voice sounded. Professor Oak, didn't you sleep all night? Tetsuya felt a little guilty, mainly because he was so excited chatting with Zyara Gang yesterday that he forgot about this matter. How can I sleep with such a discovery? Hurry up, do you have any other photos? Professor Oak didn't care and asked Tetsuya for photos frantically. ZHE was helpless. No more. I packed them all and sent them to you yesterday. Why don't you go to sleep first? Sleeping can be discussed later, but it will be too late if you don't do the research. Professor Oak obviously didn't want to rest. With these photos of you, I can complete a lot of information. You are really great. Feeling the gradually crazy Professor Oak, ZHE felt that Pikachu's existence was still very necessary. Pa, 10,000. As expected, I'm not suitable for burst update. Chapter 502 before the game. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the other end of the phone. Tetsuya was stunned. Hey, Master Wudeo Bear, how did you knock Oak unconscious again? Raw Dr. Yamanish's helpless voice sounded, accompanied by the familiar roar of the bear. His face suddenly became a little better. If Dr. Oak's head was broken, he would have to pay for it. Hello. Tetsuya, are you still there? Dr. Yamanishi called very naturally on the other end of the phone. Tetsuya came back to his senses. I'm here, Dr. Yamanishi. Good morning. Is Dr. Oak okay? Don't worry. Dr. Yamanishi didn't take the accident that just happened to heart at all. That guy Oak is in good health. He will recover after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours. Don't worry. It's just right, so he can have a good rest. Who asked you to teleport back so many new elves? He hasn't rested for a while. Dr. Yamanishi said happily. Tetsuya was relieved at once. It seems that it is not the first time that Master Wudeo Bear has forced Dr. Oak to faint. By the way, your Martial Bear Master seems to be planning to have a baby. Professor Yamanishi and Tetsuya were chatting about family matters. Yes, it was because I broke into its territory during its preparation period that we had to fight to capture it. Tetsuya was a little embarrassed. According to normal logic, he seemed to be the villain in this story. Well, since it has been captured, you as a trainer should also give some advice. Otherwise this child seems a little worried. Yamanishi smiled on his serious face. Standing beside him and listening to the conversation between the two, the Martial Bear Master's face flashed a trace of embarrassment. It was still a little uncomfortable to be captured by humans. However, its good character made it unwilling to fight or resist the decision made by the trainer. After all, Tetsuya and Blaziken defeated it head-on. As a fighting type Pokémon, the Martial Bear Master was still very convinced. If Tetsuya needed it to help and temporarily prevent it from giving birth to a cub, the Martial Bear Master could also postpone it. Of course I have no objection. Zay thought about it for a moment and understood the concerns of the martial arts Bear Master. While sighing that this was a docile and careful big guy, he also gave a very clear answer. For him, the king-level martial arts Bear Master is indeed a very powerful fighting force, but he can't use it for the time being. Even if he holds and participates in the silver tournament right now, with Pidgeot and Blaziken, 2 king-level Pokémons, sitting in charge, he doesn't have to worry about his performance. What's more, there is still a lot of time before the silver tournament, and the rest of the partners will not stand still. That's great. Dr. Yamanishi was very happy. Then I will have another research topic and research direction. Zay was very surprised by what Dr. Yamanishi said. Oki and I just recently learned from Gala that there is a more detailed reason why the Martial Bear Master is called a legendary elf. The way it gives birth to the next generation is exactly the same as the mythical beasts, not the common way of elves combining with each other and then laying eggs. The difference is that according to records, the cubs of the mythical beasts do not have any so-called preforms and evolutions, but the Martial Bear Master does. It is one of the Martial Bear Masters who first gave birth to a bear apprentice, and then the bear apprentice became stronger and evolved into 2 different forms. This is a great supplement to my research field. Dr. Yamanishi explained happily. In short, the Martial Bear Master is between the mythical beasts and ordinary elves, and is a very wonderful existence. Such an existence will inevitably bring many different inspirations to Dr. Yamanashi, who studies the evolution of elves. After all, Dr. Yamanashi has never encountered such a situation before. Listening to the equally crazy voices of Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oak, Tetsuya suddenly felt that the lives of the two doctors in the future should be very upside down. I'll call Sirona later and ask her to go to Pallet Town when she's free. I hope she doesn't have any problems. He thought silently. Of course, such a thing is unlikely to happen. The alliance is very precious to the two doctors, and the Joai family has sent a special medical team to check their health regularly. If it weren't for the fact that no one could enter the laboratory once they closed the door, they wouldn't have to eat instant noodles with various elf flavors every day. Bang! The excited Dr. Yamanashi quickly stepped into the back of Dr. Oak. Thank you for your hard work, Master Wudeo Bear. Next, you should work hard. If you want anything, just ask the two doctors. They are rich. Zaya smiled and told his own elves. Our Master Wudeo Bear roared in a low voice to show that he understood. It's about his own offspring, so he won't be polite. Zaya shook his head helplessly after hanging up the phone. There's nothing he can do. It's all because of his good luck. Otherwise the two doctors wouldn't have to work so hard on research. What else can he do? Spreading his hands. After going into the bathroom to finish his morning wash, he walked out of the Pokémon Center in his usual sleeveless t-shirt. The sunny and handsome young man undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people and Pokémons. Tetsuya stretched lazily facing the morning sun and exhaled deeply. This was the first time he had been running outside without a mask in recent months. It was a long time since he had felt this way. There are many big things happening in the world every moment. As time goes by, people's impression of Tetsuya, the Phoenix King messenger, gradually fades. Unless someone has specifically memorized his appearance, Tetsuya, whose hair has not been trimmed for several months, is just a handsome boy in the eyes of unfamiliar people. No one would associate him with the Phoenix King messenger. I must ask a crossing for a disguise mask or something like that in the future. This mask is really annoying. Walking on the city road, Tetsuya thought leisurely. Although it was only his first time to the Whirlpool Islands, his goal was very clear. The preliminaries won't start until noon today, so let's go to the opposite Big Popo Island in the morning. Zaya, who came to the coast, looked at a small island in the distance, with a curious look in his eyes. Let's go, Pidgeot, let's go see your kind. Beeperman and an elf took off against the wind at the coast. Fortunately, it was early and there were not many people nearby, otherwise Pidgeot would not be able to hide his identity once he came out. Use a suspension bridge to connect? This way of passing is really dangerous. Because they were not in a hurry, Pidgeot flew very slowly, and ZHE could look down with confidence. The passage connecting the two islands, which was only composed of 3 iron chains and a thin layer of wood, kept shaking in the sea breeze. Below, under the seemingly calm sea surface, there were extremely violent whirlpools one after another. Not to mention human yachts. Even some elves with good strength may not be able to swim freely in them. Bobo, the faint calls came from the island. It looks like your kind has discovered you. Let's go and have a look. Tetsuya smiled and patted Pidgeot's back. Instantly, Pidgeot's speed increased to the limit. Hello, I'm Fita, the administrator of this island. May I ask who you are? As soon as he landed, a trainer dressed as a forest ranger came to greet him. Tetsuya naturally took out the Pokémon book to prove his identity. After confirming Tetsuya's Pokémon book information, Fita was obviously relieved. Trainer Tetsuya, are you also here to investigate the special features of the Pidgeots here? Tetsuya nodded silently, then looked around and shook his head again. Are all these Pidgeots really this fat? Fita smiled bitterly. Yes, because there are no natural enemies like Spearow or Arbok, the Pidgeots here are a bit exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration anymore. Tetsuya sighed silently. Although he had known about it, the size of the Pidgeots here was still beyond his expectations. Have you seen a Pidgeot as big as Pidgeot? They are all here. Have you ever seen a Pidgeot that is much bigger than a normal Pidgeot? There are also some here. Unfortunately, they have no combat capability. The reason for their size is that they are fat due to overnutrition. Pidgeot was also quite speechless watching a group of its own kind jumping around on the ground. These guys can't even fly, which is a shame for flying Pokémon. It's better to throw them to the ground. It seems that I thought too much. ZHE also pinched his forehead. He originally planned to see what was special about the abnormally sized Pidgeot and Pidgeot here. Maybe it could help Pidgeot further improve himself. You know, the size of his Pidgeot is very different from that of his kind, so he needs to make changes to his flying skills. This is a very complicated task. ZHE also thought that the Pidgeots here would bring him some different surprises, but he didn't expect that they really just couldn't fly. Beep Pidgeot soon felt a little bored. Although it has not seen its own kind for a long time, it is really unwilling to admit what is in front of it. It looked at its own trainer. In that case, let's go. We've wasted some time. Tetsuya sighed helplessly. He said hello to Fita and got on Pidgeot's back to start the return flight. Looking at the young trainer flying towards Akagura Island, Fita sighed, unconsciously imitating him. When will you guys have some courage? What he didn't notice was that a Pidgeot, whose body size was a little smaller than that of its peers, was lost in thought as he watched Pidgeot go away. He turned his head and looked at the sun, moon, and star portraits hanging outside the wooden house where Fita lived, and the Pidgeot on it, and suddenly a different light appeared in its eyes. On the other side, Tetsuya in the air was enjoying the beautiful scenery that is common in the Whirlpool Islands, but cannot be seen by the outside world. The lanternfish parade. It's really a grand scene. He put away his watch and looked at the dense lanternfish below, marveling at the magic of nature. At the same time, some of his imaginations were blown away. Are you sure this isn't a school of fish going berserk? Digimon are coming in randomly. Pidgeot, who was carrying the trainer, tilted his head. Digimon, what kind of Pokémon is that? He had never heard of it. It's a story between a group of chosen children and their companions. Tetsuya stroked Pidgeot's feathers and shared stories from his past life with it. For him, these things have become vague memories. The only thing that impressed him was probably something related to Pokémon. Pidgeot flapped his wings and listened carefully to the trainer's story. Between the white clouds, a man and a Pokémon fit together perfectly. Kako City, Akagon Island, ancient arena. This is a battlefield that is very similar to the Roman arena in Tetsuya's previous life. The special thing is that it is located in the water. Except for the 4 large stone pillars that serve as support and the 6 small floating boards, and 1 large floating board used for battle, all the battle areas are submerged in water. More than 2,000 people are participating. That's an exaggerated number. Tetsuya recalled the information he had just obtained from Miss Joy and secretly smacked his lips. You know, this is a small-scale competition held at short notice. It is amazing that so many people signed up to participate in one day. This is enough to show how much water trainers are chasing after the Whirlpool Islands tournament. If trainers from all over the world are really given time to prepare, Tetsuya estimates that the number of people who sign up for the competition will not be lower than that of the regional competition. However, although the number is large, the quality. Tetsuya, with a blue light flashing in his eyes that no one can see, glanced at the trainers around him and the Pokémon they left outside and felt a little relaxed. Novice, novice, ordinary, elite, novice. Among the 7 or 8 Pokémon in a row, only one was an elite level individual. Compared with the Dragon Rising ceremony and the regional competition, the strength of the trainers participating in this competition is undoubtedly much worse. The 8 official gym badges in the regional tournament are still very strict, and obtaining the token of the Rising Dragon ceremony also requires strength. It's not like the Whirlpool Islands tournament, where you can participate as long as you sign up. Think about it. One of Tetsuya's friends, Ako, the niece of the Ice King, won the top 8 in the Whirlpool Islands tournament during her first year of debut. On the one hand, it shows that she is a very talented trainer, but it also shows that the quality of the participating trainers is really worrying. A new trainer can make it to the top 8 after debuting. Will there be a Pokémon battle? Tetsuya didn't realize that there was a problem with his thinking. You know, he only has an ordinary level Prince of Waves to participate in the competition. Just looking at the level of the Pokémon, there is actually no difference between him and the trainers around him. In addition to the strength of the 3 starter Pokémon, which is quite good and worth boasting, the pure water type Prince of Waves is quite scalp numbing when facing water electric Pokémon such as Lanternfish, both physically and mentally. He staggered towards his preliminaries. There are 16 sub-venues in Kako City for the preliminary elimination. ZHE was randomly assigned to the C venue for the competition. Here, he only needs to win 5 one-on-one battles in a row to successfully enter the top 64 and go to the Ancient Arena to participate in the official competition. Prince Bo, I leave it to you. Bogia 32 chapters plus 4k per chapter, a total of 128,000. Already paid. 600 plus 700 plus 1200 plus 6000 equals 8500. The revolution has not yet succeeded. The author still needs to work hard. Equals asterisk. Alas. Chapter 503 Prince Bo playing in the water. P.O. Prince, play in the water. The water is entangled. Poga in the battlefield similar to a small swimming pool. Tetsuya's calm command echoed in the air. In contrast, the trainer who was the opponent looked powerless and miserable. Looking at the middle of the pool, a relatively well-developed sun coral was being ravaged by Tetsuya's P.O. Prince. It is worth mentioning that Huangan Island in the Whirlpool Islands is an island featuring sun corals. As an island, that is not a tourist attraction, but an island that develops orchards and uses Pokémon as breeding farms, terraces and aquatic products. The specialty of Huangan Island is souvenirs made from the horns of sun corals, and the islanders have had the habit of building houses and living on the nests of sun corals since ancient times. This is because the largest group of sun corals in the spirit world is distributed around Huangan Island. It is also for this reason that many players who come to participate in the Whirlpool Islands competition will have a sun coral as a spirit for the competition. The spirit of sun coral is still quite powerful. Those with good potential can master skills such as life drops to recover from injuries, and some can even learn a lot of supernatural skills. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to use them as half supernatural Pokémon. Of course, the probability is a bit small. In the process of breeding generation after generation, the nearby sun corals have long lost their so-called wildness and fighting instincts. Even if they have good potential, they may not be able to live up to the trainer's wishes. However, it is better than having no hope. The trainer that Tetsuya fought in this battle was a lucky guy with extremely good luck. His sun coral should have inherited instant amnesia. If the level is improved, it may be able to comprehend more supernatural skills. But that is also a matter for the future. In the battle against Tetsuya and Pokémon, he and his sun coral seemed extremely weak. What is this? The sun coral trainer looked at the transparent and invisible water flow on his Pokémon and gritted his teeth. The sun coral is mainly pink, with white abdomen and limbs, and 4 horns on its back. Now, its limbs and 4 corners were all tightly bound, so that it was completely unable to resist Prince Bo's attack. TSK, the little guy's water control ability is getting stronger and stronger. Zay touched his chin and thought about Prince Bo's changes. No need to think too much, it must be the result of Lugia's blessing yesterday. Although Prince Bo could use similar skills before, it was very unstable and fragile. The bound elves could break free with a little effort. How could it be trapped so thoroughly like now? If Zay's opponent could see more subtle energy changes, then he would surely know how Prince Bo did it soon. The water flow wrapped around the sun coral was constantly fluctuating in a vortex. This is a water energy control technique that combines the tidal vortex and water fluctuations. Prince Bo's wings fluttered slightly. The sun coral, which had just emitted white light and was about to break free from the shackles, let out a painful cry. The seemingly calm water flow was actually sharper than a sword. Under the tight binding, the sun coral suffered a lot of damage. This is why Zay valued Pokémon when he was at Lebo Mountain. Although his potential is only that of a Quasi-King, his ability to control water flow is not something that any water-type Pokémon can do. Even some King-level Pokémon may not be able to do better than Prince Bo. Potential only measures whether a Pokémon can reach the corresponding level stage, and does not necessarily indicate the strength of the same stage. Prince Bo has such a rare ability, but only has the potential of a Quasi-King, so it can only be said that there are gains and losses. Okay, end the battle, and use continuous metal claws to deal with it. Seeing that the time is almost up, Zay gave the final order. Poga Prince Bo, who has become much calmer after entering the battle, nodded. A silver-white energy light shone on his wings. Shua shua after waving continuously, the powerless sun coral quickly lost its ability to fight. Zay advances, and Bo Lei is eliminated. The referee on the side announced the result very briefly, and then made a gesture to let the two leave. All the matches had to be completed in one afternoon, and the whole process was quite tight, so there was no time to waste. Tetsuya and the opposing Pokémon didn't delay for much, and left the battlefield after collecting their respective Pokémon. Poga at the rest area of the temporary recovery point. Poga Prince, who had recovered to full health after being treated by Miss Joy and Chandler, was very proud and put his hands on his waist. How about it? I'm awesome. It looked at its own trainer with proud eyes. Awesome, awesome. Tetsuya smiled and rubbed the golden appendage on its head, which was still hard. Poga Prince nodded with satisfaction. The interaction between one person and one Pokémon also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, the Pokémon family is also the 3 water-type Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, so it is naturally rare. Many trainers regard Tetsuya as a new trainer who has just debuted and traveled to the Johto region. Both the young man and the elf are very energetic. Uncle, I'm very optimistic that you will have good results. Try your best to defeat your opponent. Just then, an uncle dressed as a fisherman patted Zaya's shoulder and said in a condescending manner. Zaya did not refute. Yes, you have to work hard. Uncle, what is your elf? Hahaha, me. My partner is a super powerful octopus barrel. Seeing that Zaya was very humble, the fisherman uncle immediately laughed and began to brag about himself. Uncle, my goal this time is to enter the main competition. Octopus barrel, there is indeed some hope. Zaya nodded slightly. The octopus barrel, which can only evolve from the iron cannon fish form at around level 25, is a very good attacker. Combined with its second characteristic sniper, it can be said to be a nightmare when facing some opponents with low physical strength. This type of elf also has a trick that is similar to half of an exclusive move, the octopus barrel cannon. The reason why it is called half is mainly because the black seahorse can master this skill through inheritance, so it is not unique to the octopus barrel type of elves. But since they are all named after them, it is not difficult to imagine how well they fit. To put it more vividly, the so-called octopus barrel cannon is actually an ink cannon. While causing damage, it can also effectively reduce the opponent's hit rate. Although water-type Pokémon are not without vision in the dark water, it is certain that they are greatly limited. Moreover, the ink spit out by the octopus barrel is very special. It contains ingredients that can dull the sense of smell and can even confuse Pokémon with sensitive noses, and it is even a cooking ingredient. I just don't know if the octopus barrel of the fisherman in front of me has reached the elite level. If it has reached the elite level, as long as the command is not particularly bad, there should be a relatively high hope of entering the main competition. Player number 987. Player number 987. Your second match will be held at the battle site number 37. Please hurry as soon as possible. Please hurry as soon as possible. As the two chatted enthusiastically, Miss Joy's notification echoed over the rest point. The fisherman uncle slapped his head and said, no more talking, it's my turn. I'll go to the battle first, and then I'll tell you my fishing skills when I come back. Good luck. Okay, you too. ZHE also politely said goodbye to the fisherman uncle. Although he doesn't look good, he is really good at fishing Pokémon. At least ZHE also thinks that he is much better than himself. According to him, he didn't use an ordinary fishing rod to catch the octopus barrel, but used a method similar to catching it in a jar. This is a very difficult thing. So, there is no trainer in the Pokémon world who doesn't have a few brushes on his body, otherwise he can't get ahead. Prince Bo squatted beside Zay with some boredom and played with the water in his hand. He has no interest in fishing, but he has some interest in eating fish. Prince Bo actually doesn't understand what's the point of sitting on the shore with a rod-to-fish Pokémon. Which Pokémon would be so stupid as to take the bait? Even if you want to capture a water Pokémon, you can just go into the water and catch it. The next moment, Zay covered its head with his hand and ravaged it fiercely. Come on, it's our turn. Pop Prince Bo immediately turned the water on his hand into a bubble and sprinkled it into the air. If it was just a battle like the one just now, Prince Bo felt that his battle this time was really a bit easy. The figures of one man and one elf disappeared in the crowd. Then, the game begins. With the referee's order, the fierce battle kicked off again. The second game, against the lobster soldier, won. The third game, against the giant crab, won. The fourth game, against the shellfish, won. There was no suspense. Zay and Prince Bo won in a row. Facing these opponents of the same ordinary level, Prince Bo, who was carefully trained by Zay, can be said to be a complete kill. What's more, the little guy himself is also very competitive and has never fallen behind in training. If he loses to them, it will be a surprising thing. Hey, Zay stretched his waist painfully. Of all the competitions, the most boring process is these selections, but it can't be ignored. Who makes Pokémon battles so popular in the Pokémon world? For a competition like the Whirlpool Islands tournament, which has no threshold, there are indeed too many people participating. I don't know who my opponent will be in the last game. I hope it will end soon. He complained while taking Prince Bo to the 5th preliminary match. Poga as he stepped onto the command platform to prepare, Prince Bo also pulled the bottom corner of Tetsuya's clothes with a little surprise. Ah, what a coincidence. Tetsuya raised his hand and lazily greeted his opponent. Don't you think so, uncle? That's right. His opponent in the 5th game was the fisherman uncle who had a good chat at the end of the first game. The opponent obviously didn't expect that his opponent would beat Tetsuya and was stunned for a moment. Then, he touched the back of his head and laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, boy, this is our fate. But at this stage, the probability of meeting is actually not small. In the 5th game, there were only about 100 trainers who had not been eliminated. It was normal to meet someone you know. 1% probability is much worse than before. Please send out your Pokémons, both players. The referee ruthlessly interrupted the two people's reminiscing. Well, young man, come on, I will accept this battle without hesitation. The fisherman waved his hand, and the red octopus-shaped Pokémon octopus bucket with yellow suction cups fell into the water. Tetsuya shrugged. I should be the one to say this. I'm really sorry, uncle. I can't help you achieve your goal. With a glance, Zero's analysis of the opponent's octopus bucket came into his eyes. The elite level made Tetsuya's face a little solemn, which was different from the relaxed words. Poga without waiting for Tetsuya to say anything more. Prince Pio could not wait to enter the pool after feeling the opponent's strength. Finally, there was a decent opponent, but it was bored. As for failure, the proud Prince Pio never thought about this, even if the opponent's level was about 10 levels higher than it. At the stage below the King of Heaven, the gap between levels is not so big that it cannot be made up. There are many examples of ordinary level elves defeating elite level elves. Then, I will go first without hesitation. Octopus barrel. Use octopus barrel cannon. The fisherman uncle also knows the nature of elf fighting, and he does not say anything like let you attack first like the young man. The reason why he sent out the octopus barrel first is to be able to attack first and make arrangements. As long as it is under the dark ink waters, his octopus barrel is almost invincible. The fisherman uncle is very confident about this. The dark ink soon gushed out from the tentacles of the octopus barrel. An indescribable smell filled the battle area. Prince Bo, water flowing. ZHE also responded immediately. A circle of rippling water waves floated up and down around Prince Bo's body. Although the black ink tried its best to break through the obstruction of the water flowing, it was still useless. In the dark waters, the clear waters with Prince Bo as the center were extremely eye-catching. You're quite capable, young man. The fisherman praised, but my octopus barrel is not so easy to deal with. Use the seed machine gun. Under ZHE's somewhat stunned gaze, very small green seeds burst out from the yellow suction cups on the tentacles of the octopus barrel. It is a grass type skill that has a great restraining effect on water. Although the power of the seed machine gun is very small, especially when used by an octopus barrel with incompatible attributes, it does not affect the damage it can cause to water elves, which should not be underestimated. No wonder the fisherman said that he could enter the finals. He really has some skills. It's fixed. Chapter 504 Daisuke. As a pure water type Pokémon, the reason why Octopus is still strong is that it can master a wide variety of skills. Ice, Poison, rock, psychic, grass, and even fire-type flamethrowers are theoretically possible for octopus to learn. Tetsuya is not sure why the water-type octopus can learn flamethrowers. The key is that there are similar creatures such as Slowpoke and Gyarados. Well, that's why it's called Pokémon. It's really amazing. Of course, not all octopus have such exaggerated skill comprehension abilities. In addition to their own skills, most of the skills mastered by octopus are still concentrated on ice and poison. It is indeed a bit surprising that the fisherman's octopus can use a seed machine gun. However, fortunately, it is only a seed machine gun. P.O. Prince, use the peck attack. Hearing Tetsuya's command, P.O. Prince floating in the water nodded, and a layer of white light covered his small yellow beak. Knock knock knock. Under the somewhat confused gaze of the fisherman uncle, Prince Bo's upper body turned into a phantom and met the seed machine gun. Then, all the green seeds were swallowed into its stomach. Burp. Prince Bo burped comfortably and smiled at the octopus bucket. The taste is okay, a little sour. The fisherman uncle was silent. He had imagined many ways for water-type Pokémon to deal with this trick, but he never thought it could be done this way. Zaire had a casual smile on his face. This trick seems easy, but it is actually very limited. On the one hand, the Pokémon using the seed machine gun cannot be a grass-type Pokémon. Otherwise, with the ability of grass-type Pokémon to operate seeds, who knows whether the swallowed seeds will bloom. Apart from anything else, the parasitic seeds alone are enough to make the Pokémon taste a big enough bitter fruit. On the other hand, Prince Bo is a penguin, and can be treated as half a bird Pokémon. Although it does not have the attribute of flying, it is not a problem to deal with the weaker seed machine gun. If it were some other water-type Pokémon, they might not be able to do such a thing. Young people are smarter than us. The fisherman uncle was not angry, but praised Tetsuya. Not bad, not bad, uncle. Your octopus barrel can use the seed machine gun, which is also very powerful. Tetsuya gave the uncle a thumbs up. He could see that this octopus barrel must have learned the seed machine gun recently. Otherwise, even if the attributes were not compatible, the power would not be so weak. In this case, the fisherman uncle, as a trainer, must have put in a lot of effort in the middle. The fisherman uncle waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Well, it's also the little guy's own efforts. I just spent some money. Looking at the special fishing rod in the other party's hand, Tetsuya nodded in agreement. He believed this very much. After all, not everyone is willing to spend about 10 million alliance coins on buying a fishing rod. Fishing is a hobby. The poor are very poor, and the rich are really rich. In that case, Octopus Bucket rushed to the opponent and used the tight bind. The fisherman saw that the referee was a little impatient and launched an attack again. In the water, the tentacles of the octopus bucket closed instantly and then suddenly opened again. A fierce water flow formed behind it and immediately pushed it out a considerable distance. Move at high speed and then use the bubble beam. ZHE also responded immediately. Compared with Prince Bo's speed in the water, the swimming style of the octopus bucket with a long preparation time is undoubtedly a very fatal factor. Especially when the former has blessed himself with a high-speed movement state. The two are not on the same level at all. Prince Bo, with a light white light on his body, galloped quickly in the pool with the clear water, formed by the water flowing. Even in the wild, when the octopus bucket hunts, it is more likely to wait for the opportunity, rather than take the initiative. Bogier after pulling away far enough, Prince Bo opened his mouth and countless bubbles of attack swarmed towards the octopus bucket. As expected, the advancing octopus barrel had no time to dodge the attack, and had to endure it. However, due to its level and attributes, the damage it received was quite weak. If you want to use this method to make the octopus barrel lose its combat ability, it will take at least half an hour. Obviously, neither side is willing to let this battle drag on for so long. Lock it, and then use the freezing ray. Seeing that the octopus barrel was moving slower and slower in the foamy water, the fisherman uncle who felt bad took the lead in changing his combat method. The main reason was that he didn't expect that Tetsuya's Prince of Waves actually inherited such a special skill of high-speed movement. Otherwise, it should be no problem for the elite level octopus barrel to barely catch up with the ordinary level Prince of Waves. A faint red light appeared on Prince of Waves' body. The snow white ice energy also condensed and formed in the long mouth of the octopus barrel. playing with water waves. Tetsua's face became solemn. This move is not so easy to take. With the help of the locking skill, the freezing ray is a sure hit. This means that Prince Bo must use a direct confrontation method to weaken the power of the freezing ray as much as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will lose most of its physical strength under this attack. Fortunately, the octopus bucket does not have ice properties, otherwise it would be even more troublesome under the power addition. Swish, a pure blue light shot out from the mouth of the octopus bucket. Wherever it passed, the water surface was cold and had a tendency to freeze. Bo jeered at the same time. Prince Bo, with a serious face, also waved his wings. In an instant, the clear water flowing around the body gathered into an almost transparent water ball. The water ball seemed to have no fluctuations, but in fact, the frequency of vibration was frighteningly high. Buzz, the cold blue light and the transparent water ball collided in mid-air, strangely without making any sound. It's just that the diameter of the blue light is constantly getting smaller, and the size of the transparent water ball is gradually becoming smaller. In Zay's helpless eyes, at a certain moment, the blue light, that shrank to the thickness of a chopstick, broke through the water ball of the water wave and hit Prince Bo's body directly. Prince Bo retreated a distance in pain, and several frozen ice blocks appeared where he was hit. Snap! Without hesitation, and without Zay's reminder, Prince Bo endured the pain, and waved his left wing, and the ice blocks immediately shattered. If left alone, its actions would be greatly restricted. The reason for this situation is very simple, the level difference. The level difference of 10 levels is not a joke, and the power of the freezing ray itself is very strong. It is already very powerful for Prince Bo to be able to do this. The remaining freezing ray energy is still acceptable to Prince Bo in the case of ice resistance. The fisherman frowned and thought about how to win. Continuous freezing rays are definitely not advisable. After all, octopus bucket is not an ice elf, and the physical consumption is still very serious after repeated use. Prince Bo didn't look like he would fall down after 3 or 4 attacks, and the opponent had a water ring to recover. He felt a little tricky. Octopus barrel, another octopus cannon. Since the pool in the venue was running water and connected to the ocean outside, as the battle progressed, the originally dark pool began to gradually become brighter. The fisherman uncle decided to take ownership of the venue in his own hands first. Ink gushed out from the tentacles of the octopus barrel again. Zay narrowed his eyes and had some unusual ideas. Prince Bo, continuous water guns, listen to my command and get ready. Before that, he had to make sure that the opponent's physical strength was less than half. Prince Bo nodded cautiously. Although he was not very clear about the specific location of the octopus barrel, relying on his perception and control of the water flow, Prince Bo still sprayed out a series of water guns towards the area where the opponent was swimming. We will also fight back with water guns. Under the command of the fisherman uncle, the octopus barrel also began to scatter water guns. Unlike Prince Pom, it was familiar with such a water environment and easily found the position of the opponent. After many attacks, even with the recovery of the water ring, Prince Pom's physical strength decreased much faster than that of the octopus barrel. Not long after, the little guy was already panting. The surging water quietly enveloped its body. It seems that I will win this battle by bullying the weak. Seeing this, the fisherman uncle also said to Zaya happily. Although the Rapid's characteristics were activated, he did not think that Zaya and Prince Pom could turn the tables with this. Maybe. Zaya shrugged. Now, use salt water. A large amount of water gushed out of Prince Pom's mouth. The moment it touched the octopus barrel, it inevitably let out a painful cry. Salt water can cause multiples of damage to Pokémon with less than half of their physical strength. Prince Pom's physical strength is less than 1/3, and as the opponent, the octopus barrel is not good enough to maintain more than half of its physical strength. Octopus bucket. The fisherman exclaimed. It was another unexpected skill. You know, a normal Prince of Waves would only master the skill of salt water after breaking through to the elite level. Usually, mastering this skill means that he is not far from evolving into the Emperor Nabo. He never expected that an ordinary Prince of Waves would master this move so early. With the blessing of the Rapids, the power of this salt water move can be said to be a huge blow to the octopus bucket, whose physical strength is less than half. Its state is visibly weakened. If it were not for the resistance of the water system, the octopus bucket would most likely lose its combat ability under this move. Water gun. Before the fisherman could react, a water gun with a very tricky angle followed and hit the octopus bucket, completing the final blow. The drooping eyes of the octopus bucket immediately turned into two whirlpools and spun in circles. The octopus bucket loses its combat ability, and the Prince of Waves wins. Unconsciously, the referee's voice became a little louder. Being able to see such a wonderful battle is also a bit of fun in his boring work. Really? The fisherman uncle showed a helpless smile. Awesome. The charm of Pokémon battles lies precisely in this. You will never know what tricks your opponent will use to turn the tables in desperate situations. Only when everything is settled can the final winner enjoy the cheers and praises they deserve. Under the gaze of the referee, Tetsuya and the fisherman uncle immediately left the battle site and went to the recovery point to recover. Their battle time was a bit over the limit. Really, you completely crushed my goal this time. The fisherman uncle said to Tetsuya with a little complaint. But looking at his expression, he didn't look very angry. As a middle-aged trainer with a little assets, he has long passed the age of fame and fortune and came to participate in the Whirlpool Islands tournament just for fun. On the contrary, it is a very happy thing for him to meet a young trainer like Tetsuya. Come to think of it, I don't know your name yet, young man. The fisherman uncle patted Tetsuya on the shoulder and asked. Tetsuya, Tamaki Tetsuya, from Kanto Tokiwa. What about you, uncle? After hesitating for a moment, Tetsuya also stated his identity very straightforwardly. Hiss. The fisherman uncle held an lit cigarette in his mouth. My name is Daisuke, and I'm a boat driver, but I seem to have heard your name somewhere. He frowned and searched for the memory in his mind. I remember it. Just when Tetsuya thought that the other party remembered that he was the messenger of the Phoenix King, Daisuke hit his head. That guy Mazishi mentioned you to me, saying that he was a strong rival of his child. Huh. Tetsuya tilted his head and fell into a state of confusion. As a king-level trainer and the owner of the Withered Leaf Gym, Mazishi is not someone who can be known by just anyone. From what the other party said, the two of them have a pretty good personal relationship. No, Tetsuya suddenly found the point. According to Daisuke's own introduction, he is a boat driver. Here comes the question. What kind of boat would the driver use? A top-notch special fishing rod? Waterflow. He subconsciously reported the name of the ship he guessed in his mind. Daisuke looked at him in surprise. Wow, you are amazing. He did not deny it. The Waterflow, a luxury ship that travels between Kuai City in Kanto and Asaji City in Johto. In terms of specifications, it is only slightly inferior to the Saint Anne. Since Daisuke said that he was the one who drove the ship, he must not be an ordinary sailor, at least a deputy captain. Asaji City is so close to the Whirlpool Islands, it seems normal for the other party to appear here. That's not right. Tetsuya frowned again. I remember that at this time, the Waterflow should be docked at the Kuai City pier. Don't mention it. Hearing this, Daisuke looked a little angry. Chapter 505 Sea Soul Scepter. At the beginning of this year, the Alliance suddenly issued an order to Shulyu, requiring us to stop sailing for half a year, saying that it was a personnel structure investigation. Daisuke waved his hands in dissatisfaction. Every sailor on our Shulyu was born in the military. How could there be a problem? No wonder he felt unhappy. As the vice captain who was mainly responsible for personnel arrangements on Shulyu, the reason why the Alliance asked Shulyu to stop sailing was tantamount to slapping him in the face. But it's okay. Daisuke then smiled. I heard that the Zigalop also stopped sailing like us, and it was for 9 months. As the saying goes, there is comfort only when there is comparison. As a ship belonging to the Alliance, the more miserable experience of the Zigalopes Daisuke smoothed to a considerable extent. Sea Flame Horse. Tetsuya whispered. Sea Flame Horse is what Daisuke called Zigalop, and the latter was the name when he was still serving in the army. As a soldier, Daisuke is used to calling it that, but for most members of the Alliance, Sea Flame Horse is the more famous name. The name of the Sea Flaming Horse is enough to describe the speed and handsomeness of this ship. Unlike the Shulyu, the main sailing range of the Sea Flaming Horse is concentrated in various waters in the Kanto region, including the 7 islands and the Orange Islands. It seems to be because of the Twin Islands incident. Tetsuya understood. Although he thought so, he also comforted Daisuke. Just treat it as a normal suspension of sailing and rest. Anyway, the salary union pays a lot. Daisuke laughed and agreed. In the past, when he was busy, he couldn't rest. This time, he finally got a half-year paid vacation, and he enjoyed life well. As for why he knew Masashi is a real genius. Daisuke drank fruit wine and recalled his past experiences. When we were fighting, he was always the one who rushed to the front of the team in a special plane. He was crazy and didn't care about his life. I remember that one time he rushed too hard and his plane was blown up by the enemy. If it weren't for his extremely strong self-destructing magnetron, I would have died at that time. He said calmly. However, although he was a little crazy, he was a very trustworthy and reliable partner. He saved my life. The only difference from Masashi was that Daisuke's main elf didn't survive the fierce battle. Fortunately, the welfare of the alliance was very good. Soldiers like him had a good job after retirement. Otherwise, without the main elf, it would be difficult for him to maintain the same standard of living as before. Don't think that there is no war in the elf world under the rule of the Elf Alliance. On the contrary, wars of all sizes have never stopped in various regions, but there have been too many fewer in recent years. The main opponents are those forces that exist in the form of ancient countries. Due to the vastness of the Pokémon world and the existence of such magical creatures as Pokémon, they have brought a lot of trouble to the Alliance. Of course, there are also many countries that have joined the Alliance happily after contacting it, becoming a part of the Alliance system, and have developed quite well. Tetsuya said with a smile. No wonder I said that Daisuke's style when commanding the octopus barrel to fight is like that. It turns out that it is because you were originally an electric trainer. At Daisuke's strong request, he also removed suffixes such as Mr. Yes. Daisuke rubbed his head in distress. The fighting styles of the two types of Pokémon are still quite different. Fortunately, my other electric partners have a great advantage at sea. Although he has changed his career for so many years, he still hasn't been able to change the command style engraved in his bones. What Daisuke didn't tell Tetsuya is that he has recently been considering whether to accept Masashi's invitation to go to the Vermilion Leaf Gym to be a gym instructor. Compared with life on the ship, he still prefers dealing with electric Pokémon. At this time, the sweet and gentle voice of Miss Joy came from the radio. Two trainers number 987 and number 1098. Your Pokémon have been restored to their best condition. Please collect them as soon as possible. The two people who were chatting immediately ended the topic in tacit understanding. After retrieving their respective Pokémon, Daisuke received a call not long after and hurriedly left the Red Flame Island. Looking at his back as he left, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. Soldiers like Daisuke will certainly not betray the Alliance, but other personnel on the ship may not be. As a cruise ship, there are too many service personnel on the Shulyu. With the ability of Team Rocket, it is easy to squeeze some people in. If the Alliance finds out in the end, the new Deputy Captain Daisuke that Tetsuya knows must bear some responsibility. Even if this kind of thing cannot be avoided, someone has to be responsible. I hope that this cheerful middle-aged man will not be too autistic at that time. As for not being able to find out, Tetsuya feels that the control of the Alliance is not that bad. Poga Prince Pio tugged at the hem of Tetsuya's clothes. What's wrong? Zay lowered his head in surprise. Prince Bo sighed and pointed at the competition notice on the wall with his wings. You mean that? Zay suddenly realized, and then he frowned. It's indeed a bit troublesome. Nothing else. It's still the problem of participating Pokémon in the main competition. After entering the main competition, the Whirlpool Islands competition is not so irregular. At least it is necessary to register the Pokémon participating in the competition in advance. At least 2, at most 4. The 2 extra ones are mainly to prevent the trainer's Pokémon from recovering in time under the intensive battle. The audience will not want to watch the trainer give up the game. And Zay's problem is that, let alone 4, he can't even get the second water Pokémon. It's impossible to pass the preliminaries, but not be able to participate in the main competition. Zay looked at Prince Bo helplessly. Although he didn't expect to achieve any good results in this competition, it would be too unworthy of his identity if he withdrew like this. I didn't expect that you, Tetsuya, only made it to the top 64 in the Whirlpool tournament. That's it? Tetsuya could imagine how his friends would react after hearing the news. No, absolutely not. He clenched his hands. When he came to the front desk, Tetsuya briefly explained his situation to Miss Joy. Miss Joy was also stunned. This was the first time such a situation had occurred in so many Whirlpool tournaments. To be precise, the solution of other trainers would probably be to just catch a water-type Pokémon to play in the competition. It didn't matter anyway. But Tetsuya's personality was not like that. He would not catch a temporary Pokémon to serve as his partner for a competition. This was quite irresponsible. Let me ask Priest Mayor for you. Miss Joy quickly understood Tetsuya's thoughts, and she looked at him with a hint of favor. She took the initiative to pick up the phone and started to contact him. After a period of communication, Miss Joy also brought him news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. The Mayan priest said that you can choose to use ground, rock, fire or ice type Pokémon to participate in the competition, but the strength cannot exceed the elite level. And if you win the championship, there is a high probability that you will not be able to obtain the title of the Hero of the Sea, nor can you receive the blessing of the Sea Soul. How to say it? It is a very strict restriction. But they can completely understand it. In a competition for specialized attributes, it is already very good that they relax the conditions like this. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Joy. They clasped his hands together and thanked Miss Joy repeatedly. Miss Joy's face was flushed. No, this is my job. I hope you can get a good result. Then, my second Pokémon will be it. They quickly took out the Pokéball of Ice Vulpix and put it on the counter. There was no other way. The only Pokémon he had that met the requirements was the small Ice Vulpix. Moreover, if the Ice Vulpix of the Ice type appeared on the field, it would always give the audience a better impression than the Fire type. It is estimated that many people will regard the little guy as a Water and Ice Pokémon, so as not to embarrass the organizers. Okay, please wait. Seeing this, Miss Joy immediately switched to the official working state. She took the Pokéballs of Ice Vulpix and Prince Wave and the Pokémon illustrated of Tetsuya, and immediately entered them on the computer. The information entry is complete. There will be an opening ceremony at the ancient arena at 3:30 p.m. Don't forget to attend. Miss Joy handed the Pokéball and illustrated to Tetsuya with a sweet smile. Okay. Tetsuya naturally agreed. Ancient arena. Under the arrangement of the staff, Tetsuya and another contestant boarded the wooden canoe. They will enter the official competition venue through this means of transportation. The audience seats in the arena were already full. The cheers in my ears were endless. Tetsuya seemed very calm about this, while the trainer next to him was a little nervous and held the edge of the wooden canoe. Now, I declare that the opening ceremony of the Whirlpool Islands tournament has officially begun. The commentator's voice sounded. 32 wooden boats were pushed by the water spirits at the same time. Dear audience, please look. These are the trainers who have passed the preliminaries and aim to become the heroes of the sea. Since ancient times, the Whirlpool Islands have had a unique civilization and culture. Worshipping water spirits and coexisting with them has always been the principle that the people of the Whirlpool Islands have adhered to, and it has not changed until now. Next, let us welcome the inheritor of the tradition, Miss Mayor, to make a declaration for the conference. Unexpectedly, perhaps because the water spirits pushed the wooden boats very quickly, the commentator's words were unusually brief. Under the gaze of Tetsuya and everyone else, a woman with purple hair dressed in ancient divine servant clothing slowly walked up. The most eye-catching thing was the red scepter she held in her hand. Above the scepter, a huge blue gem was inlaid. Against the backdrop of the scepter, the mayor priestess bathed in the sun looked extremely solemn and sacred. Everyone, welcome to the triennial celebration of water spirits, the Whirlpool Islands tournament. People who are in spiritual communication with water spirits and live together on the Whirlpool Islands have been praised as the heroes of the sea since ancient times. According to legend, the hero of the sea will receive the blessing of the sea god, and he will be granted the ability to communicate with all water spirits. So I wish you all good health and please accept the blessing of the sea soul," Mayor Priest said, while raising the scepter and pointing to the sky. In an instant, the blue gem on the scepter emitted light blue light, which instantly enveloped everyone's body. A flash of surprise flashed in Tetsuya's eyes. "This is the Sea Soul Scepter. It's really magical." Having said that, he was not very surprised. After all, he had seen Lugia, and this scepter was at most a prop for communicating with Lugia, not of the same level. What he didn't realize was that when the blue light of the Sea Soul Scepter enveloped the entire arena, Mayor Priest on the high platform cast a surprised look at him. Why did the Sea Soul staff suddenly tremble? Holding the staff tightly, Mayor, the priest, clearly felt that it had a tendency to move in a certain direction. This had never happened before, and there was no relevant record. Perhaps I should ask the teacher. Mayor, the priest, thought silently. This was the first time she took over the responsibility of announcing the start of the Whirlpool Islands tournament from the previous priest. Unexpectedly, a situation that she didn't know about appeared for the first time. "I just hope it's not a bad thing." Her figure disappeared on the platform unknowingly. The blue light gradually dissipated, and the sun occupied people's vision again. "Next, please invite the 8 trainers who will appear first to go to their respective venues to prepare for the battle," the commentator's voice echoed in the arena. The ancient arena has a total of 5 battle venues, 1 large and 4 small, and only the final championship and runner-up battle will be held in the large battle venue in the middle. As for the order and position of appearance, it was randomly assigned when the information was entered. There is no doubt that Zaya, as an eternal non-African, was drawn to be the first to appear. Of course, this may not be a bad thing. The first match of the battlefield number 1 is about to take place. Please welcome Sunia and Tetsuya to the field. Following the voice of the field commentator, the 2 young trainers stood on their respective podiums. "Since it's the first match, I'll be unceremoniously proud to win this first game." The trainer on the opposing team seemed very confident, and he immediately gave a victory speech to Tetsuya. Oh, his words also drew cheers from the audience. Everyone hopes to see a very exciting battle, and they also appreciate confident trainers. Tetsuya didn't say much. After the referee announced the start of the game, he released his Pokémon on his own. "Leave it to you, Ice Vulpix." Wow. The screams that came one after another made the audience in other areas couldn't help but turn their attention over. What happened? Modified. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. Cute elves can also fight. KO. Hearing the sudden noise, Ice Vulpix's cute face wrinkled unconsciously. "Oh, so cute. Oh my god, what kind of elf is it?" Unexpectedly, its little expression triggered a new round of exclamations. Countless girls had shining stars in their eyes. Compared with the common fire-type Vulpix, Ice Vulpix's charm is even better. Especially under Tetsuya's careful cultivation, the little guy's appearance can be called perfect. Whether it is the softness and glossiness of the hair, or the development of the body, Ice Vulpix is in the extreme state. In addition, the Ice Vulpix in the Alola region can be said to be extremely rare in the current city, so it is normal for the audience to exclaim at this. Okay, we can see now that Tetsuya has sent out his Pokémon first. This is Ice Vulpix from the faraway Alola region, another form of Fire Vulpix from the Kanto and Johto regions. I wonder what kind of player Arsunia will send out to fight against such a rare Pokémon. The commentator at venue number 1 had obviously done his homework. He quickly reported the general information of Ice Vulpix, but that was all. If he was more specific, it would be a bit unfair to the contestants, especially Tetsuya. For the trainers in the battle, it is their responsibility to know the characteristics and attributes of each Pokémon. If you rely on the commentator to get information, you cannot be called a qualified trainer. Ice Vulpix, Water and Ice. Sunia calmed down after his initial confusion and began to analyze Ice Vulpix. Water-type Pokémon are needed to participate in the Whirlpool Islands tournament, and there is a very obvious hint in the opponent's name, so its attributes are not difficult to guess. At least that's what Sunia thinks. He was slightly certain in his heart, I know the attributes. It's a special form of Fire Vulpix, so I guess its strength should be about the same as Fire Vulpix. I won this game. No wonder Sunia thought so. Fire Vulpix is very strong, which is something everyone knows. But before it was evolved with the Firestone, the ability of Fire Vulpix was really worrying. It was more of a daily pet than a main force in battle. Similarly, it can be inferred that Ice Vulpix will not be much better. Although the existence of the ice attribute makes Ice Vulpix have a certain resistance to water, it still cannot completely make up for the gap. In addition, Sunia cannot tell the level of the Pokémon with the naked eye. So he naively thought that the cute Ice Vulpix on the field was just an ordinary non-combat Pokémon. Agate Jellyfish, let the opponent see how powerful the predator is. Sunia soon stopped hesitating and threw his first Pokéball. A jellyfish Pokémon with a blue body and a diamond-shaped nose floated on the water. There are two large transparent objects similar to red agate on both sides of its head, a slightly smaller one in the middle of its forehead, and two grey tentacles on the lower part of its body. It is the jellyfish Pokémon that can be seen everywhere in the ocean and nearby, the agate jellyfish. In addition to being poisonous and having a bad temper, the agate jellyfish is actually a very suitable Pokémon for novice trainers. There is no other reason. It is too common and too easy to capture. After the tide recedes, people can often see the remaining dried agate jellyfish on the beach. Don't get me wrong, they are not dead, they are just dehydrated. Just put the shriveled agate jellyfish back into the water, and they will soon regain their vitality. If you take this opportunity to throw out the Pokéball to capture it, the agate jellyfish has a high probability of becoming a trainer's partner. After all, when a Pokémon whose body is mostly made up of water is dehydrated, it is undoubtedly a very difficult thing for it to break free from the shackles of the Pokéball. The only thing to be prepared is the primary antidote after being stung. Anyway, if you get stung a few more times, the agate jellyfish will probably be obedient and will not die. Ice Vulpix, fine snow. As the referee's flag fell, Zaya took the lead in launching an attack. KO hearing this, Ice Vulpix, who was waving his tail to cool himself down because of the hot weather, immediately became serious. With his mouth open, cold white snowflakes attacked the agate jellyfish in the sea. What a joke. Sunia's face immediately turned as white as the fine snow. You know, Ice Vulpix's actual level is over 30. In addition, it also absorbed the little gift from Articuno, so its fine snow is not fine at all. Looking at the fine snow attack that was as thick as someone's forearm, Sunia suddenly felt that he might have misunderstood something. But it was too late now. He gritted his teeth and said, agate jellyfish, the opponent is just strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Use dissolving liquid to eliminate them. The agate jellyfish, who was a little panicked by the attack, calmed down after hearing what his trainer said. Two tentacles hidden under the water waved, and the dark purple liquid within Omnisaur flew out like flowers scattered by a fairy. A slightly disdainful voice came from the audience. Originally, the agate jellyfish's move was nothing, but the opponent it faced was the overly cute Ice Vulpix. After all, people are creatures that value appearance. In comparison, it is natural that they would be a little disgusted with the scene caused by the dissolving liquid attack. The corners of Sunia's eyes twitched fiercely. He wanted to say that cuteness was useless and strength was the key. However, the strength of the agate jellyfish seemed to be no match for the opponent. Under the gaze of everyone, the fine snow and the dissolving liquid collided in mid-air. Zzzz, the corrosion sound continued to sound. The two attacks of purple and white gradually began to dissipate. It can be seen with the naked eye that the speed at which the white fine snow dissipated was much slower than that of the dissolving liquid. When the dissolving liquid was exhausted, more than half of the fine snow attack of Ice Vulpix still remained. How the agate jellyfish that was hit cried out in pain. Fortunately, as a water-type Pokémon, it still has a certain resistance to ice attribute attacks, so it did not lose its combat capability directly under this attack. But, the speed of the agate jellyfish seems to have been greatly affected. The commentator's voice echoed over the number 1 field. As if to confirm his words, the agate jellyfish waved its tentacles angrily. It looked like a stop-motion animation, which was quite interesting. At least that's what ZHE thought, but the other party didn't know. Although the fine snow did not freeze the agate jellyfish, its body, which was mostly made of water, was undoubtedly affected by the low temperature and its activity rate. Before it evolved into a stinging jellyfish at level 30, the agate jellyfish's range of activity was a relatively warm shallow sea area. Power of the moon. Zaya and Ice Vulpix continued their attack. KO Ice Vulpix, sitting on the floating board, stood up gracefully, then raised its head and let out a long howl towards the sky. Such a scene melted the hearts of many girls again. As an opponent, Sunia's face was very serious. Moon power, this trick he had never even heard of. But a trick that has something to do with the sun and the moon must not be too weak, such as the sunbeam. Looking at the agate jellyfish that had not yet recovered, Sunia also issued an order, mirror reflection. HMM. Upon hearing this, a hint of ferocity flashed in the agate jellyfish's drooping eyes. A faint light gradually enveloped its body. Mirror reflection, which returns the damage received from the opponent's energy attack to the same opponent at double the amount, is a transformation skill of the superpower system. The agate jellyfish itself does not have this skill, and there is only one way to master it, that is, inheritance. As for the object of inheritance, it is the sun coral that is quite common in the waters near the Whirlpool Islands. Good reaction. Tetsuya nodded slightly. The opponent is still good enough to judge that the moon power that he has never seen before is an energy attack in such a short time. But he was not panicked at all. Moves like mirror reflection and return punch that rebound attack damage all have a prerequisite, that is, the elves used must at least bear the opponent's damage first and not lose their combat ability. ZHE also didn't think that an ordinary level agate jellyfish could withstand a moon power attack after consuming a lot of physical strength. Even though the fairy type moon power actually did not cause much damage to the agate jellyfish. As both sides used their skills, the audience's hearts gradually lifted. Of course, they were mainly paying attention to the state of Ice Vulpix. Under the use of the moon power, although it was still daytime, or even a sunny afternoon, there was still a faint moonlight shining from the sky and covering the area around Ice Vulpix. Against the backdrop of the moonlight, Ice Vulpix's charm seemed to be even better. ZHE also felt that with just this move, it was more than enough to get a good result in the coordination competition. KO soon, the moon power was condensed. Ice Vulpix waved its cloud-like tail, and the moonlight, that was originally motionless, shone brightly. A dazzling beam of light shot straight at the agate jellyfish. Hold on. Agate jellyfish. Sunia spoke enthusiastically on the podium. Who? The agate jellyfish nodded fiercely, and the faint light on its body suddenly turned into white light. With its tentacles exerting force, it rushed directly towards the beam of light formed by the power of the moon. The small blue figure disappeared in the white. Bang! The beam of light swept across the sea, leaving a deep mark on the outer guardrail. What about the agate jellyfish? Everyone cast their eyes curiously at the battle site. Except for the Ice Vulpix on the floating board, there was silence. Look at that. A sharp-eyed audience member was the first to exclaim. Looking in the direction of his finger, the agate jellyfish with circles in its eyes gradually emerged from under the sea. The agate jellyfish has lost its ability to fight, and the Ice Vulpix wins. The referee also immediately waved the flag in his hand fiercely and announced the result. The cheers that soared to the sky resounded through the sky. In just a few minutes, Ice Vulpix captured the hearts of almost all the audience. They never thought that a cute Pokémon would fight so directly and violently. Two unreasonable tricks easily defeated the opponent. In contrast, Ice Vulpix became more likable. Sunia reluctantly took out the Pokéball and took back the agate jellyfish. He also reacted. Although Ice Vulpix has not evolved yet, its level is definitely not low, at least elite level. He was deceived by the opponent's appearance. In this case, the second battle is up to you. Go, Megalodon. Almost without hesitation, after the referee finished the routine process, Sunia threw out the second Pokéball after receiving the signal. This time, it was still a Pokémon with blue occupying most of its body area, the bully of the sea, Megalodon. A combination of gangsters and the sea. ZHE also looked at the swimming Megalodon with interest. The stinging jellyfish and Megalodon are known as the two gangsters in the sea. In the last battle, the opponent used the initial form of the stinging jellyfish, but I didn't expect that in this battle, the other side actually used the final form of the other one. The Megalodon, known as the bully of the sea, is naturally not a weak Pokémon. It has a ferocious personality and is cunning and smart. Its sharp teeth can easily bite through steel plates, and even if they are broken, they can regenerate at a very high speed. According to records, ships entering the sea area where it lives will be attacked without exception, and it is often the only Pokémon that launches an attack. Its strength is extremely frightening. I don't know if it's really delicious. Zaya looked at the Megalodon, but his thoughts flew to another place. In the past, the dorsal fin of the Megalodon was regarded as a precious ingredient, so it had a tragic history of being overfished. In short, it is similar to the far-fetched. However, with the improvement of the Alliance's laws, this situation has gradually disappeared on the surface. He is very curious whether the opponent's dorsal fin is as delicious as the slowpoke tail and far-fetched meat. Megalodon, use water jets to get closer to it. This time, it was Sunia who attacked first. Shap! The ferocious Megalodon let out a loud cry, and a fierce stream of water gushed out from behind it. The whole spirit approached the floating board, where Ice Vulpix was at an extremely fast speed. Although it is called a shark, in fact, compared with the shark in Tetsua's previous life, the Megalodon's body is more like a shark-like torpedo with only the front half. Its main way of moving forward is to swim by spraying seawater from the hole in its buttocks, and its maximum speed can reach 120 kilometers. Of course, its endurance is not good, and it can only swim at the highest speed for a short period of time. Jump up. Facing the fierce attack of the Megalodon, Tetsua's command seemed so mediocre. Ice Vulpix had a tight little face and half crouched to accumulate strength. When the Megalodon opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Ice Vulpix directly into its stomach, Ice Vulpix's figure suddenly disappeared on the floating board. Just use the freezing wind to freeze its back. Chapter 507, The Priest's Visit. Crackling, the sound of the ice surface strangely rang in everyone's ears. Almost instantly, the cold air released from the tail of the ice six-tail froze the water surface near the floating board. The Megalodon made an extremely angry cry. Looking closely, it seemed that the second half of its body, which seemed to have stopped abruptly, could not escape the restraint of the ice energy, and was firmly imprisoned in place together with the water surface and the floating board. This made its entire spirit seem to be frozen in midair. The Megalodon swung its body frantically, but to no avail. Limited by its body structure, it had no way to deal with such a situation, and could only be helpless and furious. Unless it could fold and bend its head 180 degrees without dead angles. There are many spirits that can do this, but obviously the Megalodon is not one of them. Megalodon, calm down. Zairofu shouted immediately. As a bully in the ocean, the Megalodon's personality is certainly not the type that is easy to get along with. If it is not allowed to restrain its anger, the next battle will be really troublesome. As a trainer, Sunia knows this deeply. Fortunately, he, as a trainer, still has a lot of weight in the eyes of the Megalodon. The frozen Megalodon gasped and stopped struggling in vain. However, its teeth that could even bite through iron plates were shining brightly at the Ice Vulpix that fell again not far away, and its expression was very ferocious. That's it. Use the bite to break the floating board. Seeing this, Sunia immediately gave the order. Since you can't turn around, just tear up all the obstacles in front of you. The Megalodon's red eyes shone brightly in an instant. The huge mouth opened, and the sharp teeth ruthlessly smashed the floating board in front of the body. And with the disappearance of the supporting floating board, the Megalodon finally gained the right to move freely. With a swing of the body, the remaining ice blocks collided with the broken floating board and turned into ice chips that merged into the seawater. Just when Megalodon was about to attack the annoying little guy, he looked up and saw that Ice Vulpix was nowhere to be found. Disappeared? Sunia's face was full of confusion. He suddenly looked at Tetsuya on the opposite side and found that the other party had a faint smile on his face. To be precise, the other party's smile had been there from the beginning. This made Sunia very unhappy, as if everything was under the control of the other party. Although this was indeed the case, a faint chill spread across Sunia's face. He stretched out his hand in a daze. A white snowflake fell on his palm. It's snowing? Sunia muttered to himself. You know, it's September now, and Johto is not Sinnoh. How could it snow for no reason? Megalodon, use raindrops. His body trembled violently, and he immediately issued a battle command. Megalodon didn't know why the trainer asked him to do this, and he didn't want to know. He opened his big mouth and a blue ball of light gradually rose into the air. The sun was still shining, and the snowflakes were still flying. Megalodon's rain prayer skill seemed to have never appeared. How could it be? Sunia's brows knitted together. His trainer ability was quite good. He quickly thought from the snow that the disappearance of Ice Vulpix was probably because of the opponent's characteristic of snow hidden. So he ordered Megalodon to use Rain Prayer to change the weather and make the opponent appear. Not to change the weather to rain. At least the hail move could be made to fail. To his surprise, Megalodon's Rain Prayer did not succeed. Under the condition of being at the same elite stage, this situation should not have occurred. Unfortunately, the appearance of hail weather is due to the snowfall characteristic of Ice Vulpix, not the skill move. Zaya thought silently. This makes the two sides' mastery of the weather completely different. If this season and time period were not really suitable for the snowfall characteristic to play out, the amount of snowfall and hail weather would not be so little. Aurora Curtain. Seeing Megalodon wandering in the sea water in a daze, Zaya also decided to quickly resolve this battle. The pressure is still not enough. He thought silently. The colorful light quietly climbed up the whole sky. Under the background of sunlight and white snow, everyone's eyes were a dreamlike scene. So beautiful. Such a statement flashed in the minds of countless viewers. However, contained in the beautiful scenery, there is often endless murderous intent. Zaya waved his right hand fiercely. The power of the moon. Boom! Before the Megalodon and Sunia could react, a ray of moonlight suddenly flashed in front of the Megalodon. With one blow, the slowly swimming Megalodon was directly knocked away for more than 10 meters. Ah! The painful cry of the Megalodon resounded throughout the waters. Megalodon. Sunia clenched his fist unconsciously. What's going on? Obviously, the Megalodon is stronger than the agate jellyfish. Why does the same move seem to cause more damage? Of course, he didn't know. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the Megalodon for having an additional evil attribute and the agate jellyfish for having an additional poison attribute. This makes the difference in the damage of the moon power between the two 4 times. This is not the key. Sunia's eyes swept across the venue. Under the cover of the Aurora Curtain, he could not find out how the Ice Vulpix launched the attack. The shining light of the moon power blended into the colorful Aurora Curtain without any sense of disobedience. In other words, the reason why the opponent used the Aurora Curtain that can reduce damage was not for defense, but for attack. The power of the moon. Zaya's voice was still flat. In Sunia's ears, this voice was like a declaration of his defeat. Megalodon. Amid his weak shouts, the scarred Megalodon was hit by the light of the moon power again. This time, the Megalodon, which was about to be knocked out of the venue, was no longer able to fight, and its eyes rolled in circles. The referee kept raising the flag in his hand. The Megalodon lost its ability to fight, and Ice Vulpix won. Since both of Sunia's Pokémon can no longer fight, the winner of this battle is Tetsuya. Oh. There was a fierce cheer from the surrounding audience stands, which was no less than the sound Tetsuya enjoyed at the Kanto tournament. It can only be said that Ice Vulpix, whose battle is as gorgeous as her appearance, has the ability to capture fans at the maximum level. Without any delay, after shaking hands with his opponent to show his friendship, Tetsuya returned to the rest area through the player channel. At this time, the rest area was empty, and there was no one except him. After leaving Ice Vulpix with Miss Joy to recover, Tetsuya touched the icy stone in his pocket and fell into deep thought. I don't know if this time I will meet an opponent who can make Ice Vulpix try his best. That's right, Tetsuya wanted to take this opportunity to let Ice Vulpix absorb the ice stone and evolve into Ice Ninetale. Ice Vulpix, which has reached level 32, is actually very suitable for evolution. Except for dragon type Pokémon, most Pokémons can only evolve to the final form at around level 30. To put it more bluntly, at this stage of strength Vulpix's body actually limits its ability to play. Not all Pokémon are Pikachu, which can beat legendary beasts without evolving. ZHE also asked the little guy for his own opinion. Vulpix said it didn't matter, it would be good to grow up, and it could also pin the new brother to the ground with one claw. However, it made a request to ZHE. That was not a request. That is to have a sufficiently hearty battle, preferably the kind that tries its best. ZHE was actually very surprised when he heard his little baby say that. Because Vulpix has never been a belligerent type in the team, it has always been the one who is taken care of. Maybe it is for this reason that Vulpix made this request. It has grown up under the care of various predecessors and has never experienced a truly evenly matched battle. At the same level, it can be said that it can easily crush other opponents with the careful training of ZHE. As a trainer, Tetsuya naturally agreed to this immediately. Although the evolution of Pokémon doesn't matter when, and it's not impossible to evolve during meals, there is no doubt that a qualified trainer must do it to make his partner evolve without regrets. KO at this time, the recovered Vulpix happily jumped off the head of Chansey. As soon as its little feet touched the ground, it immediately jumped into Tetsuya's arms. "You are so naughty." Tetsuya scratched Vulpix's chin with his hand and cast an apologetic look at Chansey. Lucky Chansey smiled kindly. Of course, it didn't mind Vulpix's little action, but thought the child was very cute. "Excuse me, are you trainer Tetsuya Tamaki?" A peaceful female voice sounded from the entrance. Tetsuya's eyes on Vulpix moved slightly. This voice, it sounds very familiar. Looking up, it was indeed an acquaintance. "Hello, Mayor Priest." The other party gave him a great convenience, so they certainly couldn't pretend not to hear it, and hurriedly stood up and saluted in return. Mayor Priest, who was wearing a priest's uniform, but the scepter in her hand had disappeared, smiled at Zay and said, "I'm really sorry to bother you. I wonder if you have time to meet my teacher with me?" Seeing that Zay was a little hesitant, she added, "Don't worry, it won't delay your next game. If it really doesn't work, I can arrange your game at the end." As the organizer, she can still do this easily, and it's not unfair. "Okay." After hesitating for a few seconds, Zay quickly agreed. As a priest, he came to the rest area to invite him personally. If he didn't go, wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful? Moreover, he was also very curious about what the teacher in the other party's mouth wanted to see him about. Could it be that he sensed the breath of Lugia on his body? Zay felt that this was not impossible. Since there is already a title of Phoenix King's messenger, it seems that there is nothing wrong with having another messenger of the god of the sea. Following behind Mayor Priest, his mind began to wander again. "Mr. Tetsuya's Ice Vulpix is very cute," Mayor Priest suddenly said. Ice Vulpix nodded in agreement in her arms. It may be because Mayor Priest has a strong marine scent, and Ice Vulpix, who has a good impression of water attributes, fell in love with this girl whom she had never met before. Tetsuya rolled his eyes at the little guy from an angle that Mayor Priest didn't notice. This heartless guy actually stuck to her. Ice Vulpix stuck out her tongue to show that she didn't want to pay attention to Tetsuya. The interaction between the man and the elf obviously did not attract the attention of Mayor Priest. Seeing that Tetsuya did not respond, she, who has always been calm, did not say much, but stretched out her left hand and kept stroking Ice Vulpix's soft hair. Soon, the two people who were wandering around in the ancient arena came to an ordinary room. "The teacher is waiting for you inside. Please follow me in," Mayor Priest said to Tetsuya, and also pushed open the wooden door of the room. The inside of the room was also very simple. The most conspicuous thing was a bookshelf full of books. These are all historical records about the past of the Whirlpool Islands and the deeds of the Lord of the Sea. Every priest who inherits the name of Mayor must know all of these. The same peaceful voice sounded behind the bookshelf. An old woman with wrinkles appeared in front of Tetsuya. "Priest Mayor, hello." After hesitating for half a second, Tetsuya still greeted the old man in front of him with the same title. "Hello, trainer who is watched by the King of Phoenix." The old man's eyes were full of purity. "I can feel the breath of life in you. That makes the ocean cheer. What a good child." Tetsuya was not surprised that the old man knew his identity. Every priest in the spirit world, except for the liar, has great abilities. Especially these retired old people. Mayor told me that the Sea Soul Scepter produced very special fluctuations at this year's opening ceremony. Walking in the room, the old priest told Tetsuya why he called him here. "I've seen such fluctuations once before." "What is that?" Tetsuya performed his duty as a supporting actor very well and asked the question in a timely manner. Of course, he already had some guesses about the answer to the question. The old priest did not answer immediately, but searched for something on the bookshelf. Soon, she stopped in front of a row of worn books. If there is nothing wrong with my memory, are you from Tokiwa City in Kanto? The old priest looked at Tetsuya and his eyes lit up inexplicably. Hearing this somewhat confusing question, Tetsuya nodded in confusion. Yes, what's the matter? Tokiwa, is it still related to Lugia? Full version. Chapter 508, Special Ability Owner. Tokiwa is a great place, the old priest said with some emotion. She slowly picked up a book from the bookshelf. I think you should also know that there are many people with special abilities in this world, right? ZHE also nodded. In the long history of human development, we gradually classified these special abilities into different categories. The most common and familiar ones are the psychics who have superpowers. Representative trainers include the Kanto Golden Gym Master Nancy and the Unove Miss Catalaya. In terms of strength, these two are not inferior to their own Pokémon at all. The old priest put on her glasses and read the knowledge in the book. Although ZHE also understood these contents and was anxious to know why the other party suddenly mentioned these, he still listened politely. The second is the famous wave power. Since the Yaklan is so small, and it is very difficult to control the wave power, there is only one wave messenger in the world, Yaksun. His ancestors Yalang and Yabe have left many records. But at the same time, since everything has waves, in fact, every one of us humans can be called the owner of waves, but most of us have no way to sense their existence, let alone control them. Yaklan, Yaksun, Yabe. ZHE also blinked. This is the first time he has heard of this name and these two names. As for the wave hero Yalang, thanks to the movie he watched in his previous life, he still has a very deep impression of him. The third special ability is the power of Evergreen. Unlike the first two, the power of Evergreen does not exist in our human body. The way to possess it is often from the blessing of Evergreen Forest every 10 years. It is said that only trainers who truly care about Pokémon in their hearts will receive such a blessing. Representative trainers are Kanto Dragon King Do and Kanto Evergreen Gym Master Sakaki. Unlike superpowers and wave power, the power of Evergreen is more auxiliary. Its owner can communicate with Pokémon, while also healing the injuries. According to records, some owners of the power of Evergreen can even use the so-called key to temporarily strengthen the strength of their elf partners. The price is extreme fatigue and even life-threatening. Do? Question mark? ZHE was also stunned when he heard this familiar name. But doesn't Do have the power of dragon? He subconsciously asked. The old priest looked at him in surprise, obviously not expecting Tetsuya to know about the existence of dragon power. Yes, that's right. However, possessing Tokiwa power and possessing dragon power are not contradictory at all. She smiled and said, but there has never been a record that a human cannot possess two different special abilities at the same time. It's just that there are very few such people over the past thousands of years, and they can be counted on one hand. Shit, Tetsuya subconsciously burst out with swear words in his heart. Compared with himself, a time traveler, and the future Satoshi, Watari seems to be the protagonist of the world. As the owner of dragon power and Tokiwa power, Tetsuya thinks that Watari can't beat Kona, Shiba, and Kikuko, which is really a shame for people with special abilities. The special ability of dragon power is a family inherited ability, so it is basically impossible for outsiders to master it. It is a very rare type. Similar to it is the power of overcoming. Seeing that ZHE did not raise any more questions, the old priest continued, the so-called overcoming is to transcend time and space. According to records, this power comes from the gift of the god of creation, and the first person who possessed it was named Damus. However, because the god of creation has been in a deep sleep, the power of overcoming has gradually faded. Today, the only person who clearly possesses the power of overcoming is Damus's descendant, a trainer named Sinner. Another suspected owner of the power of overcoming is an Interpol named Lila. Its function is to allow humans and elves to closely connect their minds and communicate with each other, to appease the irritable elves whose brains are dominated by anger, and even to summon the legendary twin dragons of time and space. Of course, if the anger of the elves is very strong, the power of overcoming may not be effective, and the power of human minds is still a little weaker than that of elves. Another familiar name. ZHE also said that he was familiar with Lila, and the two had communicated more than once. This future warlord has a very good personality, and is also keen on sharing all kinds of information. He didn't think that the other party's ability to perceive the spirit's mind would be related to the power of super conquer. However, judging from the form of expression, it does make sense. These are the special abilities that are recorded and organized, and the other special abilities that are not organized are even more varied. According to records, humans raised by elves can also use the special moves of elves to a certain extent, but that is just a legend. The old priest finally swayed and closed the thin book in his hand. ZHE looked at it with envy. Knowledge and information are two kinds of priceless wealth. Books that record things that few people know are even more precious. God knows what other special abilities are recorded on this book, and ZHE is also very curious. But obviously, the old priest did not intend to show the book to ZHE, but put it back on the bookshelf. Do you know the reason for the formation of these special abilities? The old priest suddenly asked ZHE. Well, because humans have energy in their bodies? ZHE also hesitated for a moment and gave his own guess. Yes and no. The old priest did not find it strange. Every trainer who has a king level Pokémon as a partner has some understanding of this. On the one hand, humans have energy in themselves, and the external factor is the existence of Pokémon. For example, the power of dragons is a special ability born from the dragon riding clan living with dragon Pokémon all year round, and their bodies and minds are immersed in dragon energy. This is why I say that Viridian City is a good place. The old priest smiled on his wrinkled face. Due to the existence of Viridian Forest, the people there have great potential in this regard. ZHE also understood what she meant, and raised his eyebrows. You mean, I also have special abilities? Although it is rumored within the Alliance that he has the power of Viridian, he knows his own business. He said that except for Zero, he has nothing. Yes, but it's not the power of Viridian. The old priest obviously has a deep relationship with the Alliance, otherwise he would not know so many secrets, and said it very directly. The reason why the Alliance believes that Tetsuya is likely to possess the power of Evergreen is simple: the time difference. Watari and Tetsuya are about 10 years apart in age. This cycle just fits the time when the owner of the power of Evergreen appears. The owner of the power of Evergreen has a natural aura, but you don't. The old priest's clear eyes seem to penetrate people's hearts. As for what special ability it is, are you willing to try it? While speaking, she took out the Sea Soul Scepter from somewhere. The huge sapphire on it made the room sparkle. Under ZHE's confused gaze, the old priest explained the function of the Sea Soul Scepter. In addition to communicating with the Lord of the Sea, the gem on the Sea Soul Scepter also has the ability of mirroring. It can show your special abilities in the form of pictures. Of course, what specific abilities are depends on you to discover. Even if it is an innate superpower, it needs to be trained before it can be used freely. Seeing that ZHE was still hesitant, the old priest smiled and said, "You have seen the Lord. Are you still afraid that I will harm you? As residents of the Whirlpool Islands, we dream of the return of the Lord." She did not say who the Lord was, but ZHE and she knew it well. The mayor priest of this generation on the side was confused. Why couldn't he understand what his teacher and this young trainer were talking about? Moreover, the gem of the Sea Soul Scepter actually has such a function. Why didn't he know it? Well, it's troublesome. ZHE nodded and agreed. He was not afraid of any danger. After all, there was nothing worth targeting about him, and it was completely unreasonable for others to come up and harm him. The main reason was that he didn't react immediately. At the old priest's signal, Zay stretched out his left hand and touched the huge sapphire. Instantly, he felt his spirit being sucked into a vortex. The extremely uncomfortable feeling made Zay frown slightly in pain. It appears, pay attention. The old priest's voice woke up Zay, who had a splitting headache. He forced himself to look up at the sapphire. This is. Looking at the image in the sapphire, Zay's brows frowned even deeper. Bang! The next moment, a dull sound rang out. He knelt on one knee with his head covered and sweating. This is a little different from what was agreed. It was clearly not said before that it would hurt so much. You know, the pain that acts on the mind is completely different from the pain that acts on the body. Zay felt that he was about to become an immortal. Seeing this, the old priest was also a little confused, but he quickly waved the scepter in his hand. A faint blue light enveloped Zay's entire body. Zay groaned, and then he restrained himself somewhat embarrassedly. If you don't mind, can you tell me what you saw? Generally speaking, the power of the Sea Soul Scepter will not cause such great harm to you. Asking Mayor Priest to bring a chair for Zaya to sit down, the old priest asked puzzledly. A pile of green rock crystals, and various common elves. Although he had recovered under the healing of the scepter, Zaya, who was still immersed in the pain just now, still answered the old priest's question with the shortest words. Then he came back to his senses. Can't you see it? The old priest shook his head. You can't see it, only you can. This is the manifestation of the power deep in your heart, and outsiders can't see it clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that you can only discover it by yourself. As for the green crystal, I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. No, thank you very much. At least I know that I'm still a special ability user, right? Zaya quickly waved his hand to respond. In fact, he still looked familiar with the place, but he just couldn't remember where it was. In other words, it was a scene from the animation I watched in my previous life. He thought thoughtfully. The world's beginning tree, the wave power. Two names that were inexplicably connected appeared in his mind. Although the world's beginning tree is called a tree, it is actually a crystal life form composed of rock layers that look like a tree and relies on light to replenish energy. In addition to being a dreamy residence for symbiotic relationships, it is also a small world for many elves. Among the many special abilities, only the wave power is closely related to the world's beginning tree because of yelling. Is it the wave power? I thought that even if there is, it is a superpower. Zay's thoughts drifted a little. Superpowers and wave power are essentially spiritual powers. Judging from his identity as a senior novel lover before crossing, the ability of the crossover has never been lost in this regard. But compared with the wave power, Zay actually prefers superpowers. The main reason is that the abilities of the wave power are basically the same as those of the superpower, but the strengths are different. Moreover, the superpower can move instantly to save lives. Even in terms of increasing the power of elves, the scope of application of superpower is much stronger than that of the wave power. Suddenly, they chuckled. It seems that the fate of Blaziken and me has been destined for a long time. As a user of the wave power, almost everyone has a wave guiding elf Lucario by their side, as if it is a standard configuration. To be more precise, powerful waves will attract each other, which leads to this situation. Although he does not have Lucario, he has a Blaziken with an exaggerated wave talent. This guy has been recognized by the Lucario of Sharona. You said so. He patted the luxury ball on his waist and said happily. The luxury ball shook slightly, as if responding to his sudden question. You seem to have known it? The old priest looked at Zay with a hint of curiosity. This young man seems to have many secrets. Tetsuya smiled and replied, yes, I have some guesses. That's good. The old priest didn't ask any more questions. It's good to know. Psychic power, wave power and superpower are special abilities in the animation PS. Ajin is a 4th generation animation character, and Abe is a character in the game Legend of Arceus. Tokiwa power, Zhao Huang, Do, and Dragon power, Do's father, are special abilities in the special episode of the animation PS. The name of Dragon power is not clearly stated, but it is said that Do inherited the ability to manipulate and control Dragon PM at will from his father, so it is simply called. Another PS. Lila is just a suspected full version. Chapter 509 A Challenging Battle. The old priest was not interested in the special ability that Tetsuya possessed. The reason why she called him here was more because she felt the breath of the sea from Tetsuya. As the priest who holds the Sea Soul Scepter on the Whirlpool Islands, she is very familiar with such a breath. No wonder the Sea Soul Scepter suddenly emitted light yesterday afternoon. Did the adult come back? The old priest looked at Tetsuya and thought silently. Unlike the Shugenja who have served the Phoenix King since ancient times in Uju City, the people of the Whirlpool Islands did not frantically pursue the return of the god of the sea. Here, the god of the sea is more like a spiritual symbol, rather than an object of service. Even after so many years, the legend of Lugia in the Whirlpool Islands is only the impression of a silver Pokémon. The silver feathers made by imitating its feathers are just a special product of Silver Rock Island. Time can erase many things. For most people now, they know the god of the sea, but they don't know Lugia, let alone its specific appearance. This may also be a good thing for little Lugia. Of course, the old priest was also delighted with Lugia's return. At least, Lugia's return proved that the efforts made by the residents of the Whirlpool Islands for so long were recognized by the other party. That was enough. Maybe one day in the future, Lugia will appear in front of people again. The old priest firmly believed so. Teacher, the competition seems to be about to begin. At this time, Maya, the priest on the side, spoke. She held a high-tech watch phone in her hand, which was quite incongruous. Then I'll take my leave. Hearing this, ZHE also stood up from his chair. His goal of participating in the Whirlpool Islands competition this time has not been achieved yet, and it can't end so simply. The old priest smiled kindly. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much for your guidance and blessings. ZHE once again sincerely thanked him and followed Maya, the priest, out of the room. In just half an hour, he got a lot of valuable information from the old priest, including why the head instructor Chen of the Alliance can also use the power of wave, but he is not a wave user. The so-called wave users, in addition to sensing and controlling the power of wave, are more because they roam around and use the power of wave to do good deeds and pass on their professional moves to those who can use the wave. Even the future Xiaozi, he can't be regarded as a real wave user, he can only be said to be a wave user. This is another reason why the wave users are gradually withdrawing from the stage of history. Powerful trainers are much more powerful than wave users. Next, let's welcome players Tetsuya and Masayuki from venue number 1 to the stage. What kind of exciting battle will they bring us? Let's wait and see. In the player channel, Tetsuya leaned against the wall and listened to the sound coming from the speaker and moved his body a little. Thanks to Priest Tomoya, the match he played was the last match of venue number 1. With the help of the Sea Soul Scepter, the energy consumed in the small room of the ancient arena has been almost recovered. Therefore, ZHE did not have to worry about being absent-minded in a 2-on-2 battle. Let's get ready. He looked down at his partner beside his legs and said, Poga. Prince Poga, who was released early in the morning, seemed full of fighting spirit, flapping his wings continuously. The evolution of Ice Vulpix is important, but the cultivation of Prince Poga cannot be ignored. This kind of internal battle between the same family of higher levels is the best opportunity for Pokémon to improve. Anyway, ZHE did not come to participate in the Whirlpool Islands tournament for a good ranking. After walking through the not too long passage, the soft sunlight soon fell on the man and Pokémon. Ignoring the commentator's voice, ZHE just walked up to the command platform silently. After the process was completed, he was still the first to send out the first Pokémon to fight. It's decided to be you. Go ahead, Prince Poga. Poga. Prince Poga jumped into the water. Oh. Tetsuya sent out a water-type Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, which is a very rare Pokémon. As always, the commentary of this game was still so passionate. But obviously, Tetsuya's opponent was not a novice trainer. After all, that face full of stubble and a slightly protruding belly are not what most young people should have. He was not disturbed by the commentary at all. Prince Bo looks lucky. Masayuki thought so. The second form of the Pokémon is probably not at level 36. With this strength, it can be regarded as the bottom of the 32-16 competition. Then, let's fight quickly, Frog. He threw his Pokéball mercilessly. While a blue bipedal Pokémon appeared on the field. It was as if the hands with a full set of white suits collided fiercely, making a dull sound. Wow. Facing the rare Prince of Waves, Masayuki sent out the powerful Frog as his opponent, a Pokémon that needs a precious water stone to evolve from Frog. The commentator's voice echoed over the number 1 field. Tetsuya felt that this guy must be a little at a loss for words. Prince of Waves, use the water gun to greet the opponent. He waved his hand and issued an order. Swish, swish. Prince of Waves opened his mouth, and 3 or 4 extremely fast water guns rushed towards Frog. Next, then use the water cannon to fight back. Obviously, as a trainer of fighting Pokémon, Masaoka's personality is not as gentle as water. He fought back very directly. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes, and this was a bit difficult. Frog has two common characteristics, water storage and moisture. The latter is mainly for explosive moves, and the effect is not outstanding in regular battles. But the former is a little different, especially when there is a civil war between water Pokémon. Pokémon with the water storage attribute are invincible in civil wars with the same attribute at similar levels. Obviously, the opponent's command just now was equivalent to telling ZHE directly that his fast swimming frog's attribute is to store water. Sure enough, the next moment, under the gaze of everyone, the fast swimming frog took the water gun shot by Prince Bo with an extremely relaxed attitude. Without the attack of attribute energy, with the strength of the fast swimming frog, the impact of the water gun is not a problem at all. Even its spirit has improved a little. Then, the black mosquito coil-like pattern on the white belly of the fast swimming frog began to ripple. Different from the clockwise rotating pattern of the mosquito coil tadpole period, the pattern of the mosquito coil frog and the fast swimming frog period rotates counterclockwise. This is nothing else but the internal organs exposed by their transparent skin. Boom, an extremely thick column of water gushed out. Although Prince Bo had reacted quickly and dived underwater to reduce a considerable degree of power, the water cannon as a water-based ultimate move still caused it considerable damage. Pogarit panted, and a circle of rippling blue halos began to surround it. Prince Wave, who has a watering, is undoubtedly strong in endurance. But Tetsuya still frowned. The water storage characteristics plus the level difference, the result of this game can almost be predicted in advance. The only possible way to win is to use flying skills such as pecking in close combat to cause enough damage to the fast swimming frog. The problem is, look up at the exaggeratedly strong muscles and body of the fast swimming frog, and then look at the thin Prince Wave. Including Tetsuya, no one thinks that these two elves are at the same level in close combat. The former can easily crush the latter. Masayuki also thought so. Go up and use the tile split. Rather than keeping a distance and turning the battle into a protracted battle, it is better to fight quickly in close combat. Otherwise, in terms of endurance and stamina alone, the fast swimming frog that can cross the sea without rest has never been afraid of anyone. Wah. The fast swimming frog let out a dull cry, and then it started running on the water. That's right, running on the water. This is one of the special abilities of the fast swimming frog. Although its swimming speed is extremely fast, its running speed is even faster than swimming. It doesn't last long, but it's more than enough for a regular battle. In just a blink of an eye, the fast swimming frog forced its way from the other end of the field to the side of Prince Bo. A dazzling white light condensed on its left hand. We also use a tile splitting skill. Zaya shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Prince Bo nodded in understanding, and a layer of the same white light immediately covered his wings. Clang, a sound like metal collision sounded. A slightly thin blue figure flew out backwards. Before everyone could react to which elf it was, Zaya's command sounded again. Use the freezing ray just like that. A blue-white light with a chill passed over the water. While making the water surface slightly frozen, it also hit the body of the fast swimming frog hard. The fast swimming frog in the water involuntarily retreated a distance, and the expression on his face became slightly solemn. Really, this is too difficult. Seeing this, ZHE also complained helplessly. The attribute of water plus fighting did not make the fast swimming frog lose its resistance to ice. Even the most powerful freezing ray that Prince Bo has mastered at present still did not cause much damage to the fast swimming frog. Conservatively estimated, it is not a problem for the opponent to withstand 7 or 8 such attacks. Pogia flew backwards and stabilized his body and landed on another floating board. Prince Bo looked at this scene and showed an unwilling look on his face. The opponent can withstand 7 or 8 times, but it can't use it 7 or 8 times. The fight with the tile splitting skill just now consumed a lot of its physical strength. If it can only attack like this every time, it will be exhausted after 2 more times. Although its wings are the hardest and most powerful parts of its body, the opponent's fists are also. And the fast swimming frog itself has fighting attributes. Under the collision, even with high potential, Prince Bo is still no match for the fast swimming frog. Catch up and do another tile splitting. Masayuki's fighting style is very stable. He didn't care about the consumption caused by Prince Bo's freezing ray. After confirming that the fast-swimming frog was not frozen, Masayuki once again commanded the fast-swimming frog to attack. Tetsuya finally understood the situation faced by some of his opponents in the past. This is that hard power can't beat it, there is no way. But giving up is impossible, right? He said to himself, Prince Bo, come again, this time change to a pecking attack. Prince Bo took a deep breath, while standing on the floating board. With a kick of his feet, he rushed towards the fast-swimming frog to everyone's surprise. For the proud Prince Bo, retreat is not an option. Very good. Then let's go all out. Seeing this, Masayuki's eyes burst into brilliance. This time, let's use the explosion fist to decide the outcome. While the fast-moving frog nodded seriously, the already dazzling light immediately became brighter. Its left fist turned into an extremely huge ball of light. Boom. With the efforts of both Pokémons, the distance between the two Pokémons was quickly shortened. As the white light peck collided with the explosion fist, the bodies of the two Pokémon stiffened at the same time. The audience couldn't help but be nervous. But the trainers on both sides knew what the outcome would be. The next moment, Prince Bo's body was thrown high up and then fell. Plop, a wave jumped up. Prince Bo, who floated on the water, had lost his ability to fight with his eyes spinning. The explosion fist is one of the ultimate moves of the fighting system, and it is impossible to offset much of the power with just a basic move of the flying system like peck. Prince Bo, who already had little physical strength, couldn't bear it at all. Come back, Prince Bo. Zay took out the Pokeball and took Prince Bo back. Thank you for your hard work. You did a good job. It was indeed a good job. Under such a disadvantageous situation, Prince Bo still understood his instructions and launched a counterattack. Although the effect was not good, it was not determined by it. If the level difference was not big, the freezing ray would be enough to make Frog suffer a little, and it was not a crime of war. Then, the next step is to you, Ice Vulpix. This opponent will surely satisfy you. With a touch of his hand on his waist, a shrunken Pokeball instantly enlarged and was thrown by Zay. The snow white Ice Vulpix sat on the floating board again and appeared. KO. The little guy's eyes were also full of fighting spirit. As Pokémons in the same elite stage, the level is probably not much different. Ice Vulpix wins in terms of excellent potential and perfect development, while Frog wins in terms of attribute advantages. It can be said that this is a battle that is evenly matched and challenging for both sides. Go up and use the tile split. Masayuki once again used the same trick, tactics and the like. As long as they are useful, it doesn't matter if they are innovative or not. Immobilization technique. In response, ZHE just uttered 3 words very calmly. Full version. Chapter 510. Ice Vulpix's choice. The blue and white eyes of Ice Vulpix gradually covered with an inconspicuous blue light. Then, a huge light blue aura surged towards Frog. Frog, which was running fast on the water, felt its body stagnate. While it panicked and found that it had lost the ability to control its body. Frog fell face down into the water. Oh, the audience subconsciously exclaimed. With the speed that Frog just ran, you can imagine how painful it must be. Soon, Frog floated up from the bottom of the water with a depressed look on its face. A red mark looked so dazzling. Are you okay, Frog? Masayuki asked on the command platform. Frog quickly sorted out its mentality, raised its hand, and gave the trainer a thumbs up to indicate that it was fine. Then, it looked at Ice Vulpix with an extremely fierce look. Is the level so high? Masayuki's face also became solemn. When he first saw Ice Vulpix, he had the same idea as Tetsuya's last opponent. This was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. In addition, with the appearance of Prince Bo just now, he naturally thought that Ice Vulpix was at most an ordinary level Pokémon. That's why he dared to command Frog to attack so casually. He never expected that the little fox on the opposite side was quite cunning. Judging from the feedback of the immobilization technique on Frog, the opponent's level might even be higher than Frog. Is this person's brain okay? A Vulpix has reached the elite level and has not evolved. Masayuki was speechless. As for the price of evolution stones, he didn't think that someone who owned the 3 main families of Sinnoh couldn't even afford an evolution stone. Fire Vulpix needs to use Firestone to evolve, so Ice Vulpix is probably Ice Stone. The price of this thing is really not high in the 4 nearby regions. In that case, use Bubble. He immediately changed his offensive thinking. Close combat is definitely necessary. With the opponent's small body and attributes, close combat using fighting skills is completely a matter of 1 or 2 moves to easily solve the problem. But it can't be as direct as dealing with Prince Bo. While hearing this, the fast swimming frog nodded vigorously. Then he put his hands on his waist. Countless white non-transparent bubbles gushed out from the vortex in its abdomen. In an instant, the entire blue sea surface was covered with foam. The figure of the fast swimming frog quickly disappeared in the countless bubbles. The immobilization method is useful, but you have to find an object to use it on first. Although the speed of the fast swimming frog is inevitably reduced when moving in the foam, it also effectively prevents the counterattack of the Ice Sixtail. Frozen Wind. In response, Zaire and the Ice Sixtail seemed unusually calm. With his command in the swing of the Ice Sixtail, a chilling blue aura was generated out of thin air. Bits of ice appeared on the autumn field. Under the invasion of the cold air, the foam that originally covered the sea surface almost disappeared in pieces. Too late. Frog, catch it and use the bait toss. Seeing this, Masaoki smiled excitedly and shouted. While a sturdy figure broke out of the water near the float, with a faint white light shining on his hands. It was Masaoki's frog. After using bubbles to cover its tracks, it did not choose to attack by running faster on the surface of the water, but chose to dive underwater to get close to the float. After all, it is a well-known swimming expert, and this is its specialty. Masaoki clenched his fists. This move is quite confusing. Even if the opponent keeps reminding himself that frog can swim, facing a spirit that runs on the water all year round to attack, anyone will subconsciously forget this in the fierce battle. Since the first battle, Masaoki has never let Frog swim in order to interfere with the opponent's thinking. He and Frog have defeated powerful opponents more than once with such cooperation. Everyone's first reaction was, why did I forget that this guy can swim? But looking at Tetsuo's eyes, Masaoki felt inexplicably uneasy. Therefore, he did not use the more powerful and fatal explosive punch, but switched to the battle. While the fast swimming frog jumped onto the float from the water and exerted force with its powerful legs. Almost instantly, the distance between the two Pokémons was shortened to the point where only a few body lengths were left. Ice Vulpix's expression was still so relaxed, and there was even a flash of disdainful mockery in his eyes. The next second, in Masaoki's confused eyes, the fast swimming frog opened its arms to hug Ice Vulpix and slid straight past Ice Vulpix. Plop, the sound of entering the water sounded, and the fast swimming frog returned to the water again. From the audience's point of view, it seemed as if it had jumped out and walked around on the float. Everyone's face was extremely confused. Ice Vulpix flicked its little tail, rewarded the fast swimming frog with a few ice pebbles as a reward for the counterattack, and turned around gracefully. It's ice. Seeing the hard boulders, Chan Crossing quickly realized the cause of the scene just now. Looking carefully at the floating board, it was indeed. It was covered with a barely detectable layer of ice. Thanks to the combat environment full of seawater, if you don't pay attention, you would think it was just water splashing on the floating board under the sunlight. Needless to say, this is the masterpiece of the frozen wind. While the frog stretched out his fist to smash the flying boulders one by one, and the eyes of the frog flashed with endless anger. As for the damage, as the active party of the attack, it really didn't suffer much after these mistakes. The key is that the scene is too ugly. If you don't know, you might think that Ice Vulpix is playing a trick on it. The frog would rather meet the Prince of Waves just now. At least he fights head on and won't embarrass the elves. Snowflakes floated in the air again. The figure of Ice Vulpix became looming. Masaoki was stunned for a moment. Hail. Frog, use raindrop to cancel it out. Just like Tetsuo's opponent in the previous match, he also commanded his Pokémon to use weather skills. A blue ball of light shot up into the sky. The result was naturally no different. The snow was still falling. Ice Vulpix took this opportunity to completely disappear from the field. Seeing this, Masaoki's brows were completely tightened. He didn't understand why this opponent's Pokémon and moves were so strange. Eye of the heart, find it. However, Masayuki was not helpless like Tetsua's previous opponent. He commanded Frog to close his eyes. Eyes can deceive, but the power of the mind cannot. While with a loud cry from Frog, which closed its eyes, a huge water cannon went towards a floating board not far away. KO under the gaze of the audience, Ice Vulpix, like an ice spirit, was forced to reveal its body. Although it changed its foothold after several consecutive rapid leaps, it still suffered some damage from the water cannon. Trouble. Zay clenched his fist and then unclenched it. As a martial arts practitioner, he was very clear about the so-called Eye of the Heart. As a skill, the effect of the Eye of the Heart was much stronger than the Eye of the Heart he had mastered. It can be said that, although the current Ice Vulpix cannot be seen visually, in the perception of the fast-swimming frog, its every move is no different from usual. Looking at the snowflakes, that appeared unusually weak due to the weather, Zay shook his head helplessly. It can only be said that summer is not very suitable for ice-type elves to fight. The linkage of the snowfall characteristic and the snow hiding characteristic is certainly not as simple as the Ice Vulpix is showing now. Limited by the intensity of the hail weather, the snow hiding of the Ice Vulpix has not reached the strongest state. The Ice Vulpix obviously understood this, so he simply stopped being invisible and appeared directly on the floating board. Quick freeze beam. Zay's command voice almost came out with the opening of the mouth of the Ice Vulpix. A deep blue light flashed and disappeared, while the fast-swimming frog, which had not yet entered the state of the Eye of the Heart, suddenly opened its eyes, and its hands also lit up the same blue. The cold fists collided with the deep blue freezing light. As the fast-swimming frog shouted, the freezing light turned into dots of light and dissipated in the air. Of course, it was not without cost. The left hand of the fast-swimming frog was covered with a thick layer of ice that restricted its movement. The next moment, the right hand chopped fiercely, and the ice also fell into the water. Its momentum was not affected in the slightest. KO the ice six-tailed on the floating board, grinned and gritted its teeth. It knew that this was entirely due to its lack of ability. If it evolved into an ice nine-tailed, the power of this freezing light would be increased by at least 60%. In this case, this fast-swimming frog cannot take it so easily. In this case, the ice six-tailed tail waved again. A stone wrapped in ice fell from its tail onto the floating board. Tetsuya was also stunned when he saw this. Isn't this a battle that hasn't been fought to the utmost? Before he could figure it out, Ice Vulpix raised its claws and slammed hard on the ice. Crack, crack as the sound of the ice breaking rang out. The dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire body of Ice Vulpix from bottom to top. The light of evolution. This is the light of evolution. Is Tetsuya's Ice Vulpix going to evolve? The commentator's excited voice resounded throughout the venue. This is a rare ice ninetail, and he was very curious about what it looks like. Not only him, but the audience was also curious, and they all focused their eyes on the white light. Without the referee signal, Masayuki immediately commanded the frog to stop attacking. The evolving Pokémon is protected, and he doesn't want to be disqualified from the competition or even be held accountable by the Alliance. The small figure in the light of evolution gradually stretched and grew longer and larger. An extremely elegant fox figure loomed. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. Meow light and cold chirping sound rang out. When the light of evolution dissipated, the brand new Ice Ninetail appeared in front of people. Noble and elegant. These two adjectives jumped into people's minds. The fur color of Ice Ninetail is light blue, and the part where the tail connects to the body is a slightly darker blue. Compared with the golden fire Ninetail, the biggest difference between the two is the hair on the tail and head. The two parts of Ice Ninetail appear more fluffy and elegant. Against the backdrop of snowflakes, the whole elf looks noble. Before the audience could react, the professional enough referee came back to his senses first. Then, the game between Ice Ninetail and Fast Swim Frog will continue. Let's try the ability after evolution first. Ice Ninetail, use Ice Gravel. Although I didn't understand why Ice Vulpix suddenly chose to evolve, but the ice stone was placed on its body, so that it could choose by itself. So ZHE quickly reacted, and gave the order. If you have any questions, it's not too late to ask after the game is over. Meow Ice Ninetail stood on the floating board with 4 legs, and raised its slender neck slightly. Without seeing it move, snowflakes suddenly fell all over the sky. countless ice particles condensed from the hair on various parts of its body. Then, the ice particles surged together. Dozens of ice balls the size of a human head were suspended in the air. Gudong, I don't know who swallowed subconsciously. Swish, swish, swish. Under the gaze of Changsing and the fast swimming frog, the huge ice ball burst out like a bullet. You call this an ice boulder? Changsing was numb. Compared with the pebbles of the ice boulder of the ice six-tail before, this is a giant ice rock. Not only the size, but also the speed is a step up. Break the tiles and smash them. It was too late to hide. In a hurry, Changsing could only command the fast swimming frog to smash the ice ball. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. After splitting 20 ice balls in a row, the frog, with its hands shaped like knives and shining with white light, gasped helplessly. Before it could recover, the subsequent ice balls hit it one after another. Wah, wah. The frog made a series of muffled groans. On its body, the bluish-white color of frostbite and the redness and swelling from the collision complemented each other, which was extremely tragic. Sure then, the ice ninetail appeared strangely on the water surface and stood beside the frog. Under its feet were 4 pieces of ice that were just big enough to support its body weight. Meow. The ice ninetail narrowed its eyes slightly. The dazzling pink light filled the entire venue in an instant. The audience and the trainers on the field closed their eyes involuntarily, and the remaining pink was full of vision. When they opened their eyes again, the frog's eyes had turned into circles and were floating on the water surface. As for the ice ninetail, it didn't know when it returned to the floating board in front of Tetsuya's command desk. The fast swimming frog lost its ability to fight, and the ice ninetail won. Seeing this, the referee was surprised and immediately raised the flag to announce the result. Wow, the ice ninetail is so strong. The gap is too big, isn't it? The same is true for the fire ninetail. One evolution can be said to be a world of difference. What was that pink move just now? It was so powerful. Yeah. Those ice balls are also very powerful. Is this its special move? Full version. Chapter 511. It's an improvement after all. The noisy discussion echoed throughout the ancient arena. Most of the audience showed considerable curiosity about the pink light just now. This move can make frog lose its combat ability directly. The power of this move is not small. In the current era, when the fairy type has not been systematically studied and published, not many people know about moves like Magic Flash. After all, even if the elves such as Pidgeot and Jigglypuff evolve, their combat capabilities are still relatively poor. They are cute and furry, so they are still suitable for hugging and rubbing. The most important thing is that, since there is no clear fairy attribute, no one will carry out relevant training. Even powerful elves such as Gardev will still fight with psychic skills, rather than other attribute skills. Of course, not many does not mean no. There are still many knowledgeable people in the huge audience, and they quickly found relevant videos and text records. It is the psychic type Magic Flash, with a basic power of 80, which is very effective against frog. Or Thin Man wearing glasses shouted excitedly. Now, everyone understood, and their eyes turned more and more fiery towards Ice Ninetail. It was exactly the same as Fire Ninetail. Both of them had superpowers, which was really amazing. In this regard, ZHE was speechless. Otherwise, why was it said that the fairy attribute was too difficult to be discovered? By accident, the combination of water and fighting attributes of frog was restrained by the fairy type and the superpower attribute. Ninetail has always had a talent for superpowers. No matter who you are, you will preconceive that Magic Flash is a superpower attribute skill, rather than some other unknown attribute. If ZHE had not also traveled through time and clearly remembered that Pokémon had a fairy attribute, he would have doubted whether there was something wrong with his memory or that the official Pokémon simply did not know anything about it. Masayuki took back Frog with a helpless look on his face. As a trainer, he was very happy to see the Pokémon evolve. As an opponent, he hated the opponent's Pokémon evolving in battle. This is simply blatant cheating. For a Pokémon like Vulpix, the power of the evolved Ninetales is more than doubled. Slowpoke, it's you. At the referee's urging, he threw the second Pokéball. So what if he has a psychic talent? He has a real psychic Pokémon. TSK. A pink bipedal Pokémon with a smile appeared on the floating board. It opened its mouth blankly and greeted the Ice Ninetales. The Ice Ninetales narrowed its narrow eyes. It could feel that this was not an easy opponent. Oh. The commentator also shouted in surprise with the audience. It's actually a psychic type Slowpoke. This is a very rare Pokémon. Anyway, in the commentator's mouth, rare Pokémon are not rare, or simply powerful. Otherwise, it would not be possible to arouse the audience's interest in watching the game. But to be honest, he was not wrong. Although Slowpoke and Shelder are not rare, Slowpoke is too rare. It's not that Shelder has a low chance of biting Slowpoke's tail, but it's really crazy to cultivate a Slowpoke that is high enough to evolve into Slowpoke. That's a high energy level requirement of 37. Not to mention the potential qualifications. Judging from Slowpoke's reaction ability, the process of upgrading its level is not much simpler than Magikarp. It is inevitable for the trainer to wear the pain mask. Moreover, Shelder is actually a very important part. Pokémon have their own thoughts. How to convince a Shelder that is good enough to evolve and coexist with Slowpoke instead of growing or evolving independently is also a very difficult thing. Shelder cultivated by trainers will not have an obsession with the sweetness of Slowpoke's tail like Shelder in the wild. Most of the appearances of Slowpoke in the wild are quite accidental. As a trainer, you can't let your Slowpoke go fishing all day. After reaching the evolution level, the strength of Slowpoke evolved in this way may not be satisfactory. Combined with various factors, although Slowpoke has many advantages and is a psychic Pokémon, there are still very few trainers willing to cultivate it. With that time and energy, it is better to choose other Pokémon. I don't know how long it took this guy to cultivate such a Slowpoke. They nodded in appreciation at the man and Pokémon on the opposite side. In his eyes, the development of this Slowpoke is still quite good. The seemingly silent pair of Shelder eyes on the tail are actually very alert to collect information and provide it to the other part of the Slowpoke. Slowpoke, whose brain is obviously open, is also preparing for the battle very seriously. Even if it cannot be promoted to the Quasi-King, if the level of this Slowpoke is improved a little, it can be regarded as a little devil level in the elite level. Ninetale, use White Mist. They's eyes lit up and commanded Ninetale to attack. This opponent really gave him a big surprise. At the time when the Ice Ninetale just evolved, such a Slowpoke can be a good test of the strength of the Ice Ninetale after evolution. As for losing, since it has evolved, he and Ice Ninetale will definitely win this battle. The misty white fog gradually covered the entire battlefield in the hail weather. The figure of Ninetale also disappeared completely. Use telekinesis to find it. Masayuki was puzzled by this. The opponent looked very young, but he shouldn't make such a big mistake. How could Zuion escape the telekinetic search of psychic elves with just Zuion? He gave the order without any hesitation. About 10 seconds later, Slowpoke with blue-purple light in his eyes shook his head at his trainer. It can't be found. Is it because of the white fog? Masayuki, who was prepared, still couldn't figure out the key point. If you can't find it, then don't look for it. Use Surf to overturn the entire venue. He launched an attack impatiently. There was nothing he could do about it. In the hail weather, Slowpoke, which does not have ice attributes, has been suffering from the impact of hail and consuming physical strength. If it was the weak hail of Ice Vulpix just now, it would be fine. But the hail of Ice Ninetale cannot be ignored. Masayuki didn't even plan to let Slowpoke use Rain Prayer to cover the weather. Although Slowpoke's ability in this aspect is much stronger than that of Frog, it is definitely not as strong as the opponent's enhancement after evolution. Frog cannot offset the hail of Ice Vulpix, so Slowpoke probably can't offset the hail of Ice Ninetale. Instead of wasting time, it is better to use other skills to attack quickly. The four eyes in front and behind of Slowpoke flashed blue light at the same time. With a stride, a wave nearly 3 or 4 meters high lifted Slowpoke into the air. The audience in the front row of the audience silently put on raincoats. Fortunately, since it was a battle between water Pokémon, everyone was prepared. Otherwise, a cold shower mixed with hail would not be very pleasant. Under the control of Slowpoke, the surging waves gradually engulfed a confused white mist. Ninetale, use Blizzard. Just when everyone thought that Ice Ninetale had to dodge, ZHE also commanded it to launch a counterattack. Meow, a snow white fox appeared at the other end of the field. Compared with its appearance just now, the ice Ninetales now had a few more crack-like marks around its eye sockets, which made it look a little scary. The fierce wind was howling in the entire arena. The 4 Pokémons fighting in the number 2 and number 3 field subconsciously stopped and began to stabilize their bodies. Only the number 4 field, which was the farthest away, survived. Several trainers looked at each other, helpless and frightened at the same time. This may be their next opponent, and it seems to be very powerful. As a Pokémon facing the attack directly, Slowpoke felt the strongest. It only felt as if its body was frozen and was about to be torn into pieces by the strong wind. Slow, it shouted in panic. In an instant, bright blue-purple covered its entire body. It was agreed to be a battle of wits and courage, but how did it become a one-hit decision? Masayuki was also confused. From the appearance of the Ninetales, it is not difficult to guess that the opponent should have used the trick skill to strengthen himself. This is probably one of the reasons why Slowpoke didn't notice the opponent just now. The evil attribute is a natural restraint on the psychic attribute. The problem is that the opponent used several tricks. One trick is enough to make the blizzard a move comparable to the power of self-destruction. If it is used twice, it is a big question whether his Slowpoke can survive. It is true that it is resistant to ice, but it is also true that the damage of the opponent's skills exceeds a certain limit. Not to mention that in hail weather, the blizzard is a sure hit. Slowpoke, shining with blue and purple light, was soon swallowed up by the white wind and snow under Chansung's worried eyes. The whistling wind even made ice appear on his face. Wu Zhe, who released Blaziken to keep warm, shuddered unconsciously. He didn't expect that the Ice Ninetales, which was blessed by tricks, would be so powerful when using Blizzard. Down Blaziken rolled his eyes slightly. In this kind of weather, if its own trainer didn't need it, it would have slept in the Pokeball long ago. As it thought about it, the flames that erupted from its wrists also went up a notch. Most people didn't notice the appearance of Flame Chicken. Even if they noticed it, they probably wouldn't say anything. As long as it doesn't go off the field or interfere with the progress of the game, who cares where your Pokémon appears? Even in the League Conference, it is not a hard requirement or regulation for trainers to release Pokémon from Pokéballs. The wind gradually died down. The soft sunlight once again filled the entire venue. The bodies of the audience and the referee were shaking uncontrollably. A chua sneeze sounded as if it triggered a chain reaction that caused the entire audience to sneeze. It was summer, and it was an island, so no one would wear a cotton coat to watch the game. Who knew that such a powerful ice Pokémon would appear? As for Slowpoke, just look at Masayuki's expression. No one thought that Slowpoke, which was frozen into a transparent block of ice, could continue to fight. Even if it still had the strength, it couldn't break the ice and run out. Slowpoke has lost the ability to fight, and both of Masayuki's Pokémon cannot fight. The winner of this round is Tetsuya. Following the referee's announcement, Tetsuya also advanced to the top 16 of this Whirlpool Islands tournament. In the evening, Kako City Pokémon Center. Your Pokémon Prince and Ninetales have recovered. Here are their Pokéballs. Please take them. After receiving 2 Pokéballs from Miss Joy, Tetsuya walked back to his room under the gaze of the surrounding trainers. Top 4, not bad. Tetsuya was quite satisfied with the results of the Whirlpool Islands tournament. At least it was an improvement just from the ranking. After all, the Pokémon he used were Pokémon Prince and Ninetales. It took only a few months to capture these 2 little guys, and it was already very good to have such a performance. Of course, Pokémon Prince was the one who lagged behind. Although it could compete with some ordinary elite level Pokémon in terms of strength, it was still a little behind the opponents, who broke into the top 4 of the Whirlpool Islands tournament. It was said to be a 2-on-2 battle, but in fact, most of the time it was Ice Ninetales fighting 1 against 2. After defeating a Quaseking level Blastoise, Ninetales was helplessly defeated by the extremely thick-skinned White Sea Lion. The thick fat characteristics of the White Sea Lion almost reached the extreme resistance to ice attribute attacks. ZHE also estimated that, even if the trick was blessed 3 times, the Quaseking level White Sea Lion would still have enough energy to fight again after taking on Ninetales Blizzard. Meow with 2 flashes of red light. The 2 elves who had been busy for most of the day also appeared in the room. As soon as it came out, Ice Ninetale raised its head and began to taunt Prince Bo. Boga boga. In response, Prince Bo could only wave his wings in impotence and fury to cover up his embarrassment. It also knew that if it could defeat an elf, Ice Ninetale's pressure would be much less. Alright. ZHE also touched the heads of the two little guys. You are already very powerful. It seems that you two little guys will have to help during the alliance meeting. Bojimi. Hearing this, Prince Bo and Ice Ninetale both nodded with satisfaction. That's right, the seniors are all old, and it's time for them to become the king of the team. Rose Doran Messiah gave face to his boss and took the lead in waving his tail to cheer for Ice Ninetale. Although he didn't know why the boss suddenly became so big, the voice from the depths of his blood told him not to mess with the elf in front of him, otherwise he would be easily beaten. Ice Ninetale with ice plus fairy attributes can be said to have an effective attack against dragon elves. The newly born round land shark also ran over happily, leaving the giant rock monster behind. In just a few days, Ice Ninetale had completely subdued the two dragon elves, and this was even what it did when it was Ice Sixtail. Poga. Prince Pio was stunned as he looked at the two little guys circling around the Ice Ninetale. I will have nothing to do tomorrow to write the full version, so I guess I can finish it in time. I'm really sorry. Chapter 512. Asu's news and heading to Asha. This is a talent. You can't envy it. Zay patted Prince Bo's body in a comforting way. He didn't understand why Prince Bo had to compete with Ice Ninetale for the position of the boss of these two elves. Isn't this asking for trouble? Poga. Prince Bo flapped his wings angrily and walked to the corner to start thinking. Zay shook his head helplessly and let it go. By the way, little guy, why did you suddenly evolve? He walked to Ninetale's side and asked while enjoying the coolness of the elf air conditioner. Ninetale raised its head and called out very proudly. The meaning was also very simple. Compared to failure with a backhand, it still prefers to do its best to get the taste of victory. Having the ability to win, but not doing it. Isn't this the behavior of a fool? Is that so? They nodded in agreement. What a proud little guy, he said to Ninetale with a smile on his face. Ouch. Ninetale opened its mouth in dissatisfaction and bit Zay's hand that he stretched out with a small force, as if it was massaging. Seeing this, the round land shark, who was playing the role of Dragon Legs, blinked his eyes. Ouch. Tetsuya, who was pretending to be in pain to tease the nine-tailed fox, changed his expression. Don't, ah. A scream that resounded through the sky echoed in the room. Me Poga. Lido. Down the elves made panicked calls and gathered around Tetsuya. With the help of a group of companions, the round land shark reluctantly opened its huge mouth. It stared with a pair of watery eyes and looked very innocent. Hiss. Tetsuya grinned and accepted the treatment from Lido. The round land shark, which was born less than a few days ago and has not even passed the larval period, is not as skilled in controlling strength as the nine-tailed fox. Thanks to this, Tetsuya relied on his excellent physical fitness to survive the bite of the round land shark, but only left a few deeper scars on his arm. Surrounded by the drops of life, the scars soon faded and disappeared. Woo. The timid round land shark stretched out its little hand and pulled Tetsuya's trouser leg with a little dejected look. Under the education of its predecessors, it soon realized its mistake. The round land shark just didn't understand why it was so different from its own boss, because they were all biting. Tetsuya stretched out his hand and held it on his legs. The pain on his face just now was half real and half fake. If it hurt so much, even after being cut a few times, he would have disappeared in the evergreen forest with both himself and the elves. Those wild elves don't talk about peace and friendship, they will only chase and chase. The reason why Tetsuya did this was more to educate the round land shark. The biggest feature of the round land shark is its extremely huge mouth. It can launch powerful attacks through its mouth to cause super high damage, but at the same time, because it can't fight very flexibly, it will often hurt itself. Tetsuya doesn't want one of his future main players to eat a mouthful of dirt and choke to death before he even appears. Moreover, Pokémon that have just hatched from Pokémon eggs also need to be educated by trainers. In the wild, their parents often play this role. Take Blaziken and Grunt, the predecessors of Land Shark, for example. When these two guys were still in their infancy, one burned down a house and the other turned a room into a desert. If ZHE hadn't discovered it in time and educated them to correct it, he doubted whether he would suddenly fall asleep one day. The same is true for land shark. It's not that its habit of biting is bad. After all, this is its physical instinct in this form. It cannot be forced to restrain this instinct, otherwise it will easily make Pokémon like land shark lose their desire to attack. The key is that land shark must gradually learn to control the strength of biting. This is a skill that must be mastered at any time. As for Pokémon, training should start from childhood. Not to mention the 3 views and other issues. It's not a joke that Pokémon and trainers are becoming more and more alike. This is a fact. Sometimes, you can see deep traces of the trainer from the Pokémon, and you can roughly guess what kind of personality the trainer has. Recalling the Greek shark cultivation manual guide sent to him by a certain blonde beauty, and then looking at the obviously dizzy gargoyle, Zaya smacked his lips with a sense of satisfaction. Although it was a little different from the description in the manual, it was probably possible that Gargoyle had listened to it. Looking at Gargoyle, who ran behind the ice Ninetales and trembled, he didn't quite understand what went wrong. Next, the same group of Pokémon who were also drowsy after hearing it also lay on the ground under the command of Blaziken, with a look of despair on their faces. If it weren't for the fact that he was their trainer, they swore that they would definitely shut up the man who just naggled. Pidgeot collapsed on the ground. Sure enough, there was still a lot for him to learn from the trainer. When the room fell into a strange silence, there would always be a sudden sound to break this silence. Zaya raised his left hand and looked at his watch. Caller, Kikayo, Asuka. Huh. He made a puzzled sound from his nose and then immediately answered the phone, as if he had thought of something. Hello, Asuka, what's the matter with you calling me so late? The ruins have been found. Asuka was also very straightforward and broke the good news right away. Tetsua's eyes lit up. Where? What's the specific situation? When will the exploration begin? He never expected that Kikayo's gym search efficiency would be so high. It's only been a few months, and they have found the possible ruins. You know, generally speaking, this kind of search is counted in years. But such a fast speed also greatly illustrates one thing, that is, there is a high probability that there are no unknown totems in this ruins. At least not now. Asuka was also shocked by Tetsua's enthusiasm and explained helplessly, the ruins have been found, but it seems that there is a little deviation. What do you mean? Tetsuya frowned as he came to the balcony to enjoy the sea breeze. It means that the ruins discovered now are most likely not the one that gave birth to ghost-type Pokémon, but another one. With a sucks explanation, ZHE gradually understood the general situation of this new ruin. In short, this is an unexpected discovery. The exploration team was originally searching between the northeast of Manjin and the southwest of Kikayo. For some reason, the instrument used to detect the ruins suddenly showed an unknown fluctuation. Although it was only a few seconds, the experienced exploration team immediately captured it. Under the tracking of professionals, they found the northwest of Johto from the middle of Johto, which is near Route 38 connecting Asaji City and Enju City. When Asuka first learned the news, he actually had the idea and desire to curse. What a joke. Kikayo City did not invite the exploration team to come here to explore the ruins in such a far place. Even if the relationship between the 8 gyms is still okay, it is still a bit too arrogant to go there to dig ruins. Fortunately, the gym leader of Asaji City is Ami. That person is gentle and easy to talk to most of the time. After a brief discussion, the new ruins became a joint development between the two families. As for Enju, anyway, according to Asu, I don't know why the other party didn't even send anyone to ask about the specific situation, which is really unreasonable. But it's not a big deal. Even if it is the Enju Dojo and Enju City with a long history, it can't get benefits without doing something. Even if they wait until the exploration of the ruins is completed to make trouble, Kikayo and Asaji are not afraid at all. However, the problem now is exactly this. You mean, all the instruments in the vicinity have failed? Tetsua's tone rose a little. Asu's voice was a little solemn and a little surprised. It's not just a simple failure. To be precise, all the explosions can't be used. The solemnity is that this shows that this ruin is not simple. The surprise is that the more complicated the ruins are, the greater the final harvest will be. Investment, risk, and return have always been proportional. Besides, even if this relic doesn't have anything good, there is another unfinished relic that has not been discovered. We can just look for it. How long will it take? I'll get ready and go there right away. Zaire knew why Asuka called him, so he asked naturally. Not to mention the identity of the business partner and the fact that he was the provider of the clues to the relic. The relationship between the shallow green gym represented by Ami and the azure gym behind Zaire was enough for Asuka to invite him. With Zaire as a buffer zone between the two sides, the distribution of benefits will become much easier. Zaire knew very well that the Enju gym probably didn't come because of his face. It's not that he was flattering himself, but that the group of Shugenja's belief in the Ho-Oh was too exaggerated. Asuka pondered for a moment and gave a somewhat vague time, about 10 days to 2 weeks. Okay, then I'll go to the Azure Gym first and come here immediately after I solve the problem. Zaire responded immediately. Originally, he planned to vacation on the island for a week. It's a rare opportunity to come to such a place, so of course I have to have some fun. But these can be put aside for the time being in front of business. Well, then you can go directly to the owner of Ami. Asu didn't say much and hung up the phone not long after. Zaire stretched towards the bright moon. I have to be busy again, but to be honest, compared to normal travel, he still prefers to explore the ruins and even explore the meaning behind the ruins. That will give him a great sense of satisfaction. He walked into the room while moving his shoulders. The next day, Akagi Port in Kako City. Are all the cruise tickets for today sold out? So early? Zaire said to the staff in disbelief. The staff smiled politely. I'm really sorry, but that's the way it is. Since the Whirlpool Islands tournament has just ended, many tourists who came to travel and watch the games are ready to go back. The 4 cruise ships heading to Azure City are all full, so I'm really sorry. If you're really in a hurry, I suggest you go to the air station to see if there are any airships. Although the price is a bit more expensive, it's definitely faster. Okay. ZHE didn't struggle, nor did he show his VIP card of the Yuanda group, but walked directly to the air station located on the outskirts of the city. He is a trainer, so at most he can let Pidgeot take him there. The reason why he wanted to book a cruise ticket was more to experience the feeling of traveling on the sea. If there is no one, it's fine. I've experienced it before on the Saint Anu, which is a top-notch luxury cruise ship. As soon as he entered the air station, before he could take out Pidgeot's Pokeball, 2 female voices sounded behind him. Excuse me, is this Brother Zay? I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? Zay subconsciously turned his head to look. 2 very cute twins appeared in front of him. There was also a polite old man in a tuxedo standing next to them. Seeing that Tetsuya was looking at him, he also bowed slightly. I'm sorry to disturb you, Master Tetsuya. Please allow me to introduce myself to the 2 young ladies. They are 2 members of the Yasuhara family under the Satsuki family. Master Kajiro once mentioned you to them, and because of your performance in the competition yesterday, the 2 young ladies ran over when they saw you, and I couldn't stop them. It looks like you want to leave the Whirlpool Islands, right? If you don't mind, I wonder if we can have the honor of inviting you to take our Yasuhara family's airship? The old man in the tuxedo quickly explained everything. Kajiro? Tetsuya was also stunned when he heard the name. Speaking of which, it seems that there has been no news about this guy for half a month. Looking at the eager eyes of the twins, he also smiled and nodded to the old man. Then thank you for your trouble. Of course, Tetsuya would not refuse the kindness offered to him, and it was offered in the name of Kajiro. As for cheating, he still had some impression of the Inouen family. The most important thing is that there would be no liar who would use the most luxurious version of a private airship to cheat people. Do you really think it costs nothing? This kind of airship is not available to ordinary people, even if they have money. Brother Zay, can you show me the Ice Ninetail? It's so beautiful. Yes, I want to see Prince Bo. It's so handsome. On the way to the airship, the 2 twins were also chattering. It is not difficult to see that there are obvious differences in personality between the 2 people. The elder sister, who is followed by a green invisible dragon, prefers beautiful elves, while the younger sister, who is followed by a purple invisible dragon, prefers handsome ones. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Kajiro disappears like a hidden dragon. The fight between the muscular brothers. Speaking of which, the Pokémon of the Dragonite is quite peculiar. Similar to the chameleon in Tetsua's previous life, they have the special ability to change their body color to match the environment. This ability has even evolved into a common characteristic of the Dragonite family, color change. Its function is that the Pokémon's own attributes will change to the attributes of the moves received from the opponent. For example, after receiving a water gun move, the general attribute of the Dragonite will change to water attribute and gain resistance. This is a unique characteristic of the Dragonite family. Probably only the hidden characteristics of their family and the frog family have the ability to change freely. However, the function of changing freely is to make the elf change to the same attribute as the move it uses. One is passive and the other is active, and the difference is still very big. It is said that the Flame Rabbit family, which is designated as the 3 fire-type families in the Galar region, also has a similar characteristic to the ability to change freely, but there are some subtle differences. In battle, the role of these 3 characteristics is quite large, but in comparison, the color change characteristic that needs to bear damage first is undoubtedly much weaker, especially when the only owner of the color changing trait is the Dragonite. This kind of Pokémon is not outstanding in terms of physical strength. After enduring a special move, it is unknown how much physical strength it can retain for fighting. And the opponent is not a fool. There are many Pokémon that can master skills across attributes. Even the water type Gyarados may master the electric type 100,000 volts and the fire type Jet Flames. Whether it is water first and then electricity or fire first and then water, it is enough to make the Dragonite lose the ability to fight directly. Even if it is extremely talented and has the hidden trait of changing freely, the slightly pitiful speed ability of the Dragonite will make the first hand attribute change a little awkward. Restraint is restraint, but it is useless if you can't hit the opponent. In addition, the Dragonite has no evolutionary form, so this kind of Pokémon is rare in battle. It's not that there are no strong individuals, but the number is pitifully small. Even if you use the skills of finding partners or trait exchange to exchange characteristics with teammates in doubles, its strength will still be the one that drags down. Their main function, to put it bluntly, is to pretend to be cool in front of people who don't know what's going on. The twin sisters purple dragon is a good example, because the normal dragon is green. For some people who don't know much about this kind of elves, they will only think that the purple dragon is a shining colored elf. In fact, it is not. This is just the appearance of the dragon using its own special ability. To correctly distinguish whether a dragon is shining or not, the key is the stripes on its abdomen. Ordinary purple red, different blue green. Even if all other parts of the body have changed color, the color of the stripes cannot be changed. In addition, you can also open the dragon's mouth. The tongue of the ordinary dragon is cyan, and the tongue of the shining one is pink. But normal people generally don't use the latter method to distinguish. While talking to the twins, ZHE also followed and boarded the airship. The low-key and luxurious interior shows that the cost of this private airship is quite high. After all, he is an acquaintance of Kajiro, and it is not realistic not to have some wealth. Ice Ninetales, Ice Ninetales. P.O. Prince, P.O. Prince. The twins, who were in their early teens, seemed very anxious. As soon as they sat down, they pestered Zay to release the Pokémon. I don't have any objection, but if they don't like you, then I can't ask them to play with you. Zay said so. Having said that, based on his understanding, the two guys probably wouldn't have any objections. The two little girls nodded frantically to show that they understood. They smiled and threw out 2 Pokeballs. Come out, Ice Ninetales, P.O. Prince. Meowpoga. The 2 Pokémon soon appeared inside the airship. They looked at the twins, as if they saw 2 playmates. Seeing this, Zay had to shake his head helplessly. Mentally speaking, these 4 little guys seemed to be almost the same. He ignored the noise made by the 2 people and 6 Pokémons, and looked at the old butler. The butler bowed slightly, because Master Kagero's whereabouts suddenly disappeared recently. Mr. Sasaki is also a little worried about his safety. I heard that you were able to contact Master Kagero, so I wonder if you can tell me the specific situation. Is that so? They nodded in understanding. He said why he suddenly came to him. It turned out that it was because Kagero lost contact. After all, they are his biological parents. Although they were angry about Kagero's escape from marriage, the Sasaki couple obviously still cared about their son. I talked to him once half a month ago, and I haven't talked much since then, but I think it's probably because he is on a closed mission and it's not convenient to show up. Unfortunately, they couldn't give a specific situation. On a mission? The old butler pondered for a moment. I know. Thank you very much for telling me, and please take good care of Master Kagero. Of course he knew that Kagero joined the Rockets. To be precise, this is no secret to most of the league's top leaders. Many families secretly use this to mock the Sasaki family. Although Team Rocket looks very glorious now, in the eyes of most people, it is not a threat without top-level combat power. It is just a mouse hiding in the dark. It can't turn into a tiger to eat people. As the future heir of one of the few big families in the league, he has fallen to the point of running to such a dark organization as a soldier. If it weren't for the strong strength of the Sasaki family, it would not be as simple as talking in secret. Although I don't know why this rising star trainer in front of me, no, to be precise, a powerful young trainer, has a close relationship with Master Kagero, but the old housekeeper knows his identity. All he has to do is to play the role of a tool to transmit information. Tetsuya was also a little strange. According to the strength of the Sasaki family, even if Sakaki sent Musashi Kagero and others to perform some mission, it would be impossible to lose the news of Kagero. Could it be Miyawa who did it? He remembered an instrument that Kagero mentioned to him not long ago, and his face gradually became strange. The airship flew very fast and very steadily. Under the influence of unknown technology, almost all bird elves chose to fly around the airship to avoid it. A few people with bad tempers also gradually left under the escort of the airship. Seeing ZHE looking outside, the old butler also explained, this route is exclusive to the Sasaki family, and its safety and efficiency are guaranteed. If Master ZHE needs it, you can go to the viewing platform to enjoy the scenery. No, I'll take a rest. I just had insomnia last night. ZHE naturally thanked him, and closed his eyes. He dared to look down on the Pidgeot, because he believed in the strength of his elves, but it didn't mean that he dared to walk around on the airship. Unless one day he can fly, or his physical fitness is so strong that he can fall from 1,000 meters high without injury. ZHE estimated that his fear of heights will not be solved. Seeing this, the old butler also silently withdrew a distance and stood aside. What the guests want to do is the guest's business, and he only needs to provide good service. The silver bell-like laughter of the 2 little girls echoed on the airship. It seems that they had a lot of fun with the Ice Ninetail Prince. Woo, goodbye Ice Ninetail, goodbye Prince. Wave inside the airship. The twins on the airship waved their arms with sad faces. They had only played for more than an hour, and it was already over. If they had known, they would have let the airship fly slower. Oh, by the way, goodbye to brother Tetsuya. After saying goodbye to the 2 new elves for a long time, the 2 seemed to realize that there was still a big brother who had not said hello, and hurriedly said hello. Tetsuya always felt that his farewell was incidental. He waved goodbye to the twins with Ice Ninetail and Prince Wave, and he also took back the 2 little guys who were having fun, and walked towards the exit of the airship. The salty sea breeze blew on his face. Azure looking at the island city in front of him, Tetsuya breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the trip to the Johto region has come to an end. Azure, located in the westernmost part of Johto, can be said to be an extremely remote city. If it weren't for the Azure Gym, which is famous for its fighting system, and the current gym owner, RC, the only bright spot in Azure City might be the development of the potion industry here. Come, take a look. The freshest tree juice is the tree juice brewed by Huhu. Prepare some for your Pokémon. The latest formula of energy booster is here. It is produced by a 500-year-old brand, so you can rest assured. Attack booster, a must-have medicine for challenging gyms and getting badges. On the street, the sound of hawking is endless, but the things are basically limited to tree juice and various potions. The former comes from a Pokémon called Hu, which is a fermented Pokémon. It can store and ferment tree fruits in its shell to brew tree juice with various special effects, which is quite popular among Pokémon. The latter mainly comes from the secret pharmacy in Azure City, which has a history of opening 500 years ago. The famous secret medicine is the unique formula of this pharmacy. Drink, drink, ha, hey. As they walked, a burst of powerful shouts echoed in the streets of the city. In response, all the residents looked as if they were used to it, and their faces did not change at all. ZHE also smiled when he heard this familiar voice. Looking towards the place where the sound came from, a beach training ground filled with sandbags came into view. Among them, a man in his 30s or 40s was fighting a real man's duel with a Haoli. Well, if you don't pay attention to the figure of this man, then this scene will undoubtedly make people excited. The round face, that is almost without arcs, is matched with the sharp eyes. The thick beard is matched with the naked upper body and the tattered trousers of the uniform. If it weren't for the protruding belly, that was quite a bit of a spoiler. ZHE also felt that his senior brother RC looked like a hidden master. Ha. After a loud shout, RC burst out with a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body size and directly dodged Haoli's continuous hand knife attacks, blocking with his left hand, jabbing with his right hand. In the blink of an eye, Haoli's abdomen full of abdominal muscles suffered multiple injuries. Heyo. Although the physical fitness of humans is relatively low, Haoli still made a painful cry. Immediately afterwards, it did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of RC's time to buffer, Haoli injured the pain and grabbed his hands. Under ZHE's dumbfounded eyes, Haoli's body turned and shrank, and the two muscular brothers entangled and rolled on the ground. Crack la la. It was not known whether it was the sound of bones breaking or rocks breaking. Haoli suddenly launched the hell roll trick. Bang. The next moment, a sturdy figure flew into the sky and then fell straight down, with his head directly inserted into the sand pile. RC's senior brother. Although he knew that this was probably the other party's normal state, ZHE still subconsciously exclaimed, "Wow, that's great, Haoli, I really feel your efforts. The hell roll just now was really wonderful. Your recent hard work has not been in vain." Almost at the same time, RC immediately pulled his head out of the sand pile. He hugged Haoli with tears streaming down his face. ZHE subconsciously took a few steps back. No, is it so perverted? He knew that according to the fighter's theory, such training would help improve the bond between the Pokémon and the trainer. But could the hug at the end be omitted a little? They were all muscular brothers, all covered in a mixture of sweat and sand. It was a bit absurd to hug each other. I had never seen RC behave like this before at Oak Research Institute. Could it be that he didn't dare to be abnormal because Professor Oak was in charge? Hey, isn't this Tetsuya? You are finally here. After hugging and sighing for about 4 or 5 minutes, RC raised his head and greeted Tetsuya. Long time no see, senior brother RC, what are you doing? Tetsuya greeted him hesitantly. RC touched his head and laughed. This is a daily exercise full of passion. Do you want to join us? He took a horse stance and punched continuously to signal. No, I finished today's morning exercise before I came. Tetsuya waved his hands to refuse. Okay, I finally traveled here. Can't you behave like a senior brother? A female voice interrupted. Turning around, a woman in an apron with her hair tied up was walking towards here with a towel, complaining about RC all the time. Hello, sister-in-law. ZHE also greeted her respectfully. Yes, the extremely beautiful woman in her early 20s was RC's wife Yuriko. RC happily took the towel from his wife and wiped his body. Hey, we are all family. Why do we have to be so particular about these things? Yuriko patted RC's belly in a reproachful manner. Look at you. Your belly is like this at your age. You exercise every day, but I don't know where your exercise is. Did you spend all your energy on eating sweets? The two of them flirted with each other, as if they were alone. ZHE also fell silent. It seems like he shouldn't be here. Burp. Chapter 514, Azure Gym. Fortunately, RC and Yuriko soon stopped the forced feeding interaction. I heard from that kid Nobuhiko that you have made great progress in the past period of time. He stretched out his hand and patted Tetsuya's shoulder. Not only Nobuhiko and him, no one would have thought that the young man in front of him would have crossed the threshold between the Quasi King and King in less than half a year. And it was more than one Pokémon. You know, for most trainers who are still talented, this threshold often takes more than 10 years to pass. Those who are not talented can only struggle to get started. Even for most of the current formal King level trainers, the time they have their first King level Pokémon is at least 7 or 8 years after they set out on their journey. Tetsuya's speed is more than a little faster than them. RC looked at Tetsuya with more and more satisfaction. Fortunately, he had foresight and took an apprentice on behalf of his master early on. Otherwise, it might not be his turn to be the other party's senior brother. It's just okay. ZHE touched the back of his head embarrassedly. It's all thanks to the hard work of the little guys. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back to the gym. It's getting late now, so we can have brunch. Yuriko interrupted the conversation with a smile. RC nodded in agreement. ZHE saw it. Although RC is an extremely strong fighter and trainer, it does not affect his position as the younger brother of the family. Under the leadership of Yuriko, the two tough guys followed behind timidly and dared not speak. By the way, ZHE, you are 18 years old this year, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you need me to introduce you to one or two? On the way to the gym, Yuriko started chatting. The first question was a bit too much for ZHE. He never thought that, after traveling through time for so many years, he would still be urged to fall in love and get married. However, this question is indeed about the right time for his peers in the elf world. Due to the implementation of the Official Trainer Act, which stipulates that people over the age of 16 can legally own Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, people who are 16 years old are already considered adults. This includes things like driving and getting married. There are too many examples of people marrying their childhood sweethearts as soon as they turn 16 in the Pokémon world. But ZHE has never thought about it. Pokémon is enough. Why do you need a woman? He can't even take care of a dozen Pokémon, so how can he have time to fall in love? This is also the common idea of many trainers. It's not that they don't want to, but they really don't have time. Seeing ZHE's embarrassed expression, Yuriko, who has a gym leader as her husband, immediately understood his thoughts. With her hands on her hips, she naturally began to teach him. I'm telling you, you can't learn from your senior brother RC. He's almost lost his mind from training elves every day. Recently, he has also developed a liking for sweets and runs around outside with a big belly all day. People who don't know him would think that he has given up fighting training. Recently, the number of apprentices who sign up for the Azure Gym has decreased. When he was young, he focused on his elves all day just like you, and I was so angry that I wanted to strangle him to death. The first part sounded quite normal, but the more ZHE listened to the latter part, the more he felt uncomfortable. Didn't you say you wouldn't show off your affection? Are you lying to the dog? RC smiled happily on the side, not daring to say anything more. Facing Yuriko's continuous attacks, ZHE was quickly defeated. He was really no match for this senior sister-in-law in terms of words. However, ZHE did not feel impatient, but instead felt the long-lost warmth. Speaking of which, as elders, we haven't given you a coming-of-age gift yet. Wait, I'll go back and prepare it for you. It's definitely something good. Facing Yuriko's statement, Zay waved his hands repeatedly. No, my electric dragon was given to me by senior brother RC before, and it's still a flashing one. He's a child with quite a personality. That won't work. Yuriko waved her hands like the hostess of a fighting gym. What he gave you is what he gave you, and it's a meeting gift, which is different from a coming of age gift. Seeing that Zay still wanted to refuse, she glared at him. Okay, you're not allowed to refuse, otherwise I'll be unhappy. Yes, you're not allowed to refuse, you're not allowed to refuse. RC nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Zay had no choice but to agree. Okay, then thank you, Sister Yuriko. The three of them talked and laughed, and soon they arrived at the door of the Azure Gym. This is a very quaint courtyard building. Teacher. Welcome back, master. Teacher, have you finished your training today? In the dojo in the courtyard, a group of children and young people wearing fighting uniforms were exercising in groups. Leading them was the four-armed monster. Seeing RC and Yuriko come back, they also greeted them energetically. NIK monster waved to Tetsuya. Tetsuya smiled back. Long time no see, monster. Your muscles are getting better and better. NIK. Hearing Tetsuya's praise, monster was very happy to pose a bunch of bodybuilding poses. The Haoli belt with a crack on its waist had been replaced by RC. There are so many people. Tetsuya couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the grand scene in the dojo. Come to think of it, a champion level monster is the leading elf in the exercise, which is indeed a bit tempting. Many younger apprentices secretly observed Tetsuya. Some of them also recognized his identity and showed a hint of excitement on their faces. RC stood in front of the dojo and clapped his hands vigorously. Come, let me introduce you. He pointed at Tetsuya and said, this is my junior brother Tetsuya, your uncle, from Kanto Tokiwa. Hello, Uncle Tetsuya. The next moment, a deafening greeting sounded. Looking at the hundreds of people bowing in unison, a trace of cold sweat could not help but flow down Tetsuya's forehead. If he hadn't said it, looking at this scene, the Azure Gym looked more like a dark organization than Team Rocket. He even had the illusion that he was the boss of a gang. Okay, keep training, don't slack off. I don't know if he saw Tetsuya's embarrassment. RC immediately let the apprentices return to their original state. At this moment, he was still timid and didn't dare to speak, but full of momentum. Yes, another voice that was enough to shatter the clouds. The apprentices immediately calmed down and started training. It seems that they have learned well. In response to Tetsuya's statement, RC waved his hand and said, these guys are still far from it. Let's go, let's eat first, they still have a long time to train. As he said that, he took Tetsuya to the deeper part of the courtyard. While taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuriko had already prepared the food and served it to the dining table. After all, RC's training was rain or shine, and she had already prepared the food before she went to call RC. That was all the food, including the meals for the group of apprentices outside. It was just that Tetsuya was one more person today. Eat, don't be polite, treat it like your own home. RC sat down at the dining table with a swagger and then picked up the bowl in front of him and started eating. That's right, it was a bowl, and it was the kind of basin that was 4 or 5 times larger than the face, and the depth was much deeper than a normal bowl. The food inside was piled up into a small mountain. Gulp. Zaya swallowed hard. This is. He pointed to the slightly smaller, but still huge rice bowl in front of him. Yuriko's eyes narrowed with a smile. Don't you fighters have big appetites? Eat more, otherwise you will be hungry later. Zaya's appetite is not small at ordinary times, and he thinks it is not a problem to eat 3 or 4 people. But the amount of nearly 20 people in front of him is obviously not within his reach. Come out, shark. He threw a Pokeball decisively. He doesn't have a big appetite Pokémon like Snorlax, but the appetite of the newly born shark is not small at all. The bowl of food in front of him is obviously carefully prepared, and the nutrients are very easy to absorb, so there is no need to worry about the problem that shark is not suitable for eating. Here, little guy, this is your breakfast today. With the idea of raising a quasi-god in a rich way, Zaya naturally put the rice bowl in front of Shark and took out his own portion from it. Wow, the round land shark fell silent as he looked at the food on the table in front of him that was several times bigger than himself. Was the trainer trying to punish him for the mistake he made yesterday and try to stuff him to death? He stood on the table and looked up at Tetsuya not far away, his eyes full of despair. This is the round land shark you captured in the dragon cave. It looks very energetic. Seeing the round land shark burying its entire body in the rice bowl, after turning its grief and anger into appetite, Yuriko couldn't help but praise him. Eat slowly. If it's not enough, add more. Hearing this, the round land shark's round body stiffened for a moment, and then it ate more fiercely. As long as you eat until you pass out, you don't have to eat anymore, right? A simple brunch lasted for half an hour before it was finished. Looking at Yuriko walking briskly to another cafeteria to prepare meals for the apprentices, Tetsuya was completely convinced by this new sister-in-law. No wonder RC listened to Yuriko so much. She was the mainstay of the family. Burp. On the side, the round land shark, which had eaten so much that its edges and corners were almost invisible, burped hard on the table. It swore that it would never eat so much again. It was really killing the elf. RC held a cup of steaming tea in his hand in a very unconventional way. After taking a sip, he said thoughtfully, "Are there ruins near Route 38? After a conversation, RC learned a lot of information from Tetsuya. While feeling grateful for Tetsuya's good luck, he also gave his own thoughts and speculations. There are many villages and towns with a long history on Route 38 and Route 39, so it is not surprising to have ruins. As for the ownership issue, of course, Asaji's side is fine. You know the relationship between Ami and us, and she is not the type to deliberately fight for these things. Not to mention you and ZHU's side, with you, the Phoenix King messenger, they are eager to hand it over to you." He actually agreed with Tetsuya. However, you still need to pay attention to safety when exploring ruins, especially those unknown totems that may exist. RC's face was a little serious. If it was an ordinary elf, I wouldn't worry about your safety, but the unknown totem is different. I believe you know this. If you are not careful, you might disappear. I will. Zay promised seriously. I haven't lived enough yet. Don't worry, senior brother. You kid. RC laughed and scolded unhappily. Since you have something to do, I won't keep you any longer. The gym battle will start later. I will let the apprentices come over to learn. In the afternoon, you and I will go to have a simple ceremony to get in, and then your sister-in-law will have a gift for you, right? That's really a good thing. Then I won't be polite. Zaya laughed. He was very curious about what the good thing was that RC and Yuriko repeatedly emphasized. Senior brother, do you need me to be gentler later? Otherwise, you won't be able to get through it, right? Oh, you are very confident. Do you look down on me, your senior brother? Be careful, after you lose, I will ask you to do basic movements 100 times. Hey, we are all family, how about you practice 100 times if you lose, senior brother? The two people who were full and bored sat on the chairs and started bickering. They really couldn't stand up. Let's go and digest the food. After touching his stomach, RC, who had originally planned to start the battle later, changed his mind. Pokémon fighting is the best way to digest food. Why do we have to wait so long? The most important thing is that Zay's mouth is really annoying. Retrieving the round land shark that was lying on the ground and humming without shape, Zay followed RC to a battlefield near the dojo. Without RC's instructions, the apprentices who were resting gathered around consciously. Let's not waste time. 1v1 battle. Strength is limited to the Qua-seeking level so that they can learn something, and the rest will be carried out according to the normal battle rules. RC briefly explained the rules and then took out a Pokeball without saying a word. Obviously he was well prepared. Wara Pokémon that Zay was very familiar with appeared on the field. It was the frog that he had just met not long ago. Brother, you are too serious. Zay said half complainingly and half seriously. Well, I won't be polite. Go, serpent. Kai the light green serpent raised its head proudly in the morning sun, and its red eyes stared straight at Frog. To deal with water type Pokémon, grass type Pokémon are naturally more suitable. I originally wanted to send electric dragon, but Serpent's Pokeball just shook actively, so they also changed the player. Even though Frog is RC's signature Pokémon, he has enough confidence in Serpent. After all, this Frog is not a member of RC's main team. I don't know why my shoulder hurts so much recently. I will write more after I get better. The general plot for the next period of time has been sorted out. Chapter 515, Monarch Snake vs Fast Swim Frog. Signature Pokémon and Ace Pokémon are two different concepts. For a trainer, the two are not 100% the same Pokémon. For example, RC's signature Pokémon is Frog and his Ace Pokémon is Strength. Kona's signature Pokémon is Shellfish and his Ace Pokémon is Lapras. Kikuko's signature Pokémon is Jenga and his Ace Pokémon is Arbok. The reason for this distinction is that being strong does not mean being impressive. Since Shiba's strength is so deeply rooted in people's hearts, RC's strength is not well known. In fact, in terms of strength alone, the latter may not lose much to the former. In addition, due to the influence of various factors such as record and battle scenes, the signature and ace of each famous trainer are somewhat inconsistent. There are also similar situations, such as Daigo's rich gold shining Metagross, which is the best proof of his identity. Of course, to become a signature, strength is also an indispensable key. Even if it is not the strongest in the main team, it is at least in the top 3. RC's cultivation of frog can be regarded as one of the best in the Pokémon world. Although there was only a Quasi-King level fast swimming frog in front of him, and although he was very confident in the strength of the monarch snake, Tetsua's face still became extremely serious. Fugishu, you will be the referee. RC casually pointed out a blue-haired young man. Yes, teacher. The blue-haired young man with a surfboard on his back answered energetically, and walked to the referee's seat to get ready. Fugishu, the future leader of the Hone Martial Arts Gym? Tetsuya recognized the identity of this young man at the first time. Although Martial Arts Town is only a small island town in the southwest of Hone, it still has a great influence in the Hone region. Martial Arts Gym is also one of the 8 major gyms in Hone. To be able to become a gym leader in the future, Fugishu's strength is naturally needless to say. Even if Tetsu remembered correctly, Fugishu and Daigo were also good friends. The reason, of course, is that there is a place called Stone Cave next to Martial Arts Town, which is a good place for all kinds of rare stones. Let me see if you can read the ebb and flow of the trainer. While Tetsuya was observing Fugishu, Fugishu was also observing him. He was very curious about how outstanding Tetsuya was to be praised by so many people. You know, the last person who received such high praise from RC was the young Siba. What many people don't know is that Siba, who is now a combination of hardness and softness in fighting, once studied with RC for a period of time. Of course, in RC's words, it was a mutual exchange rather than learning. But as an apprentice who has been training in the Azure Gym since he was a child, Fugishu knows very well how eager to learn Siba was during that period. Perhaps in terms of trainer strength or single player fighting, RC, whose physical fitness has declined significantly due to age, is far from being a match for Siba. However, in terms of mastering and understanding the mysteries of fighting, RC, who has learned from many people, can be called a master in the world of elves. He even went to the Galar region to learn fighting techniques a long time ago. Then, the wave-like battle begins now. Fugishu, who has surfing in his blood, shouted passionately, "Monarch Snake, use the grass blender." Chew. The monarch snake tilted its body slightly, flicked its tail, and a huge tornado made entirely of sharp blades appeared on the field. Unconsciously, the battlefield, which should have been a normal sand field, was covered with a thin layer of grass seedlings. What an amazing grass field layout. RC gave a thumbs up and praised, then used the frozen fist to smash it. He waved his fists with great enthusiasm. RC is also known as the man who tells everything with a fierce punch, and his fighting style is to attack, and attack with fists. Wow. As his spirit, the frog is obviously also a true disciple. Facing the grass type trick that restrains it, it seems fearless. With its fists clenched, as the cold air emerges on them, it steps forward and rushes up. Before ZHE can react, the grass blender swallows the frog. Oh no. Seeing this, instead of being happy, he became worried. Capture its root, and prepare to tie the grass knot. Zay commanded the monarch snake with a serious face. The monarch snake nodded slightly, and the green storm swept in its red pupils. Boom, the next moment, a blue-white figure rushed out. RC waved his fist again. Very good. Keep this posture, and use continuous freezing punches on the monarch snake. This attack rhythm is really too dense. Zay sighed. This attitude of completely ignoring how much he was injured, and focusing on close combat, to end the battle really made people feel cold behind their backs. He could even see the dense marks on the fast swimming frog. They were left by the green grass mixer. Even if he used the freezing punch to open the way, he could not achieve 360-degree protection without dead angles in the face of such dense attacks. After all, the fast swimming frog did not have white eyes. Fortunately, the monarch snake had already made sufficient preparations. Under the demonstration of the grass born in the green grass field, two special grasses quietly poked their heads out and entangled together. A knotted grass rope was quietly waiting for the arrival of the frog. While as expected, the frog was tripped straight down, as if it was caught off guard. Looking at the frog, that lost its balance and fell forward, the monarch snake smiled. Grass type skills are already very effective against water type elves, and the grass knot is even more powerful for a player like the frog that weighs more than half a pound. Just taking this move, the frog's physical strength must be consumed by more than half. Bang, chew. The next moment, it understood what it meant to not be happy too early. The monarch snake, which was hit in the abdomen by the freezing fist, flew backwards and let out a painful cry in the air. The blue-green cold air kept entangled in its body. What a strong flexibility. ZHE also secretly smacked his lips. The situation that happened just now repeated in his mind. The frog, who was about to be tripped to the ground, relied on its own strength to maintain its balance. With 2 feet firmly grasping the ground, the whole body seemed to stop the decline as if parallel. Then all 4 limbs exerted force at the same time. While leaving deep marks on the ground, it also reached the vicinity of the monarch snake at a faster speed. Then it quickly hit 2 unreasonable freezing punches. While after doing all this, the fast swimming frog suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and opened its mouth to gasp desperately. Only it knew how much the burst just now consumed. Breaking through the blockade of the grass mixer is much more difficult than imagined. Although the hidden grass knot was twisted by it, the damage still exists. The fast swimming frog felt that his whole body was shaking uncontrollably due to fatigue, especially the lower part. RC stroked his beard and squinted his eyes to think about the details of the battle. Is it because of the green grass field? This kind of increase should not be. Could it be that this monarch snake is about to break through the king level? It's really powerful. Looking at the appearance of the fast swimming frog, he did not choose to pursue the victory and expose the flaws in vain to be caught by ZHE. Instead, it let the frog take the time to recover. Chew on the other side, the monarch snake, which was under the continuous influence of the green grass field, was also tidying up its body. 2 vine whips emerged from the left and right sides of its body, waving to break the ice on its body. It looked at the frog with fear. The green light could not stop entering the body of the monarch snake from the field. RC knew that he could not delay any longer. The frog, who could not master the water flow ring, and the grasper came and had a protracted battle instead of recovery. This was really a bit of a show off. Jump up and use station pressure. While hearing RC's command, the frog, whose breathing frequency had obviously calmed down a lot, opened its legs. The strong muscles suddenly contracted and then exploded. Bang, smoke and dust rose up, and it turned into a shadow and came to the sky in the blink of an eye. Aiming at the location of the monarch snake, the frog rolled forward and spread its limbs widely. The violent impact filled the sky above the field. As the distance got closer, the speed of the fast swimming frog increased. The air currents visible to the naked eye covered its body. The apprentices watching were all exclaiming in amazement. But Zay and the monarch snake were not afraid at all. It was not until there was a distance of 5 or 6 meters that Zay issued an order. Swallow return. 2 short words were uttered. The dazzling white light instantly covered the monarch snake's body. The body twisted and swung with agility. Everyone found that it disappeared from their sight. Can the green grass field still be used like this? Fujiki, who was observing closely as a referee, narrowed his eyes. He could see that at the moment when the monarch snake moved, the grass near its body seemed to push it consciously, so the monarch snake's speed was unusually fast. Even as a trainer specializing in fighting, Fujiki was very clear about the difficulty. This is going to be bad. RC also knew what the monarch snake's sudden high speed meant. The fast swimming frog in the air can slightly change its attack direction, but it is impossible to catch up with the monarch snake moving at the high speed of the swallow return at such a short distance. It can only be said that Zay's sense of distance is really good. If the distance is farther, the fast swimming frog can stay in the air for a while longer to delay the duration of the swallow return. If the distance is closer, the fast swimming frog can also use the high speed of falling from the high altitude to force the monarch snake to catch up. Not to mention how much damage it will cause, but at least it can restrict its movement. It just so happens that the distance of 5 meters is the most uncomfortable for the fast swimming frog. Water gun, push back. Although he had already made a guess, RC still made a final effort. Puff, a violent stream of water sprayed out from the belly of the fast-swimming frog. The reaction force of hitting the ground combined with the body control of the fast-swimming frog made it turn around and find the position of the monarch snake again. But at this time, the white light of the swallow return was still condensed on the monarch snake. The noble red eyes were moving, and the monarch snake twisted its body without hesitation and changed direction. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, the fast-swimming frog, maintaining a mountain-like posture, smashed into the ground fiercely. Smoke and dust rose up, covering its body. The monarch snake returned to its original position and straightened the front half of its body and slowly extended 2 vine whips. Puff puff puff, dozens of seeds with green light flew through the air and fell near the smoke and dust. Under the control of the monarch snake and the effect of the green grass field, countless tiny vines extended from the seeds. In the blink of an eye, a green semicircular cage fell on the ground. Faintly, you can also see the strange light flowing on the constructed vines. The apprentices watching the battle are also trainers, and they naturally know that this is one of the most disgusting grass type skills, the parasitic seed. Causing continuous damage while recovering yourself is simply a must for a protracted war. Fast swimming frog, show your courage. Use poison to smash it. RC sank into his dungeon and let out a huge roar. Boom. Boom. It seemed to be responding to his voice. A few seconds later, a dull thumping sound came from the cage. Everyone could clearly see a place that had bulged out violently. Growth. ZAGE had not expected that the fast-swimming frog would still have the strength to fight back in this situation, and once again commanded the monarch snake to strengthen the vines. The vines that made up the cage expanded and contracted, as if they had life, as if they were breathing. It was visible to the naked eye that they became thicker and more tightly entangled. Bang, the sound of the collision became duller, but the protruding part became smaller and smaller. Although it was invisible, everyone could imagine what happened. After a long time, everything fell into silence. Fujishu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Okay, I give up. You kid, quickly open this thing for me. Really, you don't give me any face. RC's carefree voice sounded. Chio the monarch snake turned his head to look at ZAGE and very actively loosened the control of the vines. Tetsuya smiled and praised. Well done. Chio the monarch snake proudly raised its tail. Of course. As the vines disappeared into the ground, the frog inside also revealed its figure. The scars could not be seen because its body was tightly bound by the vines, leaving no gaps. Not only did it have the effect of trapping, but the frog in the cage was also enduring the effect of the parasitic seed sucking its physical strength. Under the combination of multiple factors, even with the poison attack that had a restraining effect, it failed to successfully break the vines. Then, the winner of this battle is Uncle Tetsuya. Fujishu looked at the frog with his eyes spinning around and reported the result of the battle with conviction. The mastery of this skill can fully show how strong the opponent's trainer is. Oh, are you done? Yuriko's voice sounded at the door, just in time. Don't go to the Pokémon Center, I'm back with people. RC, it seems that you were beaten badly. Behind her, an old voice sounded faintly. Old man, come over here and help me recover my fast swimming frog. Apparently, RC was familiar with the owner of the voice and greeted him with a smile and scolding. Note, in the special episode, Fujiki and Shiba are brothers. Chapter 516, Small Gifts and the Hunting Park Plan in Johto. Under Tetsuya's gaze, a short old man with white hair stood out from behind Yuriko. The two long white beards on his face that hung down to his chest were very eye-catching. This is Grandpa Kuriki. Everyone calls him Old Man Hyuhu. Yuriko introduced the old man to Tetsuya. He has a very good relationship with RC. Hello. Tetsuya hurriedly greeted him. The old man stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Hello, you are the little devil Yuriko was talking about, right? Ushu, can you hurry up and stop wasting time? Just as Yuriko was about to introduce Tetsuya to the old man, RC's urging voice could not be stopped. Old man Hyuhu's eyes glared and his beard stood up. Why are you urging me? Haven't you learned anything from Yuriko in such a long time? You just keep urging me all day long, he complained, but his body still walked towards where RC was. It's not a big deal. It's just a coma caused by normal physical exhaustion. His arm is a little weak. Just let it rest for half a day. After taking a look at the still unconscious frog, old man Hoo made a diagnosis casually. Hoo, help it heal. As he spoke, he casually threw a Pokeball. A vibrant voice sounded. A Pokémon that looked like a turtle appeared right in front of Frog. Unlike normal turtles, this Pokémon's red shell has many holes, and the edges of the holes are white ring-shaped protrusions. This is a Pokémon with a combination of insect and rock attributes. Hoo. The reason why Old Man Kangshu is also called Old Man Hoo is because he has an incomparable understanding of Pokémon like Hoo, and is also very good at using their abilities to make items. For example, various potions. This is a unique product bred based on the special ability of Hoo's red shell. Hoo is classified as a fermentation Pokémon. While feeding on tree fruits, it can also store some of the tree fruits in its hollow body and then ferment the tree fruits into tree juice with various effects through the function of its shell. Whether in terms of conversion efficiency or the quality of the final product, the outstanding Hoo is much better than human machines. Old Hoo can even use these special tree juices as raw materials to make various special potions or pills. At the same time, Hoo itself is also very special. In terms of ability distribution, Hoo, who has low physical strength, almost no attack ability, and extremely slow speed, has much stronger physical defense ability than Steelix and Boscadora, and its energy defense ability is even better than others. According to legend, the powerful Hoo's energy defense ability is higher than that of Regius, who is best at special defense in the legend. Of course, it's just a legend. People in the elf world basically don't believe this legend. Hoo obviously knew what he should do when he came out. With a slight tilt of his body, a liquid like orange juice flowed out and flowed into the small bottle prepared in advance. RC grabbed the bottle without hesitation and poured it on the fast-swimming frog. You're a jerk who squanders the gifts of nature. Although it wasn't the first time, every time he saw this scene, Old Man Hoo's blood pressure started to soar. Keep half for internal use. This thing is very precious. Okay. Really, we're friends. RC said carelessly, but he still followed Old Man Hoo's instructions carefully. The orange liquid that came down from King Deo was absorbed into the body of the fast-swimming frog the moment it touched it. Wow, the fast-swimming frog opened its eyes and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Bang, RC pressed it back to the ground with one hand. Not surprised at all. Open your mouth. The dazed fast-swimming frog subconsciously opened its mouth when it heard the familiar voice. A sour and sweet taste flowed into its mouth. After smacking its lips, the fast-swimming frog thought it tasted quite good. Wow. Suddenly, it got up from the ground and quickly posed a series of bodybuilding poses while shouting continuously. This time, RC did not interrupt its movements. On the contrary, he burst into tears. Great, frog. Is this your fighting spirit? Let's burn it together. While crying, RC hugged Frog tightly. Oh. The apprentices cheered with their right fists raised when they saw this scene. Tetsuya moved his feet expressionlessly. He was sorry that he always looked out of place because he was not perverted enough. Yuriko was obviously a person who had seen big scenes and smiled at Tetsuya. RC has always been like this. You will get used to it, and this kind of spirit is also unique to fighting type Pokémon. Tetsuya agreed with this. Anyway, every fighting master he had seen was very energetic. That's right, it was the doctor in Kanto Shinshin Research Institute who did not sleep for 3 consecutive days to conduct research. Not to mention over 50 years old. Tetsuya felt that a young man under 20 years old would not dare to endure this, for fear that he would not wake up after sleeping. You must perform well later. Suddenly, Yuriko winked at Tetsuya. Your gift fluctuates greatly. Tetsuya tilted his head, then understood and looked at the old man Hoo not far away. Hoo's special tree juice can normally be fermented in a few days, but you can guess the quality of such tree juice without me saying much. Yuriko smiled. If you want to get good tree juice, you have to brew it for at least a month before it can be used as raw material. Some of the effective potions on the market are made in this way. That's right, but Ashu's potion is different from the ones on the market. RC took over the conversation. The apprentices had to do post-meal exercise after watching the game, so he quickly returned to normal and arranged everything. He said to Tetsuya, the potions made by Ashu use tree juice as the raw material, which can be as short as 2 or 3 years, or as long as 4 or 5 years. There are even various secret recipes. Even if it is the same potion, the effect is more than 10 times better than the potions on the market. What's more, he has several special pots. RC winked at Tetsuya, his eyes meaningful. The old man's forehead was full of wrinkles. I knew that you two have been staring at my pots. It's really a bad friend. A bad friend. He sighed and looked helpless. But, Yuriko also grew up under my watch, and I will naturally meet her requests. The old man changed the subject, but, the premise is, that you have to answer to my satisfaction. Don't worry, it's not a difficult question, just some basic knowledge of breeders. I see that you are a good trainer, and you should know something about breeding. Yuriko and RC snickered on the side. Old man who had been staying at home brewing tree juice to make potions, naturally didn't know ZHEE, not to mention his reputation as a genius breeder. If it was some obscure questions, ZHEE might not be able to answer them, but as for breeder knowledge, it can only be said that old man who hit the bullseye this time. The first question is the taste ratio of persimmon fruit. Old man who ignored the crazy couple and raised his head to ask ZHEE questions. The ratio of spicy, astringent, sweet and sour is 1, and there is no bitterness. ZHE gave the answer without hesitation. Old man who touched his beard. Well, it's okay. Persimmon fruit is a very special tree fruit that eliminates the state of confusion. The reason why it is special is that the other 5 tree fruits that have the effect of eliminating the state of confusion are wuha fruit, strange fruit, mango, liba fruit and bear fruit. The principle of elimination is to use the strong and single taste of these 5 tree fruits, that is, pure spicy, astringent, sweet, bitter and sour. Pokémon that cannot eat spicy food will instantly get rid of the state of confusion after eating extremely spicy wuha fruit. This may be the so-called heavy medicine for serious illness. Among them, the extremely bitter liba fruit is undoubtedly the most used one. Even the elves who like to eat bitter tree fruits find it difficult to tolerate this extreme bitterness. Of course, if these types of tree fruits are forced into the mouths of normal elves, they will also fall into confusion. The taste ratio of persimmon fruit can be said to be a special existence. It lacks bitterness, but can eliminate the state of confusion with a very amazing effect. It can even be taken by normal elves without any effect. Second question, what tree fruit does Fat Kedding eat when his throat is uncomfortable? Pear blossom fruit, which can heal the throat. Third question, what do the different colors of leaves on the star peach fruit represent? Taste, red is spicy, blue is astringent, pink is sweet, green is bitter, and yellow is sour. Fourth question. 9 questions in a row from easy to difficult. ZHE also answered them all accurately and quickly. The old man whose expression became visibly surprised. Not bad, not bad. There are not many children like you now. Next, the last question. In the world, is there any tree fruit that can make elves change their body color? This question made Yuriko and RC beside him stunned. There is such a tree fruit? Isn't this equivalent to artificial flash elves? Zay was also stunned. He learned the previous ones after coming to this world, but he really knew this a long time ago. The penguin fruit of Penguin Island in the Orange Islands will cause the elves to turn pink if taken for a long time, and some will turn pink if taken for a short time. It will return to normal after a period of suspension of use. Ordinary people, or most residents of the elf world, will not know about the nature reserve of a remote small island group. Even if they have been to the Orange Islands, due to the special nature of the nature reserve, they probably can't go to the island, let alone know the effect of penguin fruit. Good. Obviously, the old man who was very satisfied with Zay's answer. The more he looked at the young man, the more he liked him. Why don't you become my apprentice and learn how to make potions from me? I'm the master of potions in the Alliance. Go away, Shu. Why are you trying to steal people? Yuriko asked you to give things, not to poach people. RC was furious when he heard this. He quickly lifted the old man from the ground with a cross and put him aside. This is his junior brother, a genius trainer. How can he spend his whole life making potions? In this world, where elves are supreme, the status of trainers is not comparable to that of ordinary professions. Even Steel, the master of making elves balls, may not have a higher status than the 4 kings of the region. Ignoring the bickering between the elderly and the middle-aged, Yuriko looked at Tetsuya with a little surprise. This is the first time I've seen someone answer all of Shu's questions so smoothly. Tetsuya, you're really amazing. Not bad, not bad. Tetsuya said modestly, it's mainly because I read a lot of miscellaneous things on a daily basis, so I remembered it. Yuriko smiled and shook her head, without saying much. This kid doesn't look like a young man at all. You two. How long are you going to make trouble? Tetsuya is watching us. Don't you behave like adults? She turned around and roared. Shua. 2 figures came to Yuriko at lightning speed. Looking at the 2 people who dared not move, Tetsuya blinked his eyes. What a guy. It was still the old man who recovered first. Ahem. I'll prepare something for Tetsuya. It seems that this time I will have to bleed a lot. As he spoke, he took out 7 or 8 Pokeballs from somewhere on his body. Guys, come out to work. Red lights flashed one after another. One by one, the energetic Hugh appeared on the ground from the Pokeball. Tetsuya's eyes condensed. Among the 8 Hugh, there was a Hugh with a blue shell. It was a shining Pokemon. The old man Hugh didn't say anything more, but directly commanded the Hugh to pour out the tree juice inside their bodies. AC, help me buy these things. He handed AC a list without even looking up. AC handed it to Fujishu, who handed it to his younger brother. Yuriko shook her head in annoyance. Really, none of them are reliable. In contrast, the more she looked at ZHE, the more satisfied she felt. If she and AC didn't have children, she would have wanted her daughter to marry this child. By the way, I heard that you were bullied by the person in charge of the hunting park in Asakuna City before. Yuriko suddenly asked. ZHE didn't know why Yuriko mentioned this, but still nodded. Yes, what's wrong, Sister Yuriko? Could it be that something went wrong at the hunting park again? No, the endorsement fee for the last quarter had just arrived, and they remembered it very clearly. Nothing. AC and I discussed it before, and we are going to report to the Alliance to open a hunting zone exclusive to Johto nearby. Yuriko said lightly. Oh, this. Zay's expression was dull for a moment. So, who will be the director? P.S. The 5 kinds of fruit have no healing effect in the game. Please be aware. Chapter 517 Secret Medicine. First arrival at Shalokan. It is tentatively decided to be Director Bayoba of the Kanto hunting zone. As expected, Yuriko said a name that Tetsuya was quite familiar with. Seeing that Tetsuya seemed a little surprised, she smiled and said, don't get me wrong, this is not targeting Director Bayoba. On the contrary, it is because of you that we can contact Director Bayoba. As the person in charge of the first hunting zone, Director Bayoba has quite rich experience. In addition, the commonality between Kanto and Johto elves makes him the most suitable candidate for the position of director. It is true that Tetsuya nodded. Although Director Bayoba did not leave a very good impression on him at the beginning, he was really a very good person in charge and leader in the later contact. Otherwise, the Kanto hunting zone would not be so famous. According to Director Bayoba, he actually did not intend to stop him at that time. If his perception had not reached a rather exaggerated level, after undergoing Nobuhiko's training, he would not have noticed the approaching guards at that time. If he hadn't discovered it, there might be an extra desert dragonfly in his main Pokémon team. Then again, if he had captured the Jorant at that time, Zaire felt that with his personality, he would most likely choose to return directly. After all, at that time, he was not rich enough to carry a small mountain of gold around. In this way, he would not have met the little guy who was still to GP at that time. It can only be said that he was not destined to be with Desert Dragonfly but with Togekiss. Or, to be a little narcissistic, Zaire felt that it might be Togepi's super luck that played a role. Will Aju agree? Zaire frowned and thought of another person. For the Crimson City, the hunting zone can be said to support most of the income and traffic. If Bayoba was poached to open a new one in Johto, then the Crimson Gym would undoubtedly be affected to a certain extent. He agreed. Yuriko explained. Director Bayoba's opening of a hunting zone here does not mean that the one in Crimson City will be closed. His son will take over the position of director and continue to run it. Moreover, according to our design, there will be obvious differences between the hunting zones in Johto and Kanto, and the feelings they bring to people are completely different. The most important thing is that Aju can come to Johto to serve as the 4 heavenly kings of the region. Tetsuya added the most powerful reason for Yuriko in his mind. He quickly figured out everything. Not to mention, whether the difference in distance and Pokémon types will affect the business of the Kanto hunting zone. Even if there is a loss, Aju can take this opportunity to find a reason to return to the Johto Alliance. It is no secret that the Johto Alliance wants to establish the 4 heavenly kings. It's just that it has not been implemented for various reasons. Strength is definitely a must. But if you don't have any connections, unless you are strong enough to crush trainers of the same level, it will be difficult to ascend to the throne of the 4 heavenly kings of the region. Apart from anything else, during the selection competition, the trainer on your opponent has a grudge against you, and even if he loses, he will force your Pokémon to be seriously injured. Then, the chance of winning the next battle will undoubtedly decline. Everyone is a top trainer, and a little factor will affect the final result. To put it bluntly, sometimes, the 4 heavenly kings of a region are not only about hard power, but also about human relations. Except for some perverts. Especially when someone like Liubo also participates in the selection competition, human relations become even more important. Liubo does not want to be the 4 heavenly kings, this is for sure, but he has to maintain the reputation of the gym. Just imagine, the owner of Kaji Gym, one of the 8 gyms in Johto, did not participate in the 4 heavenly king selection. Is it because of his lack of strength? This kind of thinking is best not to exist for the gym. For details, you can refer to the Future Cerulean Gym. Due to its poor reputation, the Future Cerulean Gym has been called the weakest gym in Kanto, and even its survival depends on the performances of Zyuksha's 3 sisters. For the gym, fame is directly linked to profit and development. If they meet in a round of 16, with the intricate relationship between Liubo and Aju, it is almost certain that Liubo will let them win. But if they meet someone else, Tetsuya can imagine Liubo beating the opponent to the point where he can't take care of himself. This is not a fight of the same level. Liubo at full strength is one of the world's top trainers, and may be stronger than the regional champion. Of course, basic strength is still required, otherwise, with the arrogant personalities of the top level trainers, they may not give you this face. Throwing aside the messy thoughts, Tetsuya said, then when the hunting zone is built, Sister Yuriko, you must notify me to come and see it. Yuriko smiled, of course, no matter how powerful you are, remember to advertise and endorse our hunting zone. Master, senior brother Fujiki, the things are back. As he spoke, an apprentice carrying large and small bags of things staggered back. Fujishu's face looked a little unhappy. You can't even hold such a small amount of things properly. Your physical strength is really too poor. Laziness is your biggest enemy. Keep training like waves. Yes, senior brother. The apprentice who was running errands felt bitter in his mouth and heart, but he immediately put the things on the ground and trotted into the queue. To be honest, there were indeed a lot of things. Zaya didn't expect that they were just some auxiliary materials, but the quantity was so large. The most important thing was that under the skillful hands of the old man Hugh sitting on the ground, the auxiliary materials were reduced at an extraordinary speed with the tree juice produced by Hugh. Bottles of potions or pills of different colors were neatly placed in the box next to them. Zaya watched the old man Hugh's movements carefully without blinking. The special tree juice of the raw material is definitely the key factor, but the old man's craftsmanship should not be underestimated. Are there not many people who make delicious food into dark cuisine? Is it because the ingredients are not delicious enough? Obviously, this is not realistic. This is Kurika's top potion combination. It seems that he is really satisfied with your answer. Although she didn't know how to make potions, Yuriko, who was very familiar with old man Hugh, immediately saw the source of what he was making. Of course, we can't let such an excellent young man suffer. Old man Hugh, who seemed to be extremely focused, responded to Yuriko's words. For him, the production process was already familiar to him. Except for a few special points, he could do the rest of the process with his eyes closed. About half an hour later, old man Hugh finished his actions. Wipe your sweat. Yuriko handed over a towel very considerately. Okay, kid, come and see if you are satisfied. While wiping the sweat off his face, old man who waved to ZHE, let me introduce these potions to you. First is the favorability potion. You can call it the bonding potion or the intimacy potion. The effect is very simple. Apply it on you and the elf, and the elf's favorability towards you, and the tacit understanding between the two will increase quickly. The duration is about a month. Here are 3 bottles, which are enough to help an elf break through, if you use them sparingly. Of course, it is more effective on lava elves, and your round land shark is very suitable. First, there are 3 round-bottomed flasks filled with mysterious blue liquid. Just by listening to old man who's oral description, ZHE can fully imagine its preciousness. You mean, it can help break through the quasi-king to the king? If this is really the case, then this thing is priceless. That's about right. Old man who waved his hand nonchalantly, but the effect is actually not that great. I said 3 months, because that's based on your talent. Under normal circumstances, there's only a glimmer of hope after using it for a year. The focus of this potion is as he said, and the more important thing is to lay a good foundation for young elves. For elves that have just been born from elf eggs, the initial intimacy is not only high, but also easier to improve. With 3 bottles of secret potions of favorability, this undoubtedly shortens the time required to break through the king level in advance. Then these 10 groups can quickly improve all the abilities of elves below the king level without side effects. The order of taking them doesn't matter. Just drink 1 group. As for the specific effect, it depends on how you train. The more you train, the more you improve. But there is also an upper limit. It's impossible to say that it helps elves break through their limits. Immediately afterwards, old man who pointed to another 60 bottles of small potions in the box. The 6 colors are clearly distinguished. ZHE's breathing couldn't help but quicken. To put it bluntly, this is an alternative L-series candy of the Sylph group, a water version. But compared to that, this potion has a higher upper limit of effect, and does not require continuous intervals of 10 or even 20 sets of consumption. A rough calculation shows that these 10 sets of potions alone are worth at least 200 or 300 million. Including the 3 bottles of secret potions for goodwill, the gift from Yuriko and old man who is definitely not less than 500 million, or even higher. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Zay really smiled helplessly this time. He never expected that Yuriko would prepare such a big gift. He originally thought it was at most some precious prop. Hey. Yuriko waved her hand generously. This thing is not as expensive as you think. It's mainly the labor cost. It's just polite words from our family. She winked at Tetsuya and said, if you want to thank me, win the championship in this year's silver conference. I haven't seen the winning trophy of the regional competition yet. It was said that Tetsuya naturally couldn't refuse, and he didn't intend to refuse. Thank you very much, Sister Yuriko. What about me? RC, who was like an invisible man, jumped out at this time. Go and train the apprentices for me. Yuriko, the real head of the family, didn't pamper RC at all. She grabbed his ears and threw him to the training ground of the dojo. What are you looking at? Practice well. Looking at the eyes of the apprentices, RC showed a seemingly fierce look. All the apprentices held back their laughter and dared not say anything more, for fear that their master would give them more training. Let's go. I'll take you to the Blue City. RC is always exercising. You can't learn from him. I'll buy you some clothes. Your clothes are too tacky. On the other side, Yuriko took Tetsuya to the street without saying a word. Mrs. Yuriko, is this the new apprentice? What a handsome guy. Yes, he's really good. Is he the junior apprentice of Master RC? Young talent, are you in a relationship? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Go away. He's in his prime period of development. How can he have time to fall in love? Young people should work hard first. In the next 3 or 4 hours, Tetsuya felt the emotions he hadn't felt for a long time. Perhaps because she and RC didn't have children, Yuriko completely treated him as her own child. But he didn't understand why. You don't really need so many. Seeing Yuriko packing a whole layer of clothes at once, Tetsuya pulled her with a cold sweat. There are other things in the space backpack. It's not convenient in the wild. A few pieces are enough. After much persuasion, Yuriko regretfully only gave him 20 pieces of clothes and pants as a match. Fortunately, Tetsuya's trainer equipment is of the highest level, and there are even many special models in the interior. Otherwise, it seems that Yuriko is going to replace his whole body with a new one. Woo, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The cruise ship heading to Asahi City made a sound. Keep going. The energetic Yuriko waved goodbye to Tetsuya on the deck. RC beside him looked silly with a smile, and he didn't look like a powerful fighter and gym leader at all. Looking at the cruise ship that gradually went away and disappeared, Yuriko restrained her smile and sighed slightly. What's wrong? RC hugged his wife's shoulders. Yuriko shook her head. This child is not as positive as he looks. He always thinks too much. Is it because he grew up alone? It's a child. It will be fine. RC did not comment. I hope so. Yuriko really likes this child. In the short contact, she found that the other party is much more mature than his peers. How about, let's have one too? RC said with some disrespect for the elderly. Heh. Yuriko showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. The scream of pain resounded throughout the harbor. On the other side, facing the sunset, Tetsuya opened his arms towards the coast. Asaki, here I come. The lighthouse light in the distance was flashing to guide the direction. It also seemed to welcome Tetsuya's arrival. I'll take a day off for Children's Day. There will be no tomorrow. I just turned 3 and went to celebrate the holiday. Full version. Chapter 518. Meeting in the restaurant. Many people. Woo. The sound of ships' whistles is endless. This is the Asahi Harbor in Asahi City, one of the most prosperous seaports in the world. On the long coastline, countless cargo ships and cruise ships enter the docks in an orderly manner. On the docks, two lighthouses of different heights are erected in an unusually uniform manner. One is old, and the other is brand new. The old one is the famous Electric Dragon Lighthouse in Asahi City, also known as the Radiant Lighthouse. A long time ago, when human technology could not guide ships or planes forward in bad weather, the light at the tail of the Electric Dragon was the most reassuring hope for the captain and a group of sailors. The new one is an electric lighthouse based on technology. Needless to say, the main source of electricity is still the electric Pokémon of the melee family. This is also a major feature of Asahi City. Generally speaking, the Pokémon that generate electricity are common social Pokémon such as Pikachu and Magnemite. Too much electricity stored in their bodies is not only not good for the body, but will cause a huge load. Discharging electricity from time to time is beneficial to physical and mental health. Even some wealthy companies will choose Pokémon like Electabuzz to generate electricity. Generally speaking, the amount of electricity that a powerful Electabuzz can charge once is enough to support 2 or 3 days of consumption. As for the melee sheep tribe, although the hair does store static electricity, it is much more difficult to convert it into electricity than the above Pokémon. There is no way, because the melee sheep tribe and their final evolution, Dragonite, are the face of Asahi City. Standing on the dock with both feet, the smell of the sea breeze hits his nose, and the melody of the surging waves is heard in his ears. ZHE also sighed comfortably. Azure is good, and RC and Yuriko are indeed very good to him. But maybe because he has been used to being alone, he is a little uncomfortable. A Pokeball on his waist shook slightly. Well, it can be regarded as returning to your home ground. ZHE also said jokingly after sensing it. Looking at the shining lighthouse not far away, which was motionless, he knew that Dragonite and its trainer lived inside, and there was more than one. On the one hand, this is the garrison force of the port except for Miss Joy and others. On the other hand, it is also a bottom line safety guarantee. If the impact of bad weather such as storms is too great, and the light of technology cannot safely guide the ship, then it is time for the powerful electric dragons to show their strength. After all, sometimes storms are not naturally generated. The appearance of the electric lighthouse is more to give the electric dragons in the glorious lighthouse a time to rest and relax. Otherwise the tail light is on all day long, which consumes a lot of energy. It is precisely for this reason that the secret medicine was so needed by Asahi City in the past. In the past, when there was no electric lighthouse, there were electric dragons who were exhausted and reached their physical limits every now and then. Only the secret medicine could make them recover to normal as quickly as possible without sequelae. Who made these yellow guys have a gentler personality than each other, and they would not take the initiative. to ask for a rest. Goo goo, let's eat first. ZHE also touched his wailing stomach and thought silently. He ate a lot in the Azure gym in the morning, but because the shopping in the afternoon caused him great physical exhaustion, he was actually hungry faster than usual. As for how to choose a good restaurant, after observing the sailors around him, ZHE followed silently. Who knows the taste of restaurants better than these guys? Not long after, he stopped and looked up. Kayang Restaurant? What a simple name. ZHE raised his eyebrows and walked in immediately. This kind of restaurant named directly after the city, if it is not delicious, it is easy to get trouble. He is looking forward to it. As soon as he entered the door, come on, let's have a drink. Buy it and leave it. A glass of beer for the winner of the Monster Force, and a glass of beer for the winner of the Rhyme. Damn it. Do you not believe in your brothers? That elf is really that big. The violent noise came into his ears, and ZHE was a little uncomfortable for a moment. As far as he could see, the people eating here were basically sailors, so they were very bold when they talked to each other. In the corner, a monster was arm wrestling with Raiden, and a circle of sturdy sailors were watching. Come on, monster, show your courage. Raiden, you are a super powerful Pokémon that has evolved recently, show your opponent some color. The cheers of encouragement came one after another. They just didn't understand one thing. What is a sailor going to do by breeding a Raiden? Welcome to the Asagi restaurant. Our food is very rich. Even strong sailors can definitely get satisfaction. What would this guest like to order? A lively little girl trotted to Zaya's side. She seemed to be a waitress. She picked up an extremely large menu and handed it to Zaya. Zaya's mouth twitched slightly, and he took it with the desire to complain. He took a look and said, let's go for the number 2 and 3 set menus. He said so. The noise around him suddenly became much quieter. Are you sure, sir? This is a normal amount for 10 people. The little girl kindly reminded. Generally speaking, the strongest sailors will be full after ordering a set meal. Yes, don't show off, young man. The amount here is different from other restaurants. Be careful not to choke and go out with the help of the wall. A bearded sailor with his sleeves rolled up laughed. His companion beside him didn't give him any face at all. Yes, this guy was carried away by us when he first came here. He couldn't finish it and just ate it. What are you talking about, bastard? Do you want to compete to see who can eat more? I'm talking about you, bastard, with your green caterpillar stomach. Who can you compare with? The next moment, the two sailors who were originally fine put their foreheads together and started wrestling. It's okay, just these two, thank you. Although it hasn't been long, ZHE has already become familiar with this environment and handed the menu to the little girl very naturally. Okay, then please wait a moment. The little girl took the menu with difficulty and trotted into the kitchen. Seeing that Tetsuya was so insistent, the sailors around didn't say much. He just wanted to show off in front of Kasha-chan. They have seen many young people like this. In the end, it is also this kind of people who can't finish the food and are embarrassed. It doesn't matter. The restaurant soon became noisy again. Bang! Just as Tetsuya was waiting for the food to be served and daydreaming, the door was pushed open fiercely. All the sailors frowned and looked at the door. Then, their brows widened. What's wrong with Daisuke? Why are you in such a bad mood? Daisuke is here. Come and eat something. Come on, Daisuke, take a look at my newly evolved Raiden. The sailors greeted the people who came in enthusiastically, and their attitudes changed very quickly. Tetsuya subconsciously raised his head when he heard the familiar name. Daisuke, he whispered to himself with a little surprise. But it seems normal when you think about it. The only port nearby that can dock the Shulyu is Asagi port. Otherwise Daisuke would not appear in the nearby Whirlpool Islands. Tetsuya just didn't expect to see him again here after less than a day of separation. Daisuke obviously spotted Tetsuya very quickly. In this restaurant, he was really conspicuous for not being dressed as a sailor. He relaxed his face slightly, greeted the sailors around him, and then sat opposite Tetsuya under everyone's surprised gaze. Something happened? Tetsuya got straight to the point. What's the result? Yeah. Daisuke nodded with a slightly ugly expression. It is said that the rocket team inserted 3 waiters 2 chefs and a foreman. The lava team and the water fleet each inserted 3 waiters and guides. And there are also some people from the big and small dark organizations. It's inevitable. At least there is no problem with the sailors, right? Tetsuya comforted. Everyone actually knows about this kind of thing, and it is impossible to prevent it. In comparison, the infiltration of the dark organizations into the water flow can be said to be as shallow as it can be. That's true. Daisuke also agreed with Tetsuya's statement. At least his brothers did not betray the alliance, which is enough to show that his vision of people is still very accurate. Waiters and the like. It is no exaggeration to say that there are too many people and their sources are too diverse. It is impossible for him to check them out. I've thought about it. After taking a sip of wine that he didn't know which sailor had taken, Daisuke paused. When something like this happens, the alliance must find someone responsible, and I can only be the one on the shulyu. In this case, I might as well resign first and go to Masashi to be a gym teacher, which is not bad. Rather than letting the alliance issue an order to transfer him from his post, Daisuke felt that he could accept this method more. ZHE also thought about it and was about to say something. Bang, the door was pushed open again with great force. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the door. Sorry, I used a little force. I'm really sorry. A girl wearing a light colored dress and 2 whips couldn't help bowing and apologizing. It's okay. Long time no see. Master Ami, you've worked hard. Yes, Master Ami, you've worked hard, and your appetite has been very good recently. The attitude of the sailors was much better than when they saw Daisuke just now. Don't look at this person's rashness, but whether it's strength or power, a group of them tied together are not enough for others to see at a glance. Ami raised her head and smiled embarrassedly. Then she saw Tetsuya. Looking at the direction she was walking towards, the faces of the sailors became strange. Who is this young man? Not only Daisuke, but even Ami, the gym leader, actually knows him. Could it be that he is a young master? Tetsuya's current outfit was chosen by Yuriko in the afternoon. It is completely different from the usual capable trainer's outfit. With his face, he looks like a nobleman. Long time no see, Tetsuya. Ami nodded at Daisuke and greeted Tetsuya. Of course she knew Daisuke. The water flow was docked in Asahi Harbor. It would be strange if she, as half the owner, didn't know one of the main persons in charge on the ship. Long time no see, Miss Ami. Tetsuya also quickly figured out why Ami came here to eat. With her appetite, this place is perfect. And, if he heard correctly, the name that the sailors called the little waitress was Kasha. In the future, when Zaozi challenged the Asahi gym, it was an apprentice named Kasha who pretended to be Ami to challenge him, and even coated his onyx with a waterproof coating. How is Dragonite lately? Gwanja is very concerned about it, which is quite rare for it. Ami asked with a smile. ZHE also nodded confidently. Of course, Dragonite is very powerful now. Not to mention the strength, even the potential is very different from before. If it was not inconvenient to release the flashing Dragonite here, he would like to ask Ami for advice again. Last time, the elite broke through to the Quasi King. This time we can always look forward to breaking through the king, right? If not, we can always improve ourselves better. Bang, the door was pushed open for the 3rd time. The sailors were used to it, and didn't even look at it. This time, there was a strange group of 5 people standing at the door. Arsehole. Why do you look down on us? Ugly narcissist. The irritable red-haired woman roared at a man in a purple evening gown. That's right, meow. People like you don't deserve to see Sukyun, okay? A bipedal meow waved its claws and shouted. People's eyes were dazed for a moment. What did they hear? Meow can speak human language. In comparison, seeing Sukyun is nothing. This is a real elf who can speak human language. Ignorant people like you and elves don't know how outstanding my ability is. Vulgar. The man in the evening gown elegantly adjusted his bow tie, not caring about the contempt of one person and one elf. Okay, stop arguing. Let's eat first. I'm starving. A blue-haired young man was trying to smooth things over. Another short old man with a beard as big as a bush looked at Zay with shining eyes. I finally found you. Several question marks appeared above Zay's head. However, he did know some of these people. Tetsuya raised his hand and said, Koichiro. come here. Kojiro then realized that most of his close friends, most of whom were one-sided, were also in this restaurant. His mood suddenly improved a lot. Tetsuya, why are you here? Musashi, meow meow, let's go sit over there. Kojiro pulled the red-haired Musashi and meow meow and walked into the restaurant. The one who was faster than them was the old man. He flashed to Tetsuya's side, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath in a very perverted way. Then, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. Yes, this is the smell. I finally found you. He looked at Tetsuya fanatically, looking like a terrorist. Tetsuya clenched his fists, barely restraining his urge to hit an old man. Excuse me, old man, can you stay away from me? Chapter 519 Roaring Sea. Master Fan. Master Fan. Seeing this, Kojiro hurried forward and pulled the old man away from Tetsuya. The old man named Master Fan stared at Tetsuya as if he didn't notice anything, and the light in his eyes was enough to express his excitement. Master Fan. Hearing this name, Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the identity of this old man. The last time he heard this name was when he heard it from Pokémon Grandpa when he was holding a GS ball. You are the author of Phoenix King is My Life. It's nice to meet you. He probably understood why the other party was so excited and smiled and greeted Master Fan. Hello, hello. Master Fan looked happy. I've been looking for you for a long time. Tetsuya believed this sentence very much. It has been several months since the Manjin City incident, and most people have almost forgotten about it. And it is really not an easy thing to find a trainer like him who runs around. Just 2 days ago, he just ran from the easternmost part of Johto to the westernmost part. You can imagine how difficult it is to find him. Let's talk after dinner. I will try my best to answer your questions. They signaled Fanny not to be so excited. Family members know their own business. He is not the rainbow warrior mentioned in Fanny's book. The 3 sacred beasts of his god have said so. Okay. Fanny did not pursue it relentlessly. As long as he found the person, he would have plenty of time to ask. There were 8 people sitting on a long table that was not too big. To be precise, there were 7 people plus an elf. Meow, can you not look at me with that kind of eyes? Meow, it's a bit disgusting. Meow. Meow meow, who was licking his cat paw, was keenly aware of Zaya's gaze and moved his body uncomfortably. If it weren't for the fact that he was Kojiro's friend, Meow Meow swore that he would give this human a few claws. Tetsuya chuckled. Nothing, just curious about how an elf learned human language. Sorry, I disturbed you a little. How about I treat you to a meal? Meow, we are all friends. Why do you do these things? Meow. Meow Meow waved excitedly. Then I want 2 elf sets. Meow. Kojiro smiled helplessly. Fortunately, he also knew that this little money was nothing to Tetsuya. Its name is Meow Meow. This is Musashi. They are all my current partners. He introduced the red-haired woman next to him to Tetsuya. Add beautiful girl when introducing me, bastard. Musashi punched Kojiro without hesitation, and then immediately turned into a lady facing Tetsuya. Hello, my name is Musashi. Nice to meet you, handsome guy. Nice to meet you. Tetsuya smiled and nodded to Musashi. This big sister-like character still looks a little green now. The Rocket Team trio. Tut tut tut. His eyes swept over the 2 people and the elf, and Tetsuya's mood was hard to describe. By the way, can these 3 guys really fly without any damage? I'm so curious. Since we are all friends, and Kojiro and I haven't seen each other for a long time, I'll treat you to this meal. While his thoughts were flying, Tetsuya also called Keksha to let the trio order food. Okay. Thank you so much. Meow. Kojiro, it's great to have you as a friend. Meow. Without waiting for Kojiro to say anything, Musashi and Meowth nodded desperately. It's not that they can't fill their stomachs with their current abilities. After all, the treatment of Team Rocket is still good. If they hadn't been obsessed with catching Zyos's Pikachu to present to Sakaki, they wouldn't have to work part-time to get money for food. This performance now is purely caused by the hard life they used to live in the past. Kojiro shook his head helplessly and gave Tetsuya an apologetic smile. To be honest, he was very glad that he met such a good friend before running away from home. Tetsuya waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and then turned his eyes to the last person. Beautiful Miss Ami, my name is Shujing. You can also call me by my nickname Minakun. I wonder if I would be honored to invite you to the cafe to enjoy the food. The environment here is not suitable for you. A beautiful lady. The man in a purple tuxedo, who was called a narcissist by Musashi, approached Ami with a fanatical look and chatted with her. Excuse me, I still need to eat. Can you make way? You are affecting my appetite, Ami said with an apologetic face and extremely tough words. Tetsuya almost laughed out loud. Ami is such a character. Don't look at her appearance as weak and timid. In fact, think about it, and you will know that it is unlikely. Ami's trump card is Steelix, and the Pokémons like Emperor Nappo in the team are not the type that are easy to approach. Ami, a trainer who can command these Pokémons to fight, how could he be an indecisive guy? Shujing's smiling face froze in an instant. You embarrassing thing, get over here. Fanny shouted angrily. Shujing's face was uncertain, but he still sat down obediently. Fanny cupped his hands and apologized to Ami. I'm sorry, he was spoiled by his parents. I will talk to his grandfather later and let his grandfather educate him. Ami didn't even look at him and chatted with Keksha. Fanny didn't feel embarrassed. To put it nicely, he is a best-selling author. To put it bluntly, he is not a capable trainer, and many of the contents of his books are not based on his personal experience. It is understandable that some people regard him as a dreamer. Not to mention that gym leaders like Ami are not people he can get in touch with at ordinary times. ZHE also remembered why he had an impression of this man named Shujing. When he was traveling in Rainbow City last year, he saw this man using shuttlecock cotton to build Sukyun. A fanatical pursuer of Ho-Oh and a fanatical pursuer of Sukyun? ZHE also thought the clear status relationship between the two is very similar to the object of pursuit. Boom. Soon, Kezia brought up the set meal that several people ordered. The mountain of food covered all the tables, and even the faces of the people could not be seen. Then I will start eating without hesitation. Musashi and Miyawaf didn't care about the conversation between others. With shining eyes, they picked up the knife and fork and buried their heads in the ocean of food. Woo woo woo, this guy named Tetsuya is really a good person. Meow. Miyawaf couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten so wantonly. In other words, since he was born, he has lived a life of 1 meal full and 2 meals hungry. Even after joining the rocket team, in order to ensure that Boss Sakaki likes him, Miyawaf didn't dare to eat freely for fear of affecting Boss Sakaki's impression of him. However, Boss Sakaki still delegated him to the team as a Pokémon, who made him trip over the mop when delivering coffee, knocking over Boss Sakaki's coffee and a bucket of water, and electrocuting himself into an extremely embarrassed look. The only thing to be thankful for is that the team members Musashi and Kojiro are both good people. Tetsuya didn't mean to introduce the trio to Daisuke. He was afraid that the big brother would not be able to help but take out the elf to sink the three of them into the sea. This is a ruthless man who has really been on the battlefield, and it is not a problem to deal with the current trio. By the way, Tetsuya didn't stuff food into his mouth frantically, but chatted with Kojiro while eating. This morning, I met someone from the Inouen family. They are two very cute twins. Their housekeeper asked me about you. Inouen? Oh, I remember. You didn't tell me. Kojiro was stunned and then a little nervous. Until now, he still thought that his whereabouts had not been exposed. After all, he was a young master who had never left the house and had been locked up at home to receive education. Tetsuya didn't say much. Don't worry, I really don't know where you have been in the past half month, so just say I don't know. That's good, that's good. Kojiro's tense body relaxed all of a sudden. Last time you asked me how to breed gas bombs. I'm not very good at breeding poison type Pokémon, so I asked Apricot of Light Red for you. The specific information has been sent to your watch. Remember to check it. Okay, thank you. I'm also asking a trusted friend to help me get the lava of the fire-breathing camel. It's a pity. If it had been earlier, the few warming Pokémons at home could have helped a little. Zaya didn't want to listen to Kojiro's Versailles-like speech. Using elite level Pokémons for heating is probably something that only the truly wealthy can afford. Especially Pokémons of the fire-breathing camel type cannot stand being hungry for even a second. They can easily erupt lava of thousands or even tens of thousands of degrees because of hunger. The cost of food is secondary. The key lies in the expenses of the breeder who takes care of them. The group of people chatted casually, although they were not very familiar with each other. With Zaya as a buffer zone, the atmosphere was pretty good. Ami's appetite also shocked Kajiro and others who saw her for the first time. The little girl managed to eat a whole set meal, which was a feat that Musashi couldn't do. Great girl. Musashi patted Ami's shoulder and praised her. For her, there was no difference between a gym leader and a non-gym leader. So after you learned to speak human language, you felt that you couldn't evolve? Tetsuya asked Meowth, touching his chin. Meowth couldn't stop burping with a big belly. Yeah, meow. I don't know why, but it's good this way. It's a pity that I can't learn too many skills. Is that so? Tetsuya was thoughtful. It's not that he couldn't understand it. After all, in his impression, Ghastly in the animation seemed to be in a similar situation. Ghastly, who had lived for hundreds of years, could perform illusions and speak human language, but just wouldn't evolve. He didn't believe that it couldn't evolve, and the only explanation was that, after consuming a lot of potential in other aspects, it was difficult to produce changes in form. But Tetsuya always felt that it was not that simple. With the magic of Pokémon, learning human language should not make it impossible to evolve. Perhaps, Meow Meow hated the way Meow Boss looked from the bottom of his heart, and didn't want to evolve. Pokémon are very idealistic creatures. Whether they evolve or not depends on what they want. If they really don't want to evolve at all, the light of evolution will not be produced. If you don't understand, don't think about it. He is not a worm in Meow Meow's stomach. I heard from Kajiro that you are very good at inventions. When I ask you for help, don't refuse. I will give you enough canned cat food. Tetsuya said to Meow Meow. In fact, even if Kajiro didn't say it, he would ask Meow Meow indirectly. Meow Meow, the rocket team is really a technological genius. The most advanced canned cat food. Meow Meow suddenly felt his stomach deflated again. He patted his chest with a big promise. Don't worry, Kachiro's friends are my friends. Meow. If you have any problems, just come to me. Just tell Kajiro directly. Meow. Meow Meow swore that this was definitely not just because of the most advanced canned cat food. It was because, in all these years, ZHE was one of the few humans who treated it as a normal Pokémon. The looks that other people gave it made Meow Meow feel disgusted. Boom! Just when the restaurant was chatting enthusiastically, a huge roar sounded. This thunder. Daisuke and Ami frowned in unison. After looking at each other, they stood up in tacit understanding. The faces of the sailors who were just talking and farting suddenly became solemn. They put on their clothes, took back their Pokémons, and looked at Daisuke and Ami. ZHE also hurriedly asked, what happened? Maybe something happened. This thunder is not right. It doesn't sound like normal thunder in a storm. Daisuke said. Well, you can go to the Pokémon Center next door to take shelter first. It's still very safe there. Don't worry, this kind of thing happens often. It's fine once it's solved. Ami said as she looked at the dark night outside. Is that so? Tetsuya pondered for a moment. Then I'll go and take a look too. I should be able to help a little. Okay. Daisuke was about to refuse when he heard Ami agree decisively. He then remembered that, although Tetsuya was young, he was much stronger than him. However, thunderstorm weather is not very suitable for your main Pokémon to perform, so be careful. Ami said, and walked out of the restaurant vigorously. Zia, let's go. A regal Nabu appeared beside her, isolating the raindrops outside from Ami's body. Kajiro, go back to the Pokémon Center first. This is my room key. You can go in directly. I know you have a way. Tetsuya hurriedly took out the room key that he had reserved before dinner and rushed out behind Ami, Daisuke and a group of sailors. Don't, Meow. Meow Meow waved his paw in confusion. Is he a fool? Can't we just hide together? Meow. It looked at Kajiro. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 524. Shua in the dark city of Asagi, a group of people were running fast in the streets in the heavy rain. It seems that the residents of Asagi city are used to this kind of thing. Glancing at the houses around, Tetsuya thought clearly. Otherwise, there is no reason why these residents are so skilled. Daisuke gave him a popular science while running. Generally, storms of this scale are caused by the appearance of Gyarados. On average, it happens once a month in Asagi city. However, the thunder just now did not sound like that of Gyarados. It is probably mixed with some other electric Pokémon. His words were relatively relaxed. Although everyone was so serious, they were not very nervous. The sailors were mainly worried about whether the ships they worked on would have problems. This was a major issue related to their living income. As for safety issues, since the establishment of Asagi city for so long, there has never been a case of the port being completely destroyed, not to mention the buildings in the city center. The guards of the Asagi gym and the protection forces of the Alliance are not vegetarians. Boom boom in the distant sky, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed across the sky. For no reason, a trace of fear flashed through Zhi's heart. This kind of lightning, if it is caused by the power of the elves, it is at least semi-champion level or above. His face was serious. If it was a single semi-champion elf, it would be easy to say. Although the strength gap between each stage is large, it is not difficult to deal with it with the defense force of Asagi city. In fact, if it were not for the heavy rain weather that was not suitable for Ami's trump card Steelix to play, Ami alone would be enough to deal with it. The key is that there are basically no elves above the king level in the wild that are alone. They usually have a large-scale tribe. The nine-tailed beast that Xiaogang subdued is extremely rare. This situation, which may be a semi-champion level elf leading the attack on human cities, basically does not happen once in more than 10 years. Every time it causes a lot of damage. I hope it's not the worst result. Zhi adjusted his breathing to prepare for the next battle. It is precisely because of this that everyone tacitly chose not to release the elves to take themselves to the battlefield. In the fierce battle, every bit of physical strength is crucial, and wasting it on the road is not a good choice. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. Tetsuya even saw that the street lamp pole next to him was twisted. Squeak squeak, the flashing electric sparks made the street lights light up and go out from time to time, which seemed quite weird. There are many trainers like Tetsuya Daisuke. Most of them are guys dressed as sailors. In the process of going to the port, the scale of the support team has become larger and larger. This is a consensus since ancient times. Facing Tetsuya's somewhat puzzled eyes, Daisuke explained, if the port of call is in danger, the sailors will go to support, even if the matter may not be big. Except for a few pirates, who make a living by plundering at sea. Most people who make a living at sea follow this rule. Otherwise, it is also a matter of course that the port doesn't like you, isn't it? Soon, with a group of people with physical fitness that can be called animals running fast, they came to the port in the face of the storm. Bang, bang, bang boom. Puff, the energy of various moves shone in the air, making the port completely different from the darkness in the city. Without anyone's arrangement, the sailors walked quickly to the dock, where their ships were located, and began to defend. I'll go first, you should be careful. Daisuke nodded to Tetsuya and turned to the location of the water flow. Thanks to the addition of manpower, the guards who had been responsible for defense for a while were obviously relieved. As far as the eye could see, countless water spirits were floating in the sea, and many sea spirits that could move on land appeared on many docks. After showing his illustrations to Miss Junsha, who came to verify his identity, Tetsuya quickly searched for Ami along the coastline. According to Miss Junsha, Ami followed a guy who didn't look like a good person to a remote location. She didn't know more details, saying that her level was not enough. There was no choice. Tetsuya had to release the flame chicken. As soon as the flame chicken appeared, the rising white steam filled the surrounding air. The heavy rain weather caused its combat capability to decline by at least 20%. Next, without hesitation, Flame immediately closed its eyes and began to search for Ami with a blue light all over its body. To the northeast, there is another very strange and powerful force, the electric type. Flame's voice rang in Tetsuya's heart. Understood, you come back first. Tetsuya quickly put Flame back into the Pokeball and ran with his long legs. To be honest, his behavior had some suicidal meaning in it. Even though he was a direct trainer of the Alliance and had the obligation to help Asagi City resist the attack of Pokémon, there was no need to take such a big risk to find Ami. Resisting ordinary Pokémon at the seaside and facing their bosses are two completely different ways of fighting. But Tetsuya chose this. Nothing else, just curiosity and some thirst for knowledge. According to his current observations, the Pokémon that came to attack the port are basically water-type ocean Pokémon. Except for Pokémon with water plus electric attributes such as Electric Monster, there is no trace of electric Pokémon. This is a world of difference from Tetsuya's speculation just on the road. In other words, the unknown electric Pokémon is a rare and powerful lone individual. ZHE was very curious about what kind of elf was so lonely. Compared to that, the possible danger was nothing. Crack, crack, ZHE's ears moved as he kept searching, and his eyes looked in a direction. He patted the elf bull on his waist, and the shaking sound told him that he had heard it correctly. He slowed down and walked over carefully. After passing a small forest, an elf came into his sight in the heavy rain. Tall, very high. This was ZHE's first impression of this elf. It was nearly 4 meters high, and if the surrounding trees were not also very tall, it would have been discovered by others long ago. The other party looked like an upright wire, with a head like a white, bright and glowing star, but no visible face. Below the head was a black cable, divided into 4 limbs and a tail, each cable tied together by 3 white leaves. 2 arms separated the cable between the 2 outermost lines, and ended with a copper structure similar to a hand, each with 6 flat fingers at the end. The 2 legs were primitive thick cables, and the 4 toes on the copper claws were spread out in pairs, one in front of the other. The tail had a loose cable similar to a 3-wire plug. What kind of Pokémon is this? Zay frowned. In his impression, among all the Pokémon that have been discovered so far, there is no species that looks like the guy in front of him. Steel Snake, use Quicksand Hell. Ami's command sounded. Zay also focused on the opponent of the unknown Pokémon. Steelix, which is more ferocious than Onix, is undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. But facing the unknown electric Pokémon, Steelix, which has a great advantage in attributes, did not really have an absolute upper hand. Under Zay's gaze, facing Steelix's Quicksand Hell, the unknown Pokémon not only did not choose to dodge, but instead raised its feet and stabbed down fiercely. Green light immediately flowed on its body. Rooting? Zay immediately found the name of this skill in his mind. After a closer look, the unknown elf really looks like a tree. Maybe it has a strange combination of grass and electricity. This move can be said to be quite restraining for Steelix. It's not about the attributes, but the compatibility. Steelix, which has excellent defensive capabilities, is naturally a little weak in attack capabilities. Facing the rooting skill that can be continuously restored, the damage it causes is only a little higher than the opponent's recovery speed. It would take several hours to cause substantial consumption to the unknown elf. Before that, Steelix will probably collapse from exhaustion. Young man, don't look here for too long, leave quickly. A man in a black jacket and black jeans suddenly appeared beside Zaya. His face looked very gloomy. Zaya knew that this should be the guy who didn't look like a good person just now. To be honest, he really doesn't look like a good person. If it weren't for the logo on the left shoulder of the opponent's coat that revealed his identity, Zaya would probably treat him as an enemy. This guy is even more like Team Rocket than Team Rocket. Hello, my name is Tetsuya Tamaki. May I ask how I can help you? The international police officer? Under the man's gaze, Tetsuya not only did not leave, but smiled at him. Don't you understand? Leave the scene immediately, otherwise I will take measures. The gloomy man answered irrelevantly, and held a Pokeball. Tetsuya sighed slightly. Captain Murden, please don't be like this. I'm still very familiar with the handsome guy and Lila. Moreover, judging from your identity, the international police should not be here, right? Your mission is not to target Pokémons. Let's take a step back. I remember that you seem to have retired, then you should not be here. He called out the name of the man in front of him. Although he didn't know him, Tetsuya also learned a lot about his former companion and boss from the handsome guy. Merton, a former international police officer, has carried out undercover missions many times and is proficient in evil attributes. Later, he was transferred to the Alola region to carry out secret missions with the handsome guy. In other words, that Pokémon is an Ultra Beast, right? Tetsuya had a guess in his mind. In his previous life, he didn't really know much about the Ultra Beasts that had just appeared in Alola. The Ultra Beasts that looked like wires and trees in front of him were obviously not on the list he knew. But the appearance of Merton was enough to explain a lot of problems. Facing Tetsuya's words, Merton thought for a while with a sullen face and took back the Pokeball in his hand. Oh my, isn't this Tetsuya that the handsome guy's talking about? I have heard about you from him several times. I have heard about you for a long time. Looking at Merton, whose attitude had changed completely, Tetsuya was not surprised. He dared to swear that this man had recognized him a long time ago, but just didn't want him to get involved because it was too troublesome. What's its name? Tetsuya got straight to the point. Codename Up-03, Thunderbolt. You can also call it Electric Beamwood, the same. Merton leaned against a tree and said, its ability is super powerful electric shock. It was first discovered in a power plant. Its attribute is a single electric. Only a few grass type moves can be used because they fit the body. The so-called Ultra Beasts are actually not Pokémon, but special creatures in another space. However, their appearance is no different from that of Pokémon in the spirit world, so the difference is not that big. They came to the spirit world through a passage called the Ultimate Hole. According to investigations, Ultra Beasts are just common creatures in the original world, but they are very dangerous guys in this world. The weakest Ultra Beast is not something that ordinary trainers can deal with. As for the powerful Ultra Beasts, according to records in the Alola region, a very powerful Ultra Beast appeared about 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, the Ultra Hole happened to appear in a city. In an instant, just an instant, a 30-story building was swallowed by the Ultra Beast that suddenly appeared, and there was no residue left. Fortunately, that day was a rest day, and the number of casualties was only 39. Up-05, Big Eater, also known as the Evil Eater. It has a terrifying appetite to eat everything in front of it. The land and rivers are both on its menu. Although its appetite is amazing, its feces have never been found. It is speculated that it can convert everything it eats into its own energy. Why is it here? Tetsuya asked with a frown. The Ultra Beast is dangerous, but from all the current situations, it will only appear in the Alola region and only move there. It is also for this reason that people outside the Alola region don't even know that such creatures exist. Because of Fall. Merton was silent for a while, but still chose to give the answer. This is the name defined by the handsome guy and I. He quickly explained. It is a general term for humans with ultra space energy. When a creature passes through the Ultra Hole, its body will be bathed in the energy of the Ultra Hole, and humans who have bathed in the Ultra Hole will be chased and attacked by Ultra Beasts. This is their nature. Because a Fall appeared in Kanto City, the electric beam would appear here. Lila. As his brain turned, Tetsuya blurted out a person's name. His expression turned a little ugly. You, the international police, are using people like Lila as bait to lure the Ultra Beasts. Chapter 521 Lila. They had never expected such an operation. You know, every Ultra Beast is extremely dangerous. Not to mention a guy like the Norking that can easily swallow a building. Even the electric beam not far in front of him is stronger than most of the semi-champion level Pokémon. Fortunately, it was Steelix that faced it, which had an absolute advantage in attributes. Otherwise, in such a thunderstorm, they had reason to believe that this electric beam could even deal with the champion level Pokémon. In other words, a pure electric Pokémon facing a Pokémon with steel plus ground attributes can do this, which is enough to show the former's strength. Such a creature appeared near the city, and the threat can be imagined. Well, the threat and aggressiveness of the electric beam are not very big. Generally speaking, it will not actively attack humans other than non-targets. In response, Merton just spread his hands and explained a little. In fact, according to the current data, except for the Norking, most of the other Ultra Beasts are not violent. Their attack mode is more passive. This is also the reason why the International Police Department dared to let Lila be active outside the Alola region. Otherwise, the Alliance would not allow such a thing to happen. How do you explain the current situation? Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. He could fully understand the reasons why the international police did this. It was nothing more than that the pressure of the Alola region facing the Ultra Beasts alone was too great, so it was just a little shared with the outside. Compared with the Alola region composed of 4 large islands, the capabilities of the other regions are much stronger. At least that is the case when the 4 guardian gods do not take action. But understanding and acceptance are 2 different things. Although there is a high probability that Tokiwa, with Sakaki in charge, does not have to worry about the danger brought by the Ultra Beasts, if something happens. He has lived in Tokiwa City for nearly 20 years, and has many acquaintances there. Well, Murden's face became visibly embarrassed. It's mainly because we happened to run into the riot of the Sea Elves. Otherwise it shouldn't be like this. If there was no thunderstorm, he could deal with the electric beam wood alone, and there was no need for Ami to take action. After all, he was the head of an international police department before, so he still had some strength. The embarrassing thing was the weather. In thunderstorm weather, not to mention the use of electric energy to attack, the continuous consumption and replenishment alone was enough to make the power of the electric beam would reach a new level. In addition, the ground or rock type elves that restrain the electric beam would be greatly weakened in this weather. As a result, although there was a ground plus evil attribute rogue crocodile among Murden's main elves, it was still very difficult to face the electric beam wood. Note 1. Fortunately, Ami came fast enough. They only found out at this moment that a rogue crocodile was fighting with Steelix. Every time it rushed out from the ground, the rogue crocodile, who was good at attacking, would cause great damage to the electric beam wood. 1 attack and 1 defense. The 2 elves cooperated very well. Speaking of which, when the rock or ground attribute elves are covered with water, won't they be hurt by electric attacks? Zay touched his chin and muttered to himself. He just thought of the scene when Pikachu faced Gon and Onix when he just debuted. But it doesn't make sense to say that Pikachu hurt Onix. Onix looked more like it was simply hurt by the water. After all, for Onix with rock plus ground attributes, water has a 4-fold restraint effect. The effect of a water gun at the same level can be comparable to the standard power of a water cannon. How is it possible? Murden listened to Tetsuya's words and denied it. How can attribute restraint be broken so easily? He even doubted whether the young man in front of him was the Tetsuya Tamaki mentioned by the handsome guy. How could a genius trainer not understand such a thing? Just kidding. Don't be nervous. Tetsuya smiled. Murden said that he probably couldn't keep up with the thinking of modern young people. He was obviously not a few years older. Hey, don't you have any Pokémon to help? The battle will last unexpectedly long if this goes on. Tetsuya also interrupted Murden, who wanted to say something. Interrupted. Murden rolled his eyes. Electric Beam is a very good attacking Pokémon. It seems that it can't do much damage to Steelix and Croc, but it's all because of its attributes. Even if my other Pokémon can cause damage, they will be defeated quickly. The ability of Ultra Beasts will be enhanced after defeating Pokémon, just like the characteristic of overconfidence, so they must not be used. But I remember the handsome guy said that your strength is not weak. Go and help. Vegeta and Blaziken, do you expect to go up and deliver food? Their's face did not change. A flying type against an electric type, and a fire type on a rainy day. His 2 trump cards can really be said to be useless. The 2 Pokeballs on his waist shook dissatisfiedly, but there was no excessive movement. Vegeta and Blaziken knew that Zaya was right and he was not deliberately belittling. Okay. Murden shrugged indifferently while playing with the Kendama. Don't worry, it will be over soon. His face was very calm. Tetsuya glanced at him. Riddler, please get out of here. Asagi. Thank you. HMM. At this moment, he looked into the distance with a sense of something. Murden followed his gaze and said casually, look, it's coming. In the vision of the 2, a dazzling blue-purple light shone in the sky. As a glowing white sphere soared into the sky, the dark sky instantly became brighter. Even the dense dark clouds showed signs of dispersing, and the heavy rain suddenly weakened a lot. Alakazam, use mental power. A somewhat neutral voice resounded through the sky. The next moment, a Lakazam with a long beard appeared in the open space in the woods with a person. Lakazam's eyes suddenly widened, and he raised the spoon with 3 fingers on both hands and crossed them on his chest. Buzz invisible waves spread out. Dinsumu obviously also sensed something was wrong and wanted to react. But the attack of the psychic elves is not so easy to dodge, let alone a Lakazam attacked first. Bang, as the limbs that were originally deeply rooted in the ground were forcibly pulled out, the electric beam wood was directly knocked out by this mental power. This is not over yet. A crimson rogue crocodile appeared on the path that the electric beam wood must take. The claws lit up with a white light. This is a claw sharpening skill that can enhance the attack ability. Then, a black-brown energy with great malice condensed on the claws. Under the cover of the night, this energy seemed even more gloomy. Wow, the 2 claws swung out in succession, and the electric beam would let out a huge scream. They narrowed his eyes, reacting so quickly. He saw that it was one of the skills of the evil type, malicious pursuit. The basic power is not high, but in this case of pursuing victory, the power will be directly doubled, no weaker than the ultimate move of the original type. This move and combat method are completely the signature of the evil type Pokémon. Steal back, use the power of the earth. Although she didn't know where a Lakazam came from, and the person who suddenly appeared was not a powerful psychic trainer she knew, Amy immediately followed up with the attack. Steelback's tail was slightly shiny, and it hit the ground hard, but strangely there was no sound. After a delay of 1 or 2 seconds, boom. The earth pillar that soared into the sky once again knocked the scorpion that had just stood up again into the air. The faceless scorpion could not see what expression it had, but ZHE could also read its panic from its behavior. Yellow arcs of electricity ran around on the scorpion's body. It endured the high damage brought by the ground type skills, and prepared to use electromagnetic levitation to adjust its situation in the air. Swish, a yellow figure appeared above the scorpion. Lakazam, use magic flash. Following the trainer's command, pink light shone on Lakazam's double spoons. The dazzling light made ZHE squint unconsciously. When everything returned to normal, the scorpion had already fallen to the ground. Near it, deep pits told of the inhumane attack just now. Although they didn't know each other, and it was their first time working together, due to the strength of the Pokémon and the ability of the trainer, the Pokémon and the trainer cooperated perfectly. A ball drew a beautiful arc and landed on the body of the electric beast, and it immediately turned into red light and disappeared on the spot. It was like taming a Pokémon. Looking closely, the appearance of this Pokéball was not the type you can see on the market. The base was blue-black, accompanied by spider web-like patterns and cross marks, and 4 yellow protrusions were distributed on it in an orderly manner. This is an ultimate ball. One costs several million. Note 2. Seeing that the electric beast in the bowl did not resist, Merton, who had always been calm, was relieved and explained. So cheap. ZHE also felt a little strange. The Pokéball that can catch the ultimate beast, no matter how you think about it, you can tell that the technology content is inside it. This is not a Pokémon from the Pokémon world. It's just the cost. If we really talk about the value, it's more than doubled. I don't know how much the initial research investment is. The trainer of Lakazam added. Tetsuya rolled his eyes at him. I didn't expect you to appear here so soon, Lila. Could this guy really come for you? There's a mission going on nearby recently, I guess so. Lila lifted her purple hair and nodded. Generally speaking, their tracking ability is a bit delayed. I didn't expect it to be so fast this time. That's right, the trainer who came to support Lakazam was the future Battle Lord Lila. She was in a uniform, and with her long hair, she was not as hard to tell male from female as she was in the future. Do you know him? At this time, Amy also came to Tetsuya with Steelix. She looked at Merton with a bad look. If it weren't for the face of the international police, as a Jamona and city guardian, Amy felt that she must teach the guy opposite her a lesson. This level of Pokémon appeared near her city, and the person in charge couldn't even deal with it. Isn't this pure trouble? Fortunately, it was an electric Pokémon. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Well, this is Lila from the international police. We have communicated several times. She is very powerful. That is the former international police Merton. I have heard of her, but I'm not familiar with her. ZHE also briefly introduced the two people. The closeness of the relationship was very obvious. A trace of helplessness flashed across Lila's face. As expected, Ami's expression changed immediately. Former international police. Does that mean the uniform you are wearing is fake? As the master of the Asagi gym, I now ask you to go back to the Asagi City Police Station with me to verify your identity. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that you may threaten the city and will sanction you on the spot. Please take back your Pokémon immediately. Murden's face froze. Well, although I have withdrawn, but then there is no need to say more. Please cooperate with my work. Ami had a stern face and did not give any face. Steelix consciously showed a fierce expression. Murden cast a look for help to Lila. In fact, if it were in most other cities, the attitude of the gym master would not be so tough. But this was Ami, who was a light-hearted girl. As a steel specialized trainer, how could she be a weak type? Well, although Murden did quit, his name is still on the team, and this was not his intention. Lila had no choice but to explain softly. Most colleagues would cooperate, because in the end, it was likely that the international police would apologize, make compensation, or something to get him out. Murden still had some face, but he was one of Lila's saviors. If Murden and the handsome guy hadn't taken Lila, who had lost her memory after falling from the Ultra Cave, she would have been killed by the Ultra Beast. Lila certainly couldn't watch Murden being taken away so easily. It was mainly because they did something wrong, and it was untenable. Otherwise it would not have turned into this situation. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Note 1. Murden is the future king of Ulala Island. Later, Dr. Kuki invited him to serve as one of the 4 kings of the newly established Pokémon League, but he refused. His current strength is not that strong. After discovering Lila, he withdrew from the international police. Ami's strength is based on her level in the Grand Contest, a master level Grand Contest player, with Steelix as the participating Pokémon, and her main job is a trainer, and being a coordinator is just a hobby. The division is the same as the subsequent Pokémon World Championship, which is divided into General Super Senior Masters, but the competition process of the Grand Contest is different, so the number of players is different, and there is no title of 8 Masters. Note 2. According to what the handsome guy said about Pico, the price of an ultimate ball is several million yuan. Pico, vice president of the Ether Foundation. Okay, here's the complete version. Chapter 520 to target, village on Route 38. As the atmosphere became more and more heavy, Murden smiled. In that case, let's go. He tilted his head, put the sword jade back into his pocket with his left hand, and took out a Pokeball with his right hand. Come back, Rogue Crocodile. Thank you for your hard work. The Rogue Crocodile that stood in front of Murden instantly turned into red light and disappeared into the air. Facing the slightly surprised eyes of several people, Murden asked in confusion, why? Don't you want to confirm your identity? Lila is right. Although I have withdrawn, the organization is still attached. Those guys can't just watch me being locked up like this. His nonchalant look made Lila roll her eyes. Ami didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so. Don't worry, I've had enough of this. How about we make a big profit together? I'm going to run to Ulala after I make the money. There are evil type Meowth and Meow Boss there. I'm very curious. Murden put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward slightly, as if he was secretly planning something big. ZHE looked at Lila, who was shaking constantly, and then looked at Murden. He shook his head speechlessly. Ami was also shocked by Murden's words. Judging from the other party's strength, his status and identity in the international police must have been high before. It was a very strange thing for such a person to say such words. Is his brain not broken? ZHE walked to Lila's side, gently patted her shoulder and asked. Lila glanced at him expressionlessly. It's broken. Puff. ZHE laughed out loud. The battle is almost over. Lila changed the subject abruptly, and her lavender eyes looked at the coastline not far away. Zaya responded with a HMM. As an important commercial city in the capital, the defense force of Asagi City is still quite strong. It quickly gained the upper hand against this kind of ordinary C-Elf attack. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the electric beam that caused some instruments to overload and fail, the duration of the entire battle would have been even shorter. After all, although fighting is a matter between elves, command and control is not. The gloomy sky gradually returned to normal. The bright moonlight penetrated the clouds and fell on the ground, and the smoke and dust were clearly visible at night. This time, the damage to Asagi City is not low. Zaya looked at the thick smoke rising from the port and said thoughtfully. Lila said she didn't understand this, but she was still calm. It's okay, the higher-ups will give compensation. Looking at her indifferent expression, Zay could only say that it's not you who cares about the money. It's really easy for you to say. But what does this have to do with him? The international police who travel around the world to maintain law and order are quite wealthy, and some of them originally came from the Johto Alliance. Now that they are compensated to Asagi, it can be regarded as returning the property to its original owner. Woof woof. A powerful call came from outside the woods. Asagi Junsha-han requests to enter. Then came the familiar voice of Miss Junsha. Let's go. Ami and Merton stood together and greeted Zaya and Lila. The relationship between the two was obviously not like that of an arresting officer and a criminal. Although Ami just said that she wanted to punish Merton, she was not a fool. It was okay to say it to vent her anger, and he didn't really cause any serious consequences. The most important thing is that Merton gave in too quickly, and he didn't look like a powerful international policeman at all. Junsha-han, who was waiting outside the woods, blinked at the 2 men and 2 women who came out. This is Mr. A's junior fellow student, Tetsuya Tamaki. These are 2 international police officers, Merton and Lila. They are here to help resolve this unexpected incident. As the gym leader of Asagi City, how could Ami not know the character of her colleague in front of her? She stopped her before she could speak. I don't know if it was Tetsuya's illusion, but a flash of disappointment flashed across Junsha-han's eyes. Pa Junsha saluted. Thank you very much for your help. Asagi City welcomes you. Okay, take Mr. Merton and Miss Lila back to confirm their identities first, and I'll go to deal with the aftermath. As for Tetsuya, you can go back to the Pokémon Center to rest and come to the gym to find me tomorrow. Ami didn't give Junsha a chance to speak at all and arranged everything in a few words. Although it felt a little strange, it seemed that there was no problem with the other party's identity. Tetsuya quickly nodded and responded, okay, then I'll come to see you tomorrow afternoon. Why is it afternoon instead of morning? It would take a long time to deal with the aftermath. Tetsuya estimated that it would be difficult for Ami to sleep before 8 AM today. Bye, Tetsuya. Before leaving, Merton waved goodbye to Tetsuya enthusiastically, as if they were very familiar with each other. Lila didn't want to complain anymore. It's really just like what that guy said. Before getting on Junsha's police car, Merton muttered to himself. Huh. Lila looked at him in confusion. Merton smiled and shook his head. Nothing. A friend of mine also knows that guy and thinks highly of him. Speaking of which, I must go to Alola to capture a dark type Meowth to show him what a powerful Pokémon is. Lila chose to ignore the second half of the words. He is indeed a very talented trainer, she commented. Merton glanced at her and said, stop it. Don't show your perverted level of compliments to each other in front of me. Please chat in private. Thank you. As he spoke, he leaned on the side of the wind speed dog casually. Woof. The wind speed dog stuck out its tongue and barked. You are so hot, big guy. Can you cool down? Woof. No. Then can you spit ice? Woof woof. The barking of dogs continued all the way. On the other side, Zaya returned to the Pokémon Center and knocked on his room door. Who is it? Meow. A trembling voice sounded. Zaya smiled, and his voice became thinner. Junsha, check the room. Ping ling pang clang. A mess of noises suddenly came from the room. Zaya patted his forehead helplessly. This trio is really amazing. Okay, it's me. Open the door, Kajiro. This time, he used his own voice. Click. After clearly sensing that someone looked through the cat's eye on the door of the room was opened under Zaya's gaze. Sure, he felt a strong force coming from his arm, and then he was pulled in. Bang, the door was shut heavily. You bastard, do you want to scare us to death? The suppressed angry female voice sounded. ZHE also stared at his arm blankly without responding. He looked up at the red-haired Musashi in front of him, and after thinking carefully, he felt that there seemed to be no problem. How was it? ZHE didn't say much, but asked. Great. Meow. Meow Meow was lying on the sofa with a look of enjoyment. No wonder the boss likes to sit on the sofa so much. Meow. It's so comfortable. Meow. It seems like I will die on this sofa in this life. Meow. It ignored Musashi's eyes that wanted to eat Pokémon and frantically expressed its opinions. According to their habits, even if they have money, they will probably choose to stay in some cheap hotels that can't be any cheaper, or just make do in the wild. This is the first time that Meow Meow has enjoyed the treatment of a high-end room. This is the first time I know that there are such high-end rooms in the Pokémon Center. Meow. VIP room, the highest end one. It's normal. Kajiro explained. You little bastard. Explain to me why you scared us. Musashi was very mad. Tetsuya glanced at her and said, well, I remember that teacher Kota mentioned to me that there was a red-haired girl who liked to make some noise at the door of his office every time after class. I'm so sorry, I was a little rude just now. Under Meowth's surprised eyes, Musashi, who had a temper as explosive as explosives, rarely put away his temper and apologized. Kajiro didn't think there was anything wrong. Musashi and he had studied together in the Pokémon Research School. And with Sasuke Kota's attitude towards students, Musashi certainly respected the principal from the bottom of his heart. It's just that her way of expression is a little different from that of ordinary people. Of course, Kajiro didn't expect it. The two guys who were expelled from the school at that time would meet again at the training school of Team Rocket. You know, before this, he and Musashi had never mentioned this matter openly. This kind of life is great. Kajiro looked at Musashi who had controlled his temper, and then looked at Meowth who was in a daze over there, and smiled for the nth time since he left home. He nodded to Tetsuya. Since you are back, it means that the matter should be resolved. We will leave now. Musashi and Meowth were both stunned, and then quickly stood behind Kajiro. Yes, thank you for your help, but we still have things to do, so we won't bother you. Villains can't live in the Pokémon Center. Meow. This is our professional ethics. Meow. Looking at the trio jumping out of the room in a panic from the window, Tetsuya stretched out his hand. This is the 10th floor. Ah, the screams echoed in the night sky, but no one cared at all. The next day, after finishing a day of training, Tetsuya hurriedly took a shower and walked out of the Pokémon Center. His goal was a trapezoidal building with a room on the top that looked like the letter H. This is the Asagi Gym. Ignoring the obvious closed D sign on the door, ZHE pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing this, people thought it was the staff of the gym and didn't say much. As soon as they entered the gym, a straight road came into view. The internal structure of the shallow green gym seemed to be as straight as Ami's personality. As long as you follow this road, you can enter the challenge area of the gym. Distributed around it are small rooms for training apprentices and storage rooms for various equipment. ZHE didn't observe too much, but walked quickly to the deepest part. At this time, Ami was already waiting there. Hey, you're here. Ami, who was brushing Steelix's teeth in a special outfit, waved to ZHE in the air and said hello. Steelix also showed a row of teeth to show friendliness. With foam all over its gums, it was completely different from its usual fierce appearance, and instead looked a little cute. Looking at the unknown rock fragments scattered around, ZHE was very calm. Good evening, Sister Ami. Wait for me for a while, I'll be there soon. Ami was busy with her hands, and also said something. ZHE also found a place to sit down. Not long after finishing the nursing, Ami began to talk to ZHE about the ruins discovered this time. I think Asu has told you about the general situation. The location is in the north of Asagi City. There are only a few very ordinary villages and towns there, and I don't know why there are ruins. If it's dangerous, it shouldn't be big. Because from the information collected so far, this ruins has no ability to attack, and it is mainly confusing. It is suspected that there may be elves that are good at creating illusions. The specific cracking progress is very fast, and the scope has been narrowed down to the vicinity of 4 villages and towns, namely Goy Village, Kilai Village, White Town and Lian Town. The elves that create illusions are similar to the frightened deer. ZHE nodded in understanding. However, the situation described by Ami is slightly different from what Asu said. Did the instrument fail? Ami thought for a moment. This is not a strange thing. She explained, "You are not residents of Asagi City, so you don't know, but the magnetic field in the northern part of Asagi has always been chaotic, so it is normal for the detection equipment to fail there." ZHE also frowned. "Is that so?" For some reason, he always felt that this matter was different from what Ami said. Moreover, he had a very strange familiarity with the names of the 4 villages and towns. Could it be that it is from the anime plot again? He pondered. It is possible to have a photographic memory, but he has to have seen it. In his previous life, ZHE was not a fanatical fan of Pokémon, so he didn't watch all the episodes. Forget it, the boat will be straightened out when the time comes. ZHE thought about it and felt that it was not a big deal. In the Johto region, there are only a few mythical beasts such as the Ho-Oh, Lugia, Latios, and Celebi. He was very familiar with the first 2. He was very sure that the 2 in the middle were not here, and the last one had a very peaceful personality and would not hurt anyone at all. Anyway, tomorrow's target is the village on Route 38. Tetsuya looked at Ami. Ami nodded with a smile in her eyes. "I'll go with you, and Asuka will also bring the people from the gym, which will surely speed up things a lot." "Well, before that, how about a battle first? I'm only one short of collecting all 8 gym badges in Johto." Tetsuya's will to fight was ready to burst out. "Okay, but the Asagi badge is not as easy to get as the other badges." Ami's voice was also full of confidence. Full version. "My stomach is not healed yet, so the recent updates have been delayed a lot. It should be healed soon. I'm taking medicine." Chapter 523, The Battle of the Shallow Gym. Next up is the duel between Tetsuya Tamaki, the challenger from Tokiwa City, and Ami, the gym leader of the Asagi Gym. The side that uses 2 Pokémons and loses all of them first will be declared the loser. The referee, who looked like a social animal, raised the flag in his hand expressionlessly. God knows why Ami, the gym leader, would choose to have a gym battle with a little kid at this time. This is overtime. When the referee received the call, he really wanted to refuse, but Ami offered overtime pay. The referee, who had always been strong, finally succumbed to money. Anyway, it was just an ordinary 2v2 battle, which would only take about a quarter of an hour at most. How easy it was to make money. Then, the first one on my side will be this one. Ami threw a magnet-shaped magnetron with a piercing eye in the middle, and it appeared on the field. As the arc flashed, magnetron shouted with its own electronic music. ZHE did not hesitate too much. In the first battle, perform well. Doran Messiah, Doran Messiah, who was also floating in the air, looked at the opponent with a pair of watery eyes. "Well, it's an elf that I haven't seen before." Regardless of this idea, Ami and the referee also thought so. "What is this?" Ami looked at Zay with some curiosity. Zay briefly explained the origin of Doran Messiah. It was captured in the Dragon Cave in Yanmo City. It's a very good little guy. Dragon? Ami was slightly surprised. Knowing that the Yulong family is powerful, she would not think that this dragon elf that has never appeared before is a weak existence. Or even if it is weak, it is only temporary. After all, if it is not a strong dragon elf, the Yulong family will never hide these elves so well. The referee's face seemed expressionless, but in fact, a huge wave had already risen in his heart. Will this kind of thing kill people to silence them? He was inexplicably worried that he seemed to know something he shouldn't know. Ami and Zay obviously didn't pay attention to the referee, who was adding drama to himself in his heart. Magnemite, use electromagnetic waves. With his right hand pointing forward, Ami gave the command with great momentum. Upon hearing this, yellow electric currents immediately appeared around Magnemite's body. The tingling yellow electromagnetic waves rushed towards Doran Messiah along the air at a very fast speed. Doran Messiah used fright to interrupt it. While admiring the speed of Magnemite's electromagnetic waves, ZHE also asked Doran Messiah to start the battle. Rosa's 2 big eyes narrowed, and a high-pitched and piercing cry came out of Doran Messiah's mouth, and then spread throughout the field. Magnemite's only big eye couldn't help but wrinkle, and his body involuntarily retreated a distance. Squeak. Due to the sudden attack and damage, Magnemite obviously lost the ability to control the electromagnetic waves. The yellow electromagnetic waves twisted in the air for a while, and then disappeared without a trace. Doran Messiah screams continued. Amy was not panicked at all. When it comes to sound duels, electric type Pokémon will never admit defeat. Magnemite, use piercing sound. Hiss. Magnemite's body emitted a blue light and released traces like sound waves from its body, and the air around it became distorted. The two frantic shouts made the three humans in the venue frown. At the same time, Dragon Messiah disappeared into the air with a sly smile. Ghost-type dragon? Amy subconsciously exclaimed, seeing the piercing sound waves passing through the position where Dragon Messiah was just now without any feedback. Magnemite swayed his body in confusion. Be careful, Magnemite. An anxious voice came from behind Magnemite. Be careful? What did the trainer tell me to be careful about? Magnemite was very puzzled and turned his body to the side to know what the trainer meant. A blue-black figure appeared in front of it at this time. Oops. Magnemite's big eyes shrank instantly. Bang. The next moment, a tail-emitting blue-purple light hit the hard body of Magnemite with a sound of breaking through the air. Instantly, Magnemite flew backwards. After rolling on the ground several times, it staggered and flew up from the ground. Seeing this, Dolmesia was very dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. ZHE also shook his head helplessly. In fact, Magnemite, which is a combination of electric plus steel attributes, rather than a single electric attribute, has a higher resistance to dragon type. In addition, Dolmesia's combat ability in the first stage is quite worrying, so this move does not cause much damage to Magnemite. Fortunately, it is a gym challenge, and Magnemite's level is not much different from Dolmesia. It is estimated that it is still around level 15 or 16, only 3 or 4 levels higher. Otherwise, ZHE also doubts whether this move is a tickle to Magnemite. Kiki Magnemite, who was knocked out, thought he would be seriously injured, but this is the result. It is no exaggeration to say that the injuries it usually receives during training are higher and more painful than this. Thinking that you are just bluffing, Magneto looked at Doronesia with contempt. It made a big noise, but it was useless. Doronesia certainly understood the meaning of Magneto's eyes. The arrogance of the dragon Pokémon made it angry all of a sudden. Its blue-black body turned a little red. Don't be unnecessarily enraged. Come again, this time with a flash of lightning. Tetsua's calm voice reached Doronesia's ears, forcing it to restrain its anger when it was about to go berserk. For more than half a month, Doronesia has had great trust in its trainer, not only in training, but also in commanding battles. Its figure disappeared again. Irregular electric shocks cover the surroundings. Try to catch the opponent. Amy gave an instruction, and then there was no sound. If the level is higher, whether it is a large-scale discharge or the use of locking skills, she will have a way to find the opponent's position. Unfortunately, this method is not suitable for Magnemite at its level. Even if it is covered by random electric shocks, Magnemite cannot last long. Compared with high-level electric Pokémon, it is a random coverage, but in fact it is just a few arcs running around at intervals. Hit it, and then use lightning flash. In response, Zaya chose a move that Amy could never have thought of. Rose on the path of the electric shock. Doran Messiah slowly revealed his body. While letting out a cry of pain, it also shook its tail proudly. Correspondingly, Magnemite's body has undergone different changes. A strange dark black aura suddenly enveloped its body, and then it was all sucked into the body by Magnemite. Ah! Magnemite made a panicked sound. It found that it could no longer use electric shocks. What happened? Cursed body characteristics? It's really a powerful countermeasure, but it's too bad to gamble on luck. If it falls into a paralyzed state, it will be troublesome. Amy said to Zaya. It only took a few seconds for her to understand the reason for this. I can't hide it from you, Amy. ZHE also spread his hands. The main reason is that I'm a little confident in my luck, and Doremia is also very confident. Looking at Magnemite, who was hit by Doremia and turned into a white light, Amy already knew the result of the first battle. Even if the cursed body does not last long, in this case, Magnemite, who has no counter-attack, will be completely consumed by Doremia. The general impact is ineffective against Doremia, and the electric ball and gyro ball that damage by speed difference are basically harmless to two Pokémon with similar speeds. Without the electric shock, Magnemite is really like a little tiger without teeth. Really, you have completely calculated it. Ami looked dissatisfied. This is one of the disadvantages of gym trainers sending Pokémon first, and it is a disadvantage that must exist. Otherwise, how can the gym assess the ability of trainers and make selections? In a short time, it can be observed that the training direction of Magnemite is speed, and decisively chooses to seal the only damaging skill of Magnemite in this situation. It can only be said that the opponent Tetsuya is not at the level of a second-year trainer. Even some trainers with more than 10 years of experience may not be able to make such a command. It has nothing to do with ability, it is just pure talent. It is cruel, but also very realistic. Magnemite, prepare for the electric shock. Having said that, as a qualified gym trainer, Ami will not choose to give up and admit defeat so easily. She stared at both sides of the battle. The next second after the arc of Magnemite flashed, Ami issued an order. In response, Tetsuya's response was simple, do it again. The exact same scene reappeared. Doran Misaya took the electric shock of Magnemite with his body without any care. Although this time it took 3 consecutive electric shocks to trigger the characteristics of the cursed body, so that it began to pant frantically. However, Doran Misaya, who still did not fall into paralysis, had enough time to recover and continue the attack. Magnemite slowly closed his eyes in the endless flash of lightning. Magnemite loses the ability to fight, and Dragon Misaya wins. The referee immediately raised the flag in his hand. 50%. Your luck is really good. Ami took back Magnemite and complained about Tetsuya. Tetsuya wiped the sweat from his hands. Don't mention it. I almost thought I was going to fail. The first time was okay. It succeeded in one go. But the probability of triggering the second time is actually relatively low. If Dragon Misaya, a dragon, is not resistant to the electric system, it would definitely lose its ability to fight after 4 electric shocks. The effect of the cursed body will not offset the damage caused by the skill. Tetsuya has no doubt that with the current physical strength of Dragon Misaya, it will be enough to take 1 or 2 more electric shocks. Sure enough, stay away from such luck gambling things in the future. The first battle of Dragon Misaya strengthened Tetsuya's determination. This cursed body feature is indeed a bit inhumane for his trainer, Dragon Misaya. Next is the second Pokémon. This is my choice. Go, Seed Ball. After confirming that Tetsuya did not choose to change Pokémon, Ami also threw her second Pokéball. A Pokémon that looked like a metal egg appeared on the field. It had thorns like the shell of a durian and 2 small yellow eyes in the center of its body. This is a Pokémon from the Unova region, Seed Ball. Its evolution, Nut Dumbbell, is an extremely powerful Pokémon. Especially now that the Steel type has been confirmed to exist. The Grass-Steel combination of Nut Dumbbell is definitely a good one for anyone who uses it. The problem is that Seed Ball is quite difficult to cultivate. Pokémon like Seed Ball have a habit of firing all their thorns to counterattack when they encounter danger and then running away, just like a porcupine. Professor Oak once wrote a poem for Seed Ball. After all the spikes of Seed Ball are fired, the whole body is naked. Fortunately, these spikes will grow out soon, otherwise Seed Ball will really be no different from Iron Egg. At the same time, the accuracy of such a counterattack is quite worrying. Of the 100 iron spikes, only 1 or 2 can actually hit the enemy and cause damage. Only experienced trainers can achieve a high hit rate through repeated training. But even in the Unova region, there are not many trainers with this ability. Not to mention the rather far-flung Kanto region. The only one who is good at cultivating nut dumbbells is the shallow gym leader in front of him, Ami. Dromia, you scare. Although he knew it was unlikely, Tetsuya still commanded Dromia to attack. This is what the little guy wanted to see. Even though it was a bit of a novice, as a dragon type Pokémon, the pursuit of victory and pride is its innate instinct. Rose, Dromia raised its head and made a piercing cry. Missile Needle. Ami's command sounded. Under Tetsuya's silent gaze, 5 silver shining iron spikes burst out from the body of a seed iron ball. If it is considered good luck for ordinary trainers and Pokémon to launch 5 consecutive attacks, then he has reason to believe that this is definitely not the case for the Ami on the opposite side. According to the bug expert AB, skills like Missile Needle can increase the number of attacks through training. Puff puff puff, puff 5 dull sounds rang out from Dragon Misaya's body. Its physical strength had already reached its limit, and it could not resist the damage of Missile Needle at all, and it directly lost its combat ability. Thank you for your hard work, you have done a great job, and now it's up to your partner. ZHE also took back Dragon Missile to comfort him, and also took out a Pokeball. The next battle is up to you, go, Prince Bo. Full version. Chapter 524. You are being watched by him. GIF. With a proud call, Prince Bo appeared on the field. Prince Bo. The one you captured recently. A trace of curiosity flashed in Ami's eyes. ZHE also nodded. Yes, I met him in the underground cave of Lebo Mountain. He is a very good little guy. Give me a good time. Prince Bo also held his head high and looked very proud when he heard it. Ami covered her mouth and laughed. What a cute child. My Seal was like this at that time. However, Seal's winning rate against Lily before it evolved was not high. By the way, Lily is my Pokémon, a nut dumbbell. Well, my Prince Bo is a little different. I think it will be no problem to win the Sea Darn Ball. ZHE also responded calmly. Speaking of which, every outstanding trainer is a yin and yang when fighting. After all, the Pokémon battle is a matter between the Pokémon on the field and the trainer. Any mistake on either side will lead to different results. If the mentality is wrong because of the opponent's verbal stimulation, then the trainer can only blame his own psychological construction. Many trainers have quarreled privately for this reason. However, most trainers still keep a clear distinction between life and battle. Maybe a gentle guy will turn into a jerk who curses without spitting out dirty words when he arrives at the competition field. This is a very common thing. ZHE seldom uses this method. Most of the time, he passively counterattacks and occasionally taunts his opponents, mainly because he thinks the difference is too big and a bit like schizophrenia. Prince Bo, use Water Wave. Seeing that Ami wanted to say something, ZHE immediately seized the opportunity to attack. What an impatient guy, and very cunning. Ami smiled. Sea Darn Ball, use Rooting. After hearing the trainer's command, Prince Bo immediately opened his mouth and condensed water energy. The water ball with a calm appearance and surging inside slowly grew in front of it. With a slight shake of the body, the water ball shot out at a high speed. Its target was the Sea Darn Ball that used spikes to insert into the ground to fix its body. Ami was visibly shocked. What a fast speed of use. Her heart was full of admiration. As the trainer of Emperor Nabo, she knew too well how long it would take for a normal Prince of Wave to condense the water wave. It represented not only talent and strength, but also countless practice behind it. Boom. While thinking, the water wave that hit the Sea Darn Ball had already turned into a huge wave. While causing damage, it also made the Sea Darn Ball disappear in the surging water waves. As for the effect, the drainage of the shallow green gym was obviously done well, and the water flow quickly disappeared from the venue. The Sea Darn Ball that reappeared in the field of vision had no emotional fluctuations in his eyes, and he seemed to have not suffered any damage. With the recovery of the grass attribute plus rooting skills, even if the power of the water wave was still good, the Sea Darn Ball was not afraid at all. The next moment, under Ami's stunned gaze, the Sea Darn Ball suddenly pulled out the spikes from the ground, and then began to roll randomly and shakily. Oh no, it's a mess. She thought to herself that it was not good. ZHE also smiled. It seems that I have the advantage today. Prince Bo, take advantage of the victory, move at high speed, and use the tile splitting attack. Poga. Prince Bo nodded vigorously, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of white light. With a kick of his feet, his body, which did not look light, rushed out suddenly. At the same time, the white light on Prince Bo's wings was much brighter than other parts of his body. Wake up, Seed Ball. Ami put her hands together in front of her mouth to make a simple trumpet shape, and then made a loud call. For Pokémon, when they fall into the two abnormal states of sleep or confusion, the trainer's call is likely to wake them up, commonly known as the rejuvenation roar. However, it is obvious that the reason why the rejuvenation roar is called the rejuvenation roar is that it will only work in very critical situations. Facing Ami's call, the confused Seed Ball not only did not wake up, but instead seemed to feel that a Pokémon was approaching and happily greeted it. Ami covered her face helplessly. Bang! The next second, the Sea Darn Ball that rushed forward to find its partner flew backwards at a faster speed and hit the ground hard. Poga Prince Po did not continue to chase, but stood there with a grinning expression. Looking closely, there were still a few iron thorns left on its wings. Bear it, bear it, bear it. I believe that Prince Po. You will definitely not be afraid of this little pain. Zaya hurriedly comforted him. This is the characteristic iron thorn of the seed iron ball, which is used to use the iron thorns to inflict damage to the opponent who touches it. Except for Togedma in the Alola region, this is the signature characteristic of the seed iron ball family. Because the normal and hidden characteristics of the seed iron ball are both iron thorns. This is a very rare situation. The reason for this discovery is that after evolution, the hidden characteristic iron thorns of the seed iron ball will be transformed into danger prediction. Otherwise, researchers would have thought that the seed iron ball family had no hidden characteristics. Poga Prince Po nodded with tears in his eyes, then raised his wings in front of his mouth and pulled out all the spikes with his mouth. In the process of pulling out, it screamed once or twice from time to time. Taking this opportunity, Amy also hurriedly woke up the seed iron ball. The awakened seed iron ball immediately sensed the condition of its body, which was not good. The fighting system style breaking damage to it was doubled. In addition, it was in a state of confusion and did not adopt any defensive posture. Fortunately, its iron-like body gave it good physical defensibility, otherwise it would definitely not see the hope of winning next. The two elves looked at each other across the field again. Prince Po, use salt water. It was still Zhe who launched the attack. If he didn't attack again, the spikes of the seed iron ball would be inserted into the ground and use rooting to recover itself. Pokémon with recovery skills are troublesome. Zhe thought so. He didn't remember that Prince Po also had a water flow ring, and his opponent had the same idea. A blue water gun that looked like a normal water gun passed through the air. Amy's face changed at this. Roll and dodge. Even if it is resistant to water, the saltwater move is absolutely impossible for the seed iron ball, which has consumed most of its physical strength. The damage to the elves who have consumed more than half of their physical strength is doubled. This is the so-called saltwater on the wound, which is extremely powerful. The seed iron ball shot out its spikes without saying a word and turned into a smooth steel egg and rolled on the ground. Zhe also raised his eyebrows. Normal seed iron balls will not shoot out their spikes when dodging because it takes some time to recover. Otherwise, even if they dodge this attack, they will not be able to fight back. But Amy's seed iron ball is unusually decisive, obviously after strict training. And it can be seen with the naked eye that the spikes on the seed iron ball are growing again at a very high speed. In this case, sprinkle salt water on the sky and make it rain. He immediately changed the attack mode. Prince Po heard this, raised his head, and the water from his mouth rushed high into the sky. Drip, drip, drip. The water drops, which were not dense, kept falling from the air. The referee at the side naturally took out an umbrella and opened it. The saltwater rain that covered half of the field was naturally not something that the rolling iron ball could avoid. The next moment, after being hit by the salt water, the iron ball rolled faster. Its expression was painful to the naked eye. When it finally rolled out of the rain-covered field, the iron ball was already panting. The generation of spikes on its body did not recover as Amy expected. The elves could not recover out of thin air. The high-speed recovery of the iron spikes depends on the physical strength and energy of the iron ball. When the former reaches the bottom, it will not be so fast to consume part of the energy to generate iron spikes. Root and recover. Amy hurriedly gave the order. Although it was not fully recovered, some of the spikes were enough for the iron ball to use rooting. Don't give it a chance. Use the tide vortex. Zhe was naturally unwilling to watch Prince Po's victory disappear. The power of the whirlpool is indeed not great, and the damage to the seed iron ball is indeed not high. But to maintain balance in a high-speed whirlpool, this is something that most water-type Pokémon cannot do, not to mention the grass steel-type seed iron ball. The deep blue vortex slowly wrapped the seed iron ball. Looking at a silver-green figure that disappeared without a trace, after persisting for a few seconds, Amy shook her head helplessly. The seed iron ball has lost its combat ability, and Prince Po has won. The winner of this battle is Tetsuya Tamaki from Changpon. Immediately after the vortex disappeared, the referee's dedicated voice sounded. Well, it's a memorable battle. Ami took back the seed iron ball that had lost its combat ability and looked at Tetsuya and Prince Bo on the opposite side. You two really have a tacit understanding of each other. Poga Prince Bo certainly didn't give in and straightened his chest. Of course, what else can I say? You, the defeated opponent. It walked back to Tetsuya, raised its head proudly, and looked at its trainer. Tetsuya did not hesitate to praise him. Well, you did a great job. He reached out and stroked Prince Bo's head. Prince Bo unexpectedly shrank his head and quickly stretched out his claws to press the switch of his Pokeball. BIU it turned into a red light and disappeared into the air. Ha 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 ha. It turns out to be a shy little guy. Seeing this, Ami also laughed crisply. She walked at Tetsuya and handed it over. Congratulations, this is the Iron Badge, which belongs to the winner. An octagonal silver badge was quietly lying in Ami's palm. It represents a firm belief and an attitude of never giving up. Finally, Tetsuya took the Iron Badge impatiently. Finally, the 8 badges of the Johto region have been collected. Silver Conference. Here I come. There was a burning flame in his eyes. It's enough to embarrass the face of the time traveler once. The second time, no matter what, I must win the championship, then the 4 Heavenly Kings, and then the championship. What a lively young man. Ami sighed silently as she looked at Zaya, who was so excited that she didn't know what he was thinking. She suddenly felt that she seemed a little old, even though she was still so young and beautiful. Forget it, why not take Keksha as your apprentice? That child's personality is very suitable for becoming a steel-type trainer. After all, the gym needs the next generation to inherit it. The idea flashed through her mind, and Ami had already made a decision. Zaya, who had obtained the badge, did not stay too long. After briefly confirming the itinerary for the next day, he left the Asagi gym. Back to the Pokémon Center. Zaya frowned when he was about to open the door. It's me, Lila. A familiar female voice came from inside. Zaya rolled his eyes and opened the door. No, I say, do you guys with superpowers like to enter other people's rooms casually? He looked at the purple-haired woman in front of him and complained speechlessly. You guys? Lila's eyes revealed full of curiosity. Who else? Is the gossip about you and Nancy true? No. Zaya was so angry that he laughed. I was wondering, where did you hear this kind of thing from? Why does it seem like every one of you knows it? Oh, we all have our own group chats. It's normal. Lila waved her hand indifferently and then asked again, is it true? No. Facing Lila's burning gossip soul, Zaya bluntly denied it. No. Lila smacked her lips with regret. We really want to see that superpowered person fall in love. Why don't you deal with her yourself? ZHE also replied, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Has Merton not been released yet? No, it's over a long time ago. I just lost some things. Lila shook her head. If I'm talking to you, it's mainly to remind you. ZHE also asked puzzledly, remind me? Lila released her own alakazam. Alakazam, build a superpowered position. Don't let others hear it. Hoo-hoo, with a big and smooth forehead, nodded, closed his eyes, and crossed his spoons. Buzz the invisible cover covered the entire room. What do you want to say? ZHE was also confused. This action is not like an ordinary reminder. Lila's face flashed a few traces of hesitation, and then turned into determination. What is your impression of Sakaki, the gym leader of Tokiwa City? Tetsuya's heart skipped a beat, and then he narrowed his eyes, and looked at Lila. What do you want to say? For Lila, who has super keen empathy, he didn't think his psychological fluctuations could escape the other party's perception. Instead of this, it's better to be more direct. You are being targeted by him. Lila looked at Tetsuya and said solemnly. Chapter 525 Killer E Village. Seeing that ZHE did not reply, Lila continued to talk on her own. Although I don't know where you got this news, I believe that you who know the other identity of the other party should know that being targeted by him is not a good thing. What about you? ZHE also raised his head. His face was very serious. How did you know? It is not that no one in the entire alliance has thought about the fact that Sakaki, the leader of the Tokiwa gym, is the current boss of Team Rocket. It is not difficult to see from the attitude of the Sasaki family that, even if they are not sure that Sakaki is the boss of Team Rocket, they still have some guesses. It's just that this guess cannot become the truth without 100% evidence. After all, the Tokiwa gym is one of the 8 major gyms in Kanto, and Sakaki of the Earth is also one of the top 8 major gym leaders in Kanto. Such a trainer is the boss of the Dark Organization, which is a serious blow to the prestige of the Kanto Alliance. Lila was silent for a moment. It's Murden. The name that came out of her mouth really shocked Tetsuya. You international police have known for a long time that Sakaki is the boss of Team Rocket? He thought that he should re-evaluate the strength of the international police. Fortunately, Lila denied it. No, that's not the case. Sakaki's disguise is indeed very good. He has not revealed any flaws since he was a child. As for why Murden knew, it's because of personal reasons. He and Sakaki are very good friends. Lila looked at Tetsuya with her lavender eyes and said so. But, friends? Tetsuya had several question marks on his head. The international police minister and the boss of the black organization are good friends. This is indeed a bit of magic realism. But on second thought, it is not impossible. At least from the surface, Murden and Sakaki's identities and strengths are really not much different. In addition, Murden has always been doing spy work, and the nature of his work is similar to that of Sakaki, who is undercover in the Alliance. An alternative version of infernal affairs in the elf world. Tetsuya also wanted to laugh. You don't seem to care much. Lila looked at him with a strange look. Will it work? Tetsuya smiled. And I've disrupted so many Team Rocket operations. It's only a matter of time. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't have the honor of being targeted by Sakaki. But a genius trainer like him who appeared in the anti-divine beast activity is obviously not one of them. Moreover, to be optimistic, Sakaki and Tetsuya are from the same hometown. It's reasonable for fellow villagers to pay attention to each other, isn't it? Even if we take a step back, when the duo of Zaosan and Yamato came to recruit him, Tetsuya had already been fully prepared for this. I don't understand what you're thinking. Lila shook her head helplessly. Anyway, just be careful when you're in the wild. The guys in Team Rocket won't talk to you about fedules. Don't worry about that. Tetsuya sneered. It's as if I will abide by the rules in the wild. Besides, if I can't beat you, won't I just run away? I'm faster than an eagle flying. Lila wanted to say something when she heard the first half of the sentence, but she gave up when the second half came out. She was thinking too much. How could this guy in front of her not cherish his life? She swore that if there was a life-threatening situation, Tetsuya would be the first to run away. Just know it yourself. Lila nodded. This time, Murden took me to the vicinity of Asagi City. Maybe it was to test you for Sakaki. Is Murden working for Sakaki? Tetsuya frowned. Friends and subordinates are two completely different roles. If it is the former, it is fine, but the latter represents a different meaning. It seems that you are still very nervous. Lila teased. The two of them should have reached some agreement, so Murden wants to run to Alala. Speaking of this, her face became more helpless. It seems that she is not happy that Murden and Sakaki are mixed together, but it is not easy to say it directly. After all, Murden can't tell Lila about Sakaki's true identity. Lila probably knows it through her empathy that is comparable to superpowers. I'm afraid that even Murden, who saved Lila, is not very clear about how exaggerated the ability of this girl is. They didn't know, but he could imagine. Come to think of it, you seem to be very sure of what I said, which is really strange. Lila stared at Zay with curiosity. Even if a normal person knew this news, his psychological fluctuations should not be the same as yours. I still trust your empathy. That is comparable to superpowers. Nancy let me experience it once before. Zay rubbed his temples with a headache. To be honest, superpowers are really annoying. Who in this world doesn't have some secrets? No one wants to be seen through when communicating, and all their thoughts are exposed. This is probably why only superpowers can become friends. Is that so? Lila nodded in understanding, without saying much. Anyway, it's good for you to know it yourself. I'll tell you. I have another task to do in the afternoon, so I'll leave first to Lakism. Teleport. As the blue-purple superpowers and the fluctuations of space flashed by, Alakazam and Lila with yellow bodies disappeared in the room. Really, it's too casual. Tetsuya sighed. He kicked his feet and threw himself on the bed. Sakaki looking at the ceiling, a faint voice came out of his mouth and echoed in the room. The next day, At the entrance of the Asagi gym, Ami looked at Tetsuya, who was a little listless, and asked curiously, "Why, were you too excited last night and didn't sleep well?" "No." Tetsuya yawned. As soon as he opened his mouth, "I'm thinking about training, and my head is very big." "Indeed." Ami nodded in approval. "Every stage of training is very important, so it is really a very laborious thing. When I was young, I also liked to stay up late to make plans like you. Well, anyway, it won't delay today's schedule. Let's go." Tetsuya shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The two immediately released their flying elves at the entrance of the gym. After flying into the air, Tetsuya looked at the self-destructing Magneto under Ami thoughtfully. "Why, Aina is great, isn't he?" Ami smiled and patted Magneto's body. The banging sound continued to spread. ZHE also agreed. "Well, I was just wondering which one is stronger, it or the Magneto of Gym Master Mashi. Really, you boys just like to think about this kind of thing." Ami rolled her eyes. "Then it must be Brother Mashi's who is stronger. Aina has learned a lot from his Magneto." "Well, it's mainly because I was deeply impressed by Gym Master Mashi's Magneto during the previous Gyarados incident. It was really strong." Right. That Magneto's control of the magnetic field is quite strong. Normally, Magneto's flying speed will be 1/3 slower than my Aina, but that one is nearly twice as fast as Aina. Such an exaggerated value? Is it because..." The two trainers started to communicate enthusiastically in the sky. Magneto didn't feel anything, but Pidgeot was suffering. It felt that, when it was next to this steel giant, it always felt like a current was gushing out of its body from time to time. With Pidgeot's strength, it didn't affect its movements, but it was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Although they slowed down to cooperate with Magneto, it only took about a quarter of an hour for the two to see a large group of people below. "Is there a conflict?" Ami stopped chatting and looked down. "Let's go, Aina, let's go and take a look." Under her command, Magneto was descending rapidly. Pidgeot took this opportunity to take a breath and quietly slowed down his pace while following. As soon as he landed, "Look, it's Ami's master who is here. Let Ami's master judge." Among the two clearly divided parties, the villagers looked at the falling Magneto and Ami on it and immediately ran over. "What's going on?" In front of ordinary people, Ami regained her serious look. Although she looked a little intimidating with her young appearance, it was just an appearance. The two parties looked at each other. The originally domineering appearance became a little timid. "It's like this, Master Ami." A person in the group of people wearing researcher uniforms stood up and explained the reason. "According to the detection of the instrument, we found that the unknown ruins are in this small village called Killer Village. But the villagers on the other side are unwilling to let us in, saying that it is some kind of ancestral rule. This place was a wasteland before the Alliance 100 years ago. How could there be so-called ancestral rules? These ruins are at least thousands of years ago." Her tone was very indignant. There was no way. She had seen too many people like this during the exploration of the ruins. It was nothing more than wanting some benefits. It didn't even think that the appearance of the ruins was only beneficial to the village. Even if it was the most ordinary ruins, the subsequent investment and development of the Alliance would be enough to change a small village. "What's your name?" Ami asked, looking at the female researcher with a flushed face. "Zaya. My name is Zaya. I used to be a traveling trainer, but later I was involved in the exploration of ruins." "Zaya, I see." Ami nodded at her and turned her eyes to the villagers of Killer Village. "That's not the case." A strong middle-aged man shouted anxiously, "It's really our ancestral precepts. The place they are going to can't be visited now. It doesn't look like a lie." Tetsuya and Ami both made judgments. As a trainer, observing people's expressions and psychology are things that must be mastered. The other party's expression doesn't look like he wants to benefit at all. It's from the heart. "But, I also remember what Zaya said is right. Your Killer village seems to have been established for only 60 years. Where did the ancestral precepts come from?" Ami asked with a frown. It's not that she doesn't want to believe these villagers, it just sounds a bit strange. A small village that is less than 60 years old, and the founder may have died not long ago, actually has such a thing as ancestral precepts. That's right, Master Ami. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm down and explained, Arkiloi village is a branch of Goi village not far away. Although it was established less than 60 years ago, this area was previously managed by Goi village, so there is an ancestral precept. It is also because of the ancestral precept that Goi village let us, a branch, come here to establish Kiloi village. The middle-aged man was obviously a little nervous, and his words were not very clear. But Zay and Ami understood. I'm not very clear about this. After all, there are really too many towns nearby. Looking at Zay's inquiring eyes, Ami shook her head helplessly, but it should be no problem. Goi village is the oldest city nearby, and it was established even longer than Asaji city. It is not uncommon for them to have ancestral precepts, to let people come to see special places nearby. Does it mean that this ruins belongs to Goi village? Zay was also confused. It turned out that a group of people had worked in vain for so long. That's not the case. Ami shook her head. Guano village is very special. The place they guard is also a little different. Wait a minute, I'll ask someone. As she said that, she ran to the side and made a phone call. Looking at the two groups of people in front of him, it was now ZH's turn to be troubled. Well, you go back to your homes first. I'll communicate with you after Ami has confirmed it. He waved his hand to disperse the two groups of people. Although he didn't trust ZHE, for Ami's sake, both parties left the scene step by step. What do you mean? Not long after, Ami returned to ZHE. I asked the head of Guano village, and it's true. She said that the best time to open this area is 7 years later. But if we insist on going in now, it's not impossible. It just might be a little dangerous. Ami said while holding her watch. Huh. ZHE's face was almost full of question marks. He had never heard of such ancestral precepts. Open at a fixed time and place. What's going on? Is it a rush for tickets to the amusement park? What kind of village is this Goi village? He looked at Ami curiously. Not to mention the village chiefs of ordinary villages. Even the mayors of most towns may not have Ami's contact information. But Ami's behavior just now was quite direct. She dialed the phone without saying anything and didn't even make an inquiry. This shows that Goi village can actually contact Ami directly. How should I put it? You shouldn't ask me this question. As for you, I think it would be more appropriate to ask Professor Oak. Ami thought for a while and gave an answer. Tetsuya frowned and thought, Professor Oak, Goi village? Question mark? Hiss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.